Welcome back to Meta Fanfic, the place where your favorite worlds get rewritten. This video includes a short self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI-generated narration for creative storytelling. If you love powerful, what-if stories, you're in the right place. Before we begin, hit that subscribe button so you never miss a new twist in the wizarding world. Today's story is one of our most exciting yet. What if Harry Potter became a dark Slytherin? Let's dive in. Here is short summary. When the wards around Privet Drive fall, Harry Potter is taken, and returned forever changed. Casting aside his old mask, he embraces Slytherin cunning, uncovers forgotten secrets of the Hogwarts founders, and steps onto a darker path where manipulation, power, and strategy may be the only way to win the war. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The wards around Harry Potter's house have just fallen, said a shocked Albus Dumbledore. His face was paler than Severus, if it was even remotely possible. There were a few seconds of tense silence before Albus jumped from his chair. It shouldn't have been possible, they were supposed to hold until his majority, he wasn't 17 yet. We must go at once. Just then Severus hissed for a second, the teachers stared at him in confusion. Only Albus seemed to understand what was bothering the dark-haired man. Severus looked at Albus helplessly. Whatever was happening wasn't good at all. It was no coincidence that the wards around Potter's home fell at almost the same time he was called. "Come, Severus," demanded Albus Dumbledore, gesturing for the potions master to follow him, which he did. He had to gather the order and pray Harry was still at Privet Drive. Hopefully the Dark Lord, like himself, was watching Privet Drive. He wished he'd had more than just Fig keeping an eye on Harry, that way the boy would already be back at Hogwarts, safe from harm. Harry had a war to end, and he would see that the boy succeeded. The life of everyone in the wizarding and muggle worlds depended on it. In fact, he planned on teaching the boy a few spells this term. It was vital he know some spells, only light ones of course. He didn't want his weapon going around casting dark magic. It would destroy the reputation he had spent years cultivating for the young man. It didn't help matters any when he recklessly cast the Cruciatus curse at Lestrange. It was a good thing so much magic had happened in the corridor, they didn't know who cast what. So far the only thing making him seem anything other than light was his ability to speak Parseltongue. Thankfully the brat had the sense not to tell anyone he was almost sorted into Slytherin. Severus nodded curtly, and both powerful wizards left the staff room, and the silent, baffled teachers behind. Thankfully the noise had stopped now. The persistent whistling had annoyed the hell out of them all. Especially having to listen to them argue about students, house points, after-school clubs, and the wards around Hogwarts needing to be strengthened. "Be careful, Severus, if he's there, you know what we must do." "Of course," snapped Severus, kept desperately on edge by both the constant pain in his forearm and the situation. "We? What bloody we?" It was him who was risking his life. He was rather hopeful that it was merely a coincidence, but Severus wasn't a fan of those. "I don't believe in coincidences," he always sneered, as if it was an absurd notion to believe in them. Severus summoned his Death Eater garb, which was kept in a small bag for situations like this. Everyone knew what the Death Eater mask looked like. He couldn't be seen summoning it through Hogwarts, could he? It would give his position away. That done, he swiftly left the castle, his robes billowing more urgently around him than usual. He knew the Dark Lord was impatient, and he'd probably pay for the delay in getting to his side. Albus alerted everyone by using the charm Hermione Granger had used for the DA in her 5th year. A very good invention, that, one he was rather proud of, and annoyed that he hadn't thought of it himself. Only his was blank of anything that could be used to identify them. All that appeared on them was a series of numbers useless to those not in the order. So far nobody had lost one, which was a rather good thing. Each coin had a tracking charm embedded in it, so if anyone got in trouble they'd be easy to find, even through the toughest of wards, although it wouldn't get the headmaster past them, just to the approximate vicinity. With quick strides he ran as quickly as he was able, realizing how long he'd spent dallying. Severus was nowhere to be seen. everyone here. Good, let's go, said Albus immediately, as he found a dozen of his order members waiting at the school gates for him. They all knew where to go. Privet Drive, they had all guarded him at one point or another. They'd kept him safe from trouble, like those blasted Dementors that Fudge should have kept away. As Dumbledore passed the gates, 13 simultaneous pops could be heard as they apparated from Hogwarts. "Oh dear," said Albus when they arrived, looking bleakly at the sight before him. The house was on fire, if the clouds of smoke gathering around the house were any indication. Also up in the sky, was a very ominous sight indeed. The dark mark hovered overhead. They were too late, that mark was only put up as they were leaving. "Harry!" roared Remus. His cub. He had to get to him. He couldn't let anything happen to the last of his pack. He bolted for the house, praying to Merlin and every deity he knew, that Harry was still alive in there. Dangerously hurt if he had to be, but for him to just be alive. Not for the sake of the war, not for Dumbledore, not even for his own life, no, he just wanted Harry to live. Then it was as if Remus' shout had woken them all from slumber, as they took up a run for the house, hoping and praying a miracle would have happened for them. "Aquamenti!" called several wizards, making the flames climbing around the house to go out. They continued on as the smell of burnt-out wood, fire, smoke, and ash filled their nostrils. "Kitchen is clear," said Tonks, coughing a little as finally the room she was doing was searched. With one final flick of her wand, the rancid smell of smoke was gone, evaporated to leave behind a scentless room. It was very, very clean despite the fire, just like the last time. Her kitchen was never like this, it was just too tidy, too muggle for her tastes. "Bathroom is untouched," said Shacklebolt. "So are the bedrooms, I don't think they even came up here," said Diggle, as he closed the room's doors. "The living room isn't," said Remus grimly. He couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction at the Dursleys' deaths. If he'd had the guts, he would have done it himself years ago. They'd treated his cub horribly, yet he'd been continuously sent back to them. If he'd tried to take Harry away, it wouldn't have done the teenager any good. He'd have just been sent to Azkaban, and Harry, well, he'd have just ended up back where he was. He knew the warning they'd given the tubs of lard had done nothing for Harry. Suddenly the small living room was filled with order members. How they all fitted in the one room, they wouldn't know. Especially with all the electronics they had in one room. If they'd cared, or counted, they would have seen 5 television sets in just the living room and kitchen. What a sight the 3 muggles made. They hadn't just been killed, but tortured to death in a way that would have made even the proponents of the old ways proud. Albus Dumbledore stared down at them sadly. He had told them they were safe. "Harry isn't anywhere," said Remus, his knees bucking under him. This was probably worse than finding a dead body. He was terrified for Harry, he truly was. If this was what they'd done to his family, and he used that word with full rancor, they'd been related, but never a family, what would they do to his cub? Why hadn't Harry fought back? Remus was barely able to keep the tears at bay. "Then there is hope, we must find him immediately," said Dumbledore. Removing his galleon, his wand waved in complicated fast movements. Everyone watched him silently. Closing his eyes, Severus touched the dark mark, allowing it to pull him towards his undisclosed destination. A loud pop later, he was standing outside the wards of the place the Dark Lord was residing in, Malfoy Manor. The beautiful building had lost its grandeur. The peacocks Lucius bred were wandering around like lost ghosts. In fact, there were fewer than half left, if he remembered aright, and Severus wasn't one to forget anything. He would have winced, but Lucius was bringing it all on himself. He should never have returned to Voldemort. The marble and stone statues, which used to gleam with prideful care, were broken, chipped, and filthy. The grass was up past his ankles as he trod on it to get into the manor as quickly as possible. As he did so, he placed upon his person the dreaded mask and robe. Ignoring everything, his long legs had him entering the grand hall that the Malfoys reserved for special occasions, parties and birthdays. Which was quite often, but then again, what else would you expect from a pair of social climbers? That's exactly what the Malfoys were. They'd do anything to survive, including play both sides. He would never trust them as far as he could throw them. With magic, that was actually very far, but not to the point. Severus let out an inaudible sigh. There were still holes in the circle. Which meant others had still not arrived, and the Dark Lord didn't seem to be in a good mood. Unfortunately, with this snake-faced bastard, looks were deceiving. "My lord," said Severus smoothly, inclining his head in respect before swiftly taking his place in the circle. So far nothing seemed amiss. He wasn't going to relax until he knew Potter was safe. "You were late, my slippery spy," said Voldemort, his red eyes meeting Snape's filled with suspicion. Severus' lip curled as he replied, "Dumbledore had us attending yet another staff meeting." His tone was respectful despite his evident distaste for the conversation. "My lord," said another Death Eater appearing in the Grand Hall, extremely frazzled and nervous as he took his own place. It didn't take long for the rest of them to appear, as one by one the circle was formed. "Today, my servants, is a good day. Today the war tips in our favor after all these years," said Voldemort. His voice was little more than a hissing mess, yet his words were unmistakable and shivers went down everyone's spine. Despite the Dark Lord's apparent good mood, nobody dared to interrupt him. Voldemort did not like to be interrupted. They'd learned that a very long time ago. "Dumbledore and his order will lose." "My lord?" questioned Bellatrix. She was quivering with excitement. It was the news she'd been waiting for. She wanted so badly for them to have the upper hand, and here was her master telling them they finally did. "My dearest Bellatrix, the thorn in my side will soon be extracted," said Voldemort, his red eyes gleaming with triumph. With one swift movement, he stepped aside and revealed the seemingly unconscious body of Harry Potter, confirming all of Severus' suspicions as his heart sank. Despite his fear, his face never changed once. It remained as it always did, impassive. Harry Potter was unconscious, and he was twitching. Severus immediately knew what it was. He had been under the Cruciatus curse, probably for quite a while, if those spasms were anything to go by. "Severus, I thought you of all people would be more surprised by this," said Voldemort, his red eyes once again singling out Severus Snape. "Why would I be, my lord? I knew you would eventually catch the brat," said Severus, bowing to his lord. He hated being in the center of attention. Bellatrix was staring at him in blatant hostility. She hated anyone that got more attention than her, and with him being a spy, he received a lot of attention from the Dark Lord. Had Dumbledore discovered the boy missing yet? Had he started searching for him? He didn't want to give up his position, not unless he really had to. If it was suicidal spying, well, being found out, he might as well slit his own wrists. The Dark Lord would have his head for a price larger than Potter's head if he was found out. "Who would like some sport with Potter first?" asked Voldemort, his lipless face turning into a parody of a smirk. Severus would have paled if it was possible. He wanted to close his eyes in horror. He didn't just want to kill Potter, no, he planned on breaking him. Voldemort hadn't done this since he came back. It only happened to traitors and those that had joined the Order, and he considered those wizard and witches traitors anyway. Shit, he would have to stall them until Dumbledore got here. Which was actually fine with him. If more than one Death Eater wanted Potter, they'd have to fight for that right. Considering Potter had pissed off more than one, it didn't surprise Snape that more than one voice shouted out he wanted a piece of Potter. Or she, since Bellatrix was most ardently saying she wanted the pleasure of torturing him. "My lord, I want him," said Severus over the noise and pleading. "After all, I've put up with over 6 years of teaching the brat. I think we have ourselves a challenge, do we not?" said Voldemort, retaking his seat on his throne, looking at them as if he was a proud father and his kids wanted to impress him. "However, I will be the one to kill him," he said, his voice filled with dark promise. After all the embarrassment the boy had caused, he wasn't about to just kill him. No, he wanted the boy to suffer like nobody else ever had. It seemed the Dark Lord had not learned that Potter was just too damn squirrely. He could get out of any situation people threw at him. Somehow, someway, the boy had more luck than a leprechaun could give out in 2 lifetimes. He was like a cat, with 9 lives. "Lucius and Theodore first, I think," said Voldemort, and it wasn't a request. The 2 Death Eaters smirked. The bloodthirsty grins on their faces would have made anyone sane run for the hills. The other Death Eaters automatically left the circle, and began taking their places away from the two dueling figures. Both bowed, aimed their wands, and before long the bloody battle commenced, and Harry Potter was the prize. They weren't allowed to kill each other, they won by beating the wizard or witch that admitted defeat first. Then the spells went back and forth, the duel was on. Severus watched the fight intently, much more closely than he usually did, since he was always bored at these things. Unfortunately, if he wanted to fight them, he would need to know their weak spots. Where they were being injured and with what, just in case he was called up next. It was going to be some battle if he wanted to ensure he had Potter to himself. He knew what they would expect, and the thought turned his stomach. Not just because he hated the boy, no, he was his student. He had a sense of morals, even if the idiots he had to put up with at these meetings didn't. He had no doubt who would win this bout. Lucius might have been weakened after his stay in Azkaban, but he was more powerful and knew more magic than Nott. Nott was content with what spells he knew, they did what he liked them to do, and that was it. In fact, the idiot probably hadn't opened a book since his 7th year at Hogwarts. His son Theodore was different, he was an avid reader. Severus winced in sympathy when a certain spell hit Nott. He didn't care if the man lived or died really, but to be hit with that spell in that area, well, who could blame him for wincing? Everyone else had done the same thing. An invisible boot kicking you between the legs would be excruciatingly painful. Bellatrix, on the other hand, laughed crazily, jumping up and down in her spot next to the Dark Lord. The unconscious form of Harry Potter lay not 2 feet from her. Her sister was off to the side, watching everything, her worry shining through her eyes, despite her emotionless face. It surprised Severus, even to this day, how she could love such a man. He was cold, calculating, and had reduced her life to this. Oh, the kicker was the fact that his godson Draco was destined to become a Death Eater. Draco didn't have a chance to choose, his path had been set for him the minute he was born. So far he'd been safe, but the second he graduated Hogwarts, he dreaded what would become of the innocent little boy he'd held all those years ago. "Yield," boomed Lucius, standing over the body of Nott, who was shaking and moaning in agony. He really should have known better than to go up against Lucius Malfoy, not that he'd had a choice either. Nott used his sleeve to staunch the blood pouring out his nose, as he cupped his squashed manhood, wondering if the pain would ever stop. He was in no condition to continue, his left leg was broken, and a slashing curse had hit him on his right shoulder, which was also oozing blood a bit too zealously. The dizziness was beginning to affect his brain-to-mouth functions. Yes, he managed to get out. Lucius smirked in triumph, turning to face the Dark Lord, basking in the pride he saw on his Dark Lord's face. He didn't even seem bothered that his wife might have liked some reassurance. There was only one person Lucius strove for approval from, and that was the red-eyed man who was grinning insanely. "Crabbe, take him to the potions lab, clean him up." He was of course talking about Nott, and Crabbe was at least smart enough to realize this. With Crabbe's help, Nott hobbled out of the room, moaning in agony. A few of the onlookers that had been all too eager to fight for Potter, suddenly didn't want to anymore. Walden McNair suddenly blended himself into the background. It looked as though he could only take on and kill dangerous beasts that were already subdued. Severus realized there were only a few more challengers. He tensed, ready to be called on. Bellatrix was the Dark Lord's favorite. No doubt she'd be called last, so she had more chance of getting her own way. Lucius had failed in his last mission, that was why the Dark Lord had made him go first. There was a reason behind absolutely everything the Dark Lord did. Therefore Severus was rather surprised by the Dark Lord's next decision. "Bellatrix," intoned Voldemort, taking sadistic glee in Narcissus' paling looks, and Bellatrix's indignant face. She obviously hadn't expected him to pick her. Truth be told, the Dark Lord wanted Snape to win. He was always very creative when he wanted to be. Admittedly, he hadn't touched anyone in a long time. This was a first. If anyone hated Harry Potter just as much as him, it was Severus Snape. It was rather amusing the way he spat the boy's name while giving his reports. "My lord," gaped Bellatrix. It wasn't that she was afraid of Lucius, she would take him on any day. She didn't even spare a thought for her sister, she would make her lord proud any way she could. Yes, asked the Dark Lord, his voice becoming dangerous as he suspected his decision being questioned. Thank you, my lord, said Bellatrix, bowing low before taking her position on the dueling area that Lucius and Nott had just used. She didn't want to make him angry, he was extremely happy with her so far. Her husband, Rodolphus, watched the proceedings with pride. His wife could look after herself, but if Lucius hurt her unjustly, well, he would have to figure out a way to repay the favor. He looked over at Narcissa as he thought this. Confringo, snarled Bellatrix, and the duel was on after having just bowed to one another in respect. Ironic, really, since neither actually liked the other. Lucius moved out of the way, as his grand hall wall was blasted, causing debris to fly everywhere. Flagrate, said Lucius, his wand going around in swift complicated motions before he sent the fiery burning lines at his sister-in-law. Bellatrix moved out of the way, but one tail end of the pattern hit her on the shoulder, causing her to hiss. Crucio, snarled the Mad Witch, not just mad as in totally bonkers, but she was furious Lucius had managed to get her. They both wanted to win, they wanted Potter and the Dark Lord's approval. Crucio, shouted Lucius in turn. He had always been furious at the fact Potter had freed his servant. He'd never managed to get him back for that, and simply put, this was a chance for him to get his revenge. Dobby had been in his family for 3 generations, and he'd been the perfect servant. Now he was gone, and he hadn't been able to get another elf. Most of the elves were actually at schools, like Hogwarts and Durmstrang. Araspices, yelled Bellatrix, a gleam filling her eyes, as they all drew breath as one. She was using an entrails-expelling curse, when she'd been told no permanent harm. Lucius raised a shield in the nick of time, causing it to fly back at the unsuspecting witch. Bellatrix cursed, jumping side to avoid it, falling with a painful thump on the marble flooring that adorned Malfoy's grand hall. All too soon she was screaming in agony, as Lucius successfully applied the Cruciatus curse on her. Lucius stalked forward, his face filled with disgust. Still he kept the spell on her as she shrieked in nerve-ending agony. Lucius, warned Voldemort, he knew how long the spell could be kept on without permanent damage. Something he had learned through trial and error. Lucius immediately removed the spell at the threatening voice. "Do you give up?" he asked Bellatrix scornfully. Bellatrix laughed, a high-pitched, desperate sound emanating from her voice as she lay there twitching. "Never," she said, weakly grabbing for her wand. "After being under the curse, it left you weak but not incapacitated." "Crucio," yelled Lucius once again before she could raise her wand. The screaming once again started up, bordering on hysteria. Severus felt a sense of feral satisfaction at what Lucius was doing, a bitter taste of the witch's own medicine. He'd like to imagine Alice and Frank Longbottom were smiling right now. No, unfortunately they weren't. They'd be forever stuck in their own mind, cut adrift from a world they'd helped save. He shuddered at the thought of being left like that himself. No, he'd find a way to kill himself first. It's what he feared most about being caught as a spy, ending up like the Longbottoms, and being sent back to Hogwarts, breathing but no longer really there. With care having to be provided each day, that was if anyone would want to. He had made a lot of people hate him, no, loathe him, in his tenure as potions master at Hogwarts. "Lucius," hissed Voldemort, his voice dropping further, showing he was at the end of his tether with Malfoy's disobedience. "Yield," said Lucius. "She does," said Rodolphus, his voice filled with loathing and bitterness as he came to his wife's aid. Rodolphus lifted his barely conscious wife, and proceeded to take her to the potions lab for treatment, shaking his head. Honestly, Bella didn't know when to quit, she never had. She'd probably be pissed at him for interfering as well, but he could deal with her, he'd married her and knew what to say. "McNair," said Voldemort. "I have no interest in fighting for Potter," said McNair, which was a lie. He wouldn't mind a piece of the boy, he'd embarrassed him and had him put in Azkaban prison. Not only Potter, but his stupid blood traitorous and mudblood friends. To add insult to injury, the boy had been merely 15 years old. He'd paid for failing, the Dark Lord had seen to that after they'd been rescued from Azkaban. "Severus," said Voldemort. Was his potions master going to back down as well? But no, his spy stepped forward, wand at the ready. His red eyes were gleaming with amusement as he watched both of them step up, bow to one another. Then the next duel was on. Crucio, said Lucius. Severus rolled his eyes at the predictability that Lucius was, and merely sidestepped the spell. Then he threw a bone-breaking curse at Lucius. It hit its target perfectly. Nobody was as good as Severus Snape was at dueling. He was fast, dangerous and lethal. Lucius cried out as the tibia bone broke with a deafening crack. Locomotor mortis, murmured Lucius, as he put all his weight on his left leg. Severus had the spell banished within seconds. Lucius snarled, furious at being embarrassed so badly in his own home, and sent curse after curse at Severus, all designed to cause massive amounts of pain. Lucius was once again made to feel insignificant, like a first year, as each spell was countered in swift succession. Langlock, whispered Severus, so low that nobody could hear what he'd said. The spell hit Lucius, as he was in too much pain, and too slow with a broken leg to move with the speed he needed to avoid it. Without knowing what spell was coming his way, he was only able to put a shield charm up, which the spell just splintered right on through. Lucius raised his wand again, intending on casting a confringo to find, to his horror and fear, he couldn't. Whatever that spell was, had effectively sealed his tongue to the roof of his mouth. He made strangled noises, trying and failing to speak and sounding like a baby. MFF Tayek OOEFFF Osus, causing everyone there to laugh uproariously in amusement. Do you yield? Asked Severus mockingly, his black eyes flashing in promise of more pain. Lucius nodded in defeat. Finite incantatum, said Severus, removing the hex he had created from Lucius. The blonde should consider himself lucky, because the other spell he'd wanted to use was much more lethal. Severus turned to claim Potter before any of them could start casting spells his way. Then he felt it. Lucius Malfoy, it seemed, wasn't going to admit defeat easily. Spinning around, he flung himself away, sliding down the marble floor to the other end. Pointing his wand straight at Lucius, he cast a cutting curse at him. Not the one he wanted to, because he was in no way going to use the counter curse on the fool again. No, cried Narcissa, unable to help herself any longer, as she came to her husband's aid. Her wand was out, casting spells in rapid succession. One to slow the bleeding, the other to begin the healing process, another to stop infections, and another that would close the wound. Severus sneered as he stood up, standing at his full height, which was intimidating. He was a very tall man, which had served him well dealing with dunderheads all year round. No matter what healing she did, the scars would never fade. Not unless they had his potion, and considering nobody knew about it, well, Lucius would be waiting forever. He's all yours, Severus, remember he is mine to kill, warned Voldemort, his red eyes flashing and showing his true power, letting Snape know without the Dark Lord having to speak, what would happen should the boy be killed by Snape's own hand. Thank you, my lord, said Severus respectfully, bowing low before he grabbed Harry by the collar and dragged him from the room. The sight itself wasn't usual. All the Death Eaters picked muggles or wizards and took them to one of the many rooms the manor offered to have fun. Potter was still unconscious, which to him was a good thing for the moment. Once he was out of everyone's sight, he levitated the shaking boy to one of the rooms, praying that Dumbledore got through the wards quickly. Harry moaned, his pain-filled green eyes snapping open as the events of today came flooding back to him. He would have sat up, but he was unable to do so. First, his uncle had decided to beat the crap out of him, for the fact Hedwig had called out to him once last night. She'd just wanted to let him know she was back from performing her task, delivering a letter to the Order. They were still demanding letters every 3 days, why he didn't know. His uncle could beat the crap out of him in front of them and they'd do nothing. As long as he was kept alive to perform his duty to the wizarding world, that's all they cared about. They knew how he was treated, and the fact they did nothing made Harry want to sit on his ass and doing nothing for them right back. Unfortunately, it wasn't in Harry's nature at all. It was ingrained into him to not let anyone win. It was probably his most Slytherin trait, although everyone mistook it for a pure Gryffindor trait. Harry winced, his mind was wandering, and he must have banged his head harder than he thought. He forced himself to look around, already knowing wherever he was, it wasn't good at all. He froze upon seeing a Death Eater wandering around the room. The walk was distinctively familiar, he didn't know why. That was until he saw the robes billow slightly as the man walked to the other side of the room. His heart sank. Snape, it was Snape who was in this room with him. Had he been caught, or was he just guarding him? Guarding him seemed most likely. Snape wasn't one for stupidity. Snape's spying was extremely important for the cause, there was no way he was here to help him out. Which meant the Order would try and save him, probably take ages to do so as well. That's if he was alive by the end of the night. Judging by the previous encounters, it was a pretty good guess that he'd be killed nearly right away. "It's a fine mess you've gotten yourself into this time, isn't it, Potter?" said Severus, twirling around, removing his mask as he did so. He didn't see any surprise on Potter's face, he must have already known it was him. He had searched every item in the room, and sensed for every kind of spell. This, by the way, had taken him nearly an hour with the number of items strewn across the room. For a guest room, it wasn't half elegantly furnished. There was nobody aware of what was going on in here, which was a good thing. Harry just stared at Snape. Impassively, it wasn't as if this had been his fault. He had stayed at the Dursleys, like a good little boy, doing exactly as Dumbledore had instructed him. Although he had planned on leaving as soon as he turned 17. Which so wasn't the point, he was supposed to be protected at Privet Drive. Gritting his teeth, he answered, "For once I did not do anything." He hadn't gone seeking adventure, or Voldemort for that matter. Didn't go trying to save the school, or his godfather. Indeed, said Severus, having to concede the point, the wards had fallen. He didn't think it had anything to do with Potter. Which was a first, and unfortunately he wasn't in the best of situations right now. He didn't have much longer, no doubt the Dark Lord would be getting impatient. He wasn't sure what else he could do to avoid the inevitable. He wouldn't be able to get Potter out of the manor and pass the wards to apparate. Portkeys didn't work here either. Potter was quite frankly stuck and none of his sheer dumb luck would help him now. It would take a miracle to get them out of this without being tortured to death. Harry said in a breath, his hand automatically clutching at his forehead. Severus was well aware of the connection between the Dark Lord and Potter. He'd found out when he'd been requested to give Potter occlumency lessons, which hadn't gone well at all. He had warned Dumbledore, there was just too much distrust between them to attempt it. Albus had just insisted he had to, that he couldn't be the one to help him. Evidently the headmaster was keeping something from Potter, something he didn't want to take the chance the boy would find out about. He knew without a doubt he was out of time. Removing his wand, watching as Potter flinched, he looked away, not able to stare into the fearful green eyes before him. Then he cast the spell, biting his tongue as the boy screamed in agony. Harry didn't think he'd ever been in so much pain before, his entire backside and back radiated with pain. It was as if his skin had been peeled off, not just anywhere, but if he wasn't mistaken it was his rectum. He writhed in agony on the bed, unaware of the blood gushing everywhere. Eventually his body grew more accustomed to the pain, he lay there panting, his face streaked with tears. He truly would have preferred the Cruciatus curse to this. The additional blood loss made him woozy, he faded in and out of consciousness, barely aware of being dragged back through to the Grand Hall. The Dark Lord watched his slippery spy bring the boy back in, his sharp eyes taking note of the blood and dried tears. It was just too bad the boy was destined to defeat him, otherwise he would have given him to Severus to keep. He had after all broken his promise when it came to the silly little mudblood he'd taken a liking to. The fascination had perhaps passed on to the son, either that or he just loathed the boy enough to enact his revenge. "Well, well, Severus, it looks like you have had your fun," said Voldemort. The others were all salivating over Potter still, silently begging to be given a little taste of revenge against the brat for all he'd done to them. "Indeed," said Severus smirking, his black eyes filled with satisfaction, like a starved man finally being able to quench his hunger years later. Severus bowed low, his hope for rescue dimming further by the second. He'd held off for as long as possible, hoping they'd make an appearance. Hiding his thoughts behind his walls, he replaced them with thoughts of revenge against Potter and his son. Thoughts he'd had back when the boy was merely 11 years old. "Enervate," said Voldemort, his wand flicking to Potter, as the Death Eaters automatically formed a circle, doing it out of sheer habit. It was either that or, "Be cursed, really. Don't you ever get tired?" groaned Harry. He was in agony and he could not stop the words from leaving his mouth, even if he wanted to. Honestly, he wished the bastard would get it over with. Just kill him. He did wonder if he'd survive the curse this time though. He had survived one as a baby, it would be curious to see if he'd be able to do so again. Although he wasn't in any hurry to test that theory. Well, not really anyway, his entire body was aflame with nerve-ending agony. Severus, who had his mask once again back on, having donned it before leaving the room, bit his tongue to stop himself smirking or outwardly reacting at all. Nobody could piss the Dark Lord off quite like Harry Potter. It was rather amusing to see him go 3 different colors, mostly puce. For a child, he certainly had guts in spades, whereas everyone else was terrified of the Dark Lord. "Crucio," snarled Voldemort, completely enraged. The boy dared to speak back to him. He was Lord Voldemort, and he'd get respect from the boy before he finished him off for good, if it was the last thing he did. No one would think him weak ever again. Once Potter was gone, the world would bow before him. After he had dealt with Dumbledore, of course. He was the last thing standing between him and his goal for world domination. Harry writhed under the powerful and painful spell, never once screaming under it. He wouldn't give Voldemort the satisfaction, he couldn't, and he'd rather die first. Then the spell temporarily stopped. He would need to send the man a text of different spells. Were the unforgivable curses all he knew? Because it certainly seemed like it. He wasn't very original. Damn, his mind was wandering again. Had he banged his head against the floor again? Just then all chaos broke loose, as people began to invade Malfoy Manor. Curses were being cast right, left, and center. Voldemort screamed in rage, but immediately apparated away upon seeing Dumbledore's bright-colored robes. The Death Eaters continued fighting, until their forearms burned and they automatically apparated to Voldemort's side. "Harry," choked Remus, scooping the barely conscious form of his cub into his arms. Apologizing immediately when Harry cried out, he was unable to do anything for him, not until he got him to Hogwarts. With a destination in mind, not even waiting for Dumbledore to tell him what to do, he apparated out of the now abandoned Malfoy Manor. All the while his mind was whirling out of control, praying that Harry would survive, would hold on long enough for him to get to Poppy. "Please Harry, please hold on, I can't lose you too, cub, I just can't, I won't survive it." Everyone bowed down to Lord Voldemort, their faces grim, drawn and terrified. The Dark Lord was in a towering rage, and they didn't want to direct their lord's anger onto them. They weren't sure if they would survive. He hadn't been this angry since, well, a few months ago, when Potter had gotten away from him again. Lucius was beyond furious. His manor had been penetrated, and was no longer safe. Thankfully Narcissa had thought to grab their son from his room before apparating here. It was a fallback safe house, where the Dark Lord had stayed while he waited to reclaim a new body. Nobody knew, other than Severus, that this was actually the Dark Lord's house. He was the last of the Riddle family, a very well-off, known Muggle family back in the day. "My lord, may I have your permission to go back to Hogwarts?" asked Severus. "I have to lock Potter's memories, otherwise I fear my position is well and truly blown." He shoved all the loathing he'd ever felt in his life, the desire to impress the Dark Lord, and the need to see Potter dead into the forefront of his mind. "Go," hissed Voldemort, his red eyes flashing ominously. He had lost Harry Potter again. Why hadn't he just killed the brat and been done with it? He grit his teeth, causing his followers to cringe at the sound. At least this time Potter wouldn't be easy to fix. Nor would he be able to tell them about his slippery spy. What more torture was needed than that? He'd see Potter again, of that he had no doubt. Next time he would kill him immediately. By the end of this year, he swore to himself, Potter would be no more. His spy would bring the boy to him, and he would say 2 words and the world would know never to mess with Lord Voldemort again. Severus didn't need to be told twice. He was just grateful to have been able to leave without a Cruciatus curse thrown on him. He wasted no time in getting to Hogwarts, making a beeline for the hospital wing, where no doubt they would all be. It took him 15 minutes, and he wasn't disappointed. They were there. "Poppy?" questioned Dumbledore, staring at the Medi-Witch. "Has he been?" They had all seen the blood. "I'm afraid so," said Poppy, swallowing thickly, but with sheer willpower she managed to keep herself professional. It did her patience no good if she broke down crying over what they'd been through. With Harry it was different. He was in her hospital wing so often she knew him better than most other students that passed within the walls of Hogwarts. She quickly began pouring potions down Harry's throat, and healing him as best as she was able. "Then you would be wrong," said Severus coldly as he made himself known. He wasn't about to let them think he'd done something so utterly despicable. His lip curled as he stared at them. The order wasn't there, just Dumbledore and Poppy. "Severus," said Albus, looking surprised to see him, whether it was because he was standing or uninjured he didn't know. "Why is the scan indicating that's the case?" Dumbledore looked furious, put out, enraged, as if someone had put a spanner in his works. Severus should know, he'd seen the same look on the Dark Lord's face all too often. "It doesn't give exact details of what's wrong, just the area that's been injured." "I used a spell, you old fool," said Severus, angry that the headmaster would even think for a second he'd hurt anyone. "I am glad to hear it, Severus," said Albus, returning to his normal genial self within minutes. "Harry is too important. If he's to be Voldemort's equal, he must participate with someone willingly to gain full access to his magic." Severus stared at Dumbledore. If he didn't know any better, he would have said Albus planned on ensuring the boy had full access to his magic. The thought actually sickened him more than anything else had this morning. He had to be wrong. There was no way Dumbledore was planning something like that. He didn't like Potter very much, but he wouldn't wish that kind of manipulation on anyone. "Come up to my office, Severus, we have much to discuss." "Poppy, keep me posted," said Albus, as he left the hospital wing, Severus as always following him. They saw Remus waiting outside, but paid him no mind as he entered the wing wanting to see his cub. "What happened, Severus?" asked Dumbledore as soon as he took his seat. He looked pale and drawn. He hadn't expected this to happen. The boy should have remained at the Dursleys for weeks yet. He'd not planned on letting him leave until his birthday. Potter was already there when I arrived. Everyone wanted the boy, and the Dark Lord proposed a duel. Winner would get Potter. I won and managed to keep the boy out of their hands for an hour. I'd just returned him to the hall when everyone came flying in, said Severus flatly, always giving only what he needed to satisfy Dumbledore. "Do you know how they succeeded in getting through the wards?" "Not as of yet, Severus. I am afraid the Dursleys weren't as lucky as Harry," said Albus, his shoulders hunched slightly. "Harry will have to remain at Hogwarts, where he's protected for what's left of the summer." Severus felt his heart sinking. He did not like where this was heading. There would only be one reason why Dumbledore was telling him this. Your quarters are the most protected in the school, and nobody would think to look for him there. I have asked Hogwarts to create a room for him. I am sorry to have to do this to you, my boy, said Albus, his eyes twinkling brightly, making the apology null and void. The old fool was enjoying this. Severus was too stunned to think of anything to say. I do not want the insufferable boy in my rooms, snarled Severus, finally gaining control over his voice. You will do as I ask, Severus. You can look after him, and if he doesn't do as you wish, I trust you to do what you must to rein him in. You were right, of course, when you told me I had let him have a free rein, sighed Dumbledore. Truthfully, he couldn't care less. He just needed the boy submissive and yet with enough courage to fight Voldemort. Severus snorted derisively, wondering just what the old fool was up to now, giving him permission to have full control over Harry Potter. Regardless of whether he did or not, the boy would still end up in his quarters. Dumbledore always got his own way. Fine, snapped Severus after a few seconds of quiet contemplation. But you can tell the boy of his new living arrangements. This was going to be the longest summer of his life. Why hadn't he chosen to go back to Spinner's End? That way he wouldn't have to put up with any of this. Damn Dumbledore and his manipulations to hell. There will be an order meeting here tonight. Severus, on your way please bring Harry up with you. He's always wanted to become an order member. I think now is the perfect time for him to join, don't you? It will certainly take his mind of the events that have transpired today, said Albus. Very well, growled Severus before barging out of Dumbledore's office, grateful to be away. Of course, it was that easy for you to forget the people who raised you were dead. It only took joining the order to forget the pain of loss. The old fool was mad if he thought that. Of course, Albus knew something Severus did not. If the potions master had taken the time to talk to his fellow order members or read their letters and listen to their concerns, he would have realized Harry's home life wasn't exactly what he expected. A few bad memories during occlumency didn't automatically mean Harry had a hard life, after all. Then again, Molly Weasley and Severus Snape had different opinions of what bad meant. Molly would have been outraged by the memories, whereas Severus didn't think they were all that bad. How could being jealous over a shiny red bike be particularly troubling, or being chased by a dog up a tree? Simply put, it wasn't. Severus, 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 called Poppy, running to catch up with the resident potions master. I'm glad I caught you. I need these potions brewed as soon as possible. I'm sorry to have to ask you, but Street Mungo's doesn't have them, nor does the apothecary. Severus took the handwritten notes from Poppy and looked over them, his eyebrows climbing higher. He knew his potions well, and realized why Poppy would need such high-level potions. Who were they for? Do they have allergies? Severus asked automatically, having to know before brewing. They are for Harry, and he has no known allergies, Poppy replied. Potter isn't underweight enough for those potions, Poppy, said Severus seriously. It would do the boy more damage than good to receive them. Poppy signed as if she'd expected this and handed over her diagnostic sheet. Severus accepted it in irritation. Long-term malnutrition. The boy had only been in the Dark Lord's hands for 2 hours, if he was lucky. Bruised kidneys from repeated kicks to the stomach and back. Bruising on 45% of his body. Broken and not correctly healed ankle, wrist, arm and 2 fingers. No wonder Potter couldn't write properly. Infections, burns, and the damage done by all the spells today. Poppy, I saw no sign of this, said Severus. He wasn't talking about the abuse, he had just been in a room with the boy for an hour at Malfoy Manor. No, you wouldn't, said Poppy quietly, her face contorted in sadness and failure that she hadn't seen this before. If only she had done one of those scans when Harry had been in her hospital. She hadn't, because before this she'd always known what was wrong with him and how to treat it. He's wearing a glamour, unconsciously might I add. Her lips were pursed now. Have you told Albus yet? Asked Severus. No, I shall call him, said Poppy. I just had to get this list down to you. You saved me a journey. I shall have these potions brewed as soon as possible, Poppy. I have a meeting I have to attend tonight, but hopefully I will have them finished before then, Severus said before stalking off. His entire world rocked to its foundation. Nothing was as it seemed anymore, and he, a spy, hadn't noticed. Brewing potions was one of the things he didn't mind doing, in fact it was soothing really. It was a balm to his soul, and right now his soul was crying out for space, peace and quietness. Thank you, Severus, said Poppy to Severus, retreating form, before she too took off back towards her hospital wing. She had a child to attend to. Normally she didn't since it was holidays, the most she had to do was give potions to one of the teachers if they asked. Or heal an order member if they came in. They couldn't go to St. Mungo's, otherwise they'd have to explain. That was something they couldn't do. The people who served the order were supposed to be a secret after all. Otherwise they would just be placing a large target on their backs. One might be better off going up to a Death Eater and telling them what they were. Upon getting back she saw Remus was still sitting there with Harry, who was unconscious, very pale, and very, very thin, too thin. The glamour he had been wearing was gone. Harry needed all his magic going towards healing him, not keeping a glamour up to hide the extent of his injuries. He was very gaunt, not 1 ounce of fat on him. So much weight had fallen off the boy so quickly, it was astounding, shockingly so. Remus held one of Harry's hands in his own, speaking quietly to him. Not wanting to intrude she went into her office. She dared not tell him to go and get some rest. At least he had been healed of the bruises, without them he looked a little better. If Remus had seen them, she wouldn't have dared to speculate what he would have done. "Come on, cub, get better, please, I cannot cope with the thought of losing you too," said Remus, tears flowing down his amber eyes. Harry was all that was left of his pack, he couldn't let him die. He prayed his mind was whole, that the torture curse hadn't been too much for Harry to bear. They weren't even sure if he would wake up. Only time would tell, and Remus prayed and prayed for his cub to wake up. Harry hadn't woken up. Poppy had told Severus that he was in a healing coma, and would wake up when he was ready. So Severus had no choice but to attend the order meeting and alert them. He was rather hoping Harry had the forethought to say no, when Dumbledore asked him to join. It wasn't that he didn't think the order wasn't the way to go, he just believed that the boys should stay out of the war as much as possible. How the hell was he to protect a boy who was out attending order meetings? Knowing Weasley as he did, he would get insanely jealous. Which would make Potter depressed, his 4th year all over again. Weasley had no idea just how lucky he was, to have both parents who loved him, and siblings. Even nearly losing his sister had not changed the brat, or nearly losing his father. He was as spiteful and jealous as they came. Severus just couldn't understand why Potter stayed friends with the redhead. It had been a week since Harry was rescued from Malfoy Manor. Severus hadn't been called since, which surprised him. Normally he was called quite often during the summer, it was why Severus elected to stay in Spinner's End. It was much easier to operate that way, he avoided being punished for being late. "Snape," murmured Lupin as he looked back to see who had entered the hospital wing. "Lupin," replied Severus with the same tone of voice. "Move aside." Remus was sitting on a chair, which was directly in front of Harry's bedside cabinet. That was where Poppy always put the potions he'd need, and out of habit he did it too. Remus stood up, the chair scraping along the concrete floor, giving Severus easy access. "Good boy," said Severus sarcastically. Remus hadn't moved the last time, causing Severus to levitate him across the room. Of course Remus had been sheepish when he realized that Severus had only wanted to place potions on the table. "Shut it, Snape," said Remus. There was no hate behind it. They needed to let off some steam, and bickering with each other did that. Of course, since Sirius died, as well as the others' marauders being dead, Remus could actually feel like being himself, and not talking constantly about pranks. He had hated that part of his friends, all he wanted to do was sit down and read books. He had wanted friends and had gotten them, and had stayed loyal to them even in death. Remus just did not have any room left in his heart to fight anymore, especially with someone on his side. Without James and Sirius clouding his view, he had found Snape's sarcasm refreshing and sometimes funny. They were far from getting along, but they would hopefully manage it somehow. Severus looked at the clipboard, he nodded to himself and in his spidery scrawl wrote something down. Uncorking 3 vials, Severus coaxed the unconscious 16-year-old into swallowing them. With the potions he was improving, but to recover he needed to eat. If he didn't wake soon, they would have to force-feed him. Even with magic there was no way to force someone, it would be the crude Muggle method that would be required. "Did you know?" asked Severus, his voice deceptively soft. If you knew Severus, like Remus did, that was when Snape was at his angriest. He was loud when he was angry, but his voice went lower the more pissed off he was. "Know what?" asked Remus, eyeing Snape warily, seeming to know he was on dangerous ground. "What his so-called family did," snapped Severus, his hands balled into fists as he controlled his anger. Since he'd found out, the anger had only grown exponentially. "Only that they didn't feed him enough or buy him clothes," said Remus. His amber eyes were filled with depression as he said this. He alluded to the fact that more happened, but even I didn't think it was this bad. "Why didn't you do something?" hissed Severus. Not having the best clothes didn't matter to him, he'd grown up with second-hand clothes all his life. Abuse was a whole other ball game, one he didn't approve of, and he wanted someone to blame, so he didn't have to feel guilty about the fact he hadn't noticed it either. "What could I do, Snape? Tell me. Take him away. Have myself tossed into Azkaban and have Harry ending up right back there. I have no money, no means to provide for myself, never mind my cub. said Remus bitterly. Dumbledore controls every aspect of Harry's life. I wasn't even allowed to visit when he was younger. Yet he didn't know you existed until he was 13. That doesn't sound like a man who cares, scoffed Severus, sitting himself down. I got used to being on my own. I knew he'd ask those kind of questions, why I wasn't around. Then I wondered why Harry would even want a werewolf in his life. I convinced myself that he was better off without me, said Remus quietly. Then when Harry saw me as a teacher, I didn't think he wanted it any other way. He never got in touch, it just confirmed my suspicions. And you were supposed to be the adult, said Severus wryly. If the abuse was as bad as it looks, then he would have thought you didn't care. That's exactly what happened, sighed Remus quietly, his face strained with pain. We only got close after Sirius died. Part of me thought he hadn't cared, because Sirius had come into his life. Idiot, sneered Severus. Honestly, to think he'd thought the wolf was the smartest of the lot. He was also put out that he couldn't really blame Lupin. He, unfortunately, did have a point. They wouldn't have gotten far before Dumbledore found them. Lupin wasn't any good to Potter locked up in Azkaban for trying to help him. I'm just glad they are dead, or I really would have had a reason to be in Azkaban, other than saving Harry from the Dursleys, said Remus, his amber eyes flashing with undiluted fury. Severus remained silent. He had nothing to say, since he'd had the exact same thoughts a lot this past week. Who would have thought he and Lupin would have been able to talk without insults flying back and forth? He certainly hadn't, that's for sure. Standing up, he silently left the hospital wing. He had the yearly supply of potions to brew for Poppy. He'd been busy brewing the ones needed for Harry, and they did take a great deal of time. Even more surprising was the fact he had taken to calling the teenager Harry. For nearly 7 years he'd been Potter, never once Harry. Things had changed, a great deal actually, but he would have to remain the way he'd always been during classes. There were just too many children of Death Eaters here for him to change. How is he? Asked Poppy coming in, her travel cloak on and a large bag in her hand. She'd traveled home for her granddaughter's birthday yesterday. Severus had been left in charge, since he was the only one who understood healing and potions as much as Poppy did. He's the same, said Remus, sounding more downhearted than usual. I see, said Poppy, pursing her lips, obviously unhappy that there was no improvement. She quickly removed her cloak and took her belongings into her office, then changed back into her healer garb that she always wore in the hospital wing. Once she was back in the main room, she looked over the clipboard. He's gained a little more weight, the potions are helping somewhat. I hope he wakes up soon. I'd rather not have to force feed him. He was already so skinny as it was, they were just holding off as long as possible. I don't want to see it either, said Remus. It sounded horrifying, sticking a tube down someone's throat. How did they breathe? And it probably hurt them as well, surely it must. Having anything stuck down your throat. If they did, he would have to leave. He couldn't bear to watch such a thing. It would make him feel 10 times worse, that he'd failed Harry so grievously. He should have screwed Dumbledore and helped Harry. Lily and James were probably rolling in their graves at what had been done to their son. At least he'd been spared another horrific injustice, all thanks to Snape and his spell. Merlin, Harry wouldn't have recovered if Lestrange or Malfoy had gotten a hold of him. Snape must be really good at what he does, and he bowed down in respect to that. He's just had his potions. Well, that's him for another 6 hours unless he wakes up, said Poppy, replacing the clipboard. You need something to eat. Remus just shook his head. He wasn't hungry. You either eat or I send you away to the Great Hall. Remus Lupin, said Poppy, her arms crossed. She meant every word she said, and sooner or later every child, teenager and adult realized that. She wasn't a woman to be trifled with. Just because she was a healer, it didn't mean she couldn't hex like the best of witches. Fine, fine, said Remus, giving in. He'd force something down him, anything so he could continue to be here. He didn't want Harry waking up alone in the hospital wing, not like he normally did. He was pushing his luck staying here. Poppy was a woman who stuck to the rules, so he knew not to antagonize her. Poppy promptly fluked the kitchen, demanding 2 meals be brought up, one for herself and another for Remus Lupin. It took all of 3 seconds for a house elf to deliver the food, as always overly eager to please everyone. "How many times has Albus been down?" asked Poppy as she sat down, once again joining Remus. She normally ate with the other teachers during summer. With a patient here though, she didn't like leaving the hospital, so she normally stayed with Remus. "5, said Remus. Behind his soft voice was unmistakable irritation. Poppy nodded as if she'd expected as much. "Next day, hospital wing, Hogwarts." "Poppy," said Remus jumping up, "he's moving." His voice was alight with excitement and worry. He was glad Harry was waking up, but worried about his state of mind. He had been tortured after all. Who knows what he'd seen? Harry may well have seen the Dursleys tortured and killed. Whether he liked them or not, seeing such violence could change someone. "Harry, can you hear me?" asked Remus, his hand clutching Harry's own tightly. "You were yelling in my ear, I'd have to be deaf not to," said Harry bluntly, his voice a little rough from the lack of use. Remus laughed, slumping onto the chair, relief flowing through him. Harry was going to be fine. "How do you feel, Mr. Potter?" asked Poppy, coming forward, fussing as always. "Fine," murmured Harry, as he always did. He could be at death's door and still he'd say he was okay. "Are you in any pain?" asked Poppy, her tone brooked no lying. "Not really, my bones ache though," admitted Harry, which for him to admit must be rather bad. Poppy nodded in understanding. Given the amount of time he'd been held under the Cruciatus curse, it was no surprise. A muscle relaxant would probably help that. She immediately went to her potions cupboard and was grateful to see plenty of that particular potion still available. She grabbed one that had a mild pain reliever mixed in as well. "Here you are, drink this," said Poppy, uncorking it before giving it to the teenager. Harry immediately swallowed it. Watching Poppy go to the fire, he then turned to Remus. He didn't know why, but it meant a great deal that someone was there. He noticed that Remus looked tired. He had bags under his eyes. "You look like crap," he told Remus, as he sat up. He had to grab onto Remus' arm as the room span around him. His hand raised up, feeling for the sore he'd had on his head, only to find it healed. Remus snorted. "You don't look any better yourself, Harry," said the werewolf, smiling, just glad his cub was up and about again. "I've been worse," said the 16-year-old, and it was probably true. "Here you are, Harry, I want you to eat everything on that tray." "I'll know if you don't," warned the Medi-Witch. "Yes, ma'am," said Harry, grimacing at the contents of the tray. It could be worse. She could have ordered him a lot of greasy foods. This was light stuff: porridge, fruit, pancakes and a few waffles. It must be breakfast time. How long had he been out of it? The hospital wing didn't have a calendar in it, so he had no idea. "How long have I been out?" "A week," said Remus, before Poppy could reply. "Oh," said Harry, surprised. He was never normally out that long. "We will be speaking about your weight, young man," said Poppy seriously. Harry blinked at her in surprise, giving her an odd stare. In the end he shrugged. He'd find out sooner or later. He did notice both of them kept a close eye on him as he ate. Poppy didn't let up until every single morsel of food was gone. Harry felt rather bemused by her actions. It certainly wasn't proper Madame Pomfrey reactions. "What's up with her?" asked Harry when Poppy left the wing. "You were severely malnourished, Harry. Any more and you would have had serious problems," said Remus grimly. "Not my fault," said Harry defiantly, his chin jutting out. "I never said it was," said Remus quietly. Obviously talking to Harry here wasn't going to help him. He'd have to get him to open up another way, not that the reason for his malnourished state was a mystery. Harry did need someone to talk to. Merlin, the Dursleys had abused his cub. It was a good job they were already dead, or he'd have paid them a visit during the full moon. Show them the consequences of messing with a werewolf's cub. "Do you remember what happened?" he asked, changing the subject to more important matters. Taking the empty tray, he put it at the bottom of the bed. The house elves would remove it, either that or Poppy would banish it to the kitchen. "Yes," said Harry tiredly. Unfortunately he remembered everything all too well. "How did you know where I was?" Remus decided on total honesty. He plucked a gold galleon out of his pocket. It wasn't just any old galleon, but the one for the Order. "See this," the werewolf said, handing it over. "Yeah, Hermione made it for the DA back in 5th year," said Harry, but he could see that it was different. There had been more information on Hermione's coin than there was on this one. "This one is similar, Professor Dumbledore is using it for the Order. There's a tracking charm embedded in it, so it's more useful than just for telling us when the next meeting is," said Remus. "Everyone has one, including Professor Snape. We were able to get to you because of that." "Snape?" asked Harry, wincing as he remembered the agony the man's spell had caused. "Yes," said Remus, before taking a deep breath and continuing on. "You must understand, Harry, that all the Death Eaters wanted to hurt you. Voldemort made them fight, to be able to torture you first. Snape had to fight to keep you safe, and he did. I thank Merlin every day he succeeded. You see, the Death Eaters don't just torture people, Harry, some of them are really depraved and would have you in order to break you." He didn't know why he was defending Snape so much. Then again, if it wasn't for Snape, his cub wouldn't be here right now. Harry winced again, understanding why he'd used that spell now. How many life debts did he owe Snape now? They weren't half adding up. His broomstick, the shack, 5th year with the Ministry, and 6th year, now this. 4 times the man had saved his life, and the man hated his guts. He'd never really understood that. He wasn't in any position to complain either, this time, though he knew he had to thank the wizard. He felt sick just thinking of what Malfoy would have done. Lucius Malfoy had a son his age, for God's sake. Revulsion crawled all over him just thinking of what Remus had said. Harry would have felt broken, if someone had touched him that way. He'd sacrificed so much for the wizarding world, or rather, so much had been sacrificed for him. His parents, his childhood, his adolescence, his innocent teenage years. He'd never once experienced a normal year at Hogwarts, and that's all he'd ever wanted. All he had left was to give someone who loved him, not the boy who lived, but him, a young man named Harry, his first time. He didn't know when that would be, but he did want it to be something halfway special. Something was niggling at him though, he didn't know what. Closing his eyes he continued to press the niggling in his mind to find out what it was. "Poppy?" questioned Dumbledore, staring at the Medi-Witch. "Has he been?" They had all seen the blood. "I'm afraid so," said Poppy, swallowing thickly, but with sheer willpower she managed to keep herself professional. It did her patience no good if she broke down crying over what they'd been through. With Harry it was different. He was in her hospital wing so often she knew him better than most other students that passed within the walls of Hogwarts. She quickly began pouring potions down Harry's throat, and healing him as best as she was able. "Then you would be wrong," said Severus coldly as he made himself known. He wasn't about to let them think he'd done something so utterly despicable. His lip curled as he stared at them. The Order wasn't there, just Dumbledore and Poppy. "Severus," said Albus, looking surprised to see him, whether it was because he was standing or uninjured he didn't know. "Why is the scan indicating that's the case?" Dumbledore looked furious, put out, enraged, as if someone had put a spanner in his works. Severus should know, he'd seen the same look on the Dark Lord's face all too often. "It doesn't give exact details of what's wrong, just the area that's been injured." "I used a spell, you old fool," said Severus, angry that the headmaster would even think for a second he'd hurt anyone. "I am glad to hear it, Severus," said Albus, returning to his normal genial self within minutes. "Harry is too important. If he's to be Voldemort's equal, he must participate with someone willingly to gain full access to his magic." "Remus, do you get more magic when you, well, you know," said Harry, his cheeks going red at what he was discussing. He refused to dwell on what Dumbledore had meant by that. If the old fool thought he'd roll over, and allow someone to bugger him for the greater good, he had another thing coming. Remus frowned, not understanding what he was talking about at first. His eyes lit up when Harry's cheeks heated up. A small amused smile appeared on his prematurely aged face. That was the thing with Hogwarts, they didn't have an education class when they should. Children, teenagers should be aware of these kind of things. If they didn't have the talk with their parents, they didn't learn. "When you have," said Remus, ignoring Harry's squeak, feeling deeply amused. Yet he was saddened almost immediately. It should have been James having this talk with Harry. Hell, it should have happened years ago. Normally parents told their children at around the age of 11 or 12. Willingly, I mean, it unlocks your full potential, which means you'll find yourself a little more powerful afterwards. Nothing extravagant, of course, but an increase nonetheless. If you are unwilling, your true potential is never open to you. Why not? Asked Harry, a frown marring his forehead. Because they get it instead, replied Remus grimly. This wasn't something anyone usually spoke about. Harry's jaw dropped. The unfairness of it made him want to jump up and down in anger. That's hardly fair, he said moodily. No, Harry, it isn't. Unfortunately, as you and I learned very early on, life isn't fair, said Remus quietly. Harry, why didn't you tell me how bad it was? Would it have changed anything? Harry shot back, defensive again. Of course it would. Everything else be damned, I'd have taken you out of there, snapped Remus, and he meant every word. Look, it wasn't so bad. I told them about Sirius being my godfather, and with what they'd heard on the news, well, they were too scared to touch me for years, said Harry, his voice faltering upon speaking about his godfather. It was the order that made my uncle start again, threatening him like that. Then Dumbledore told them about Sirius being dead and I lost my leverage. That was over a year ago, Harry, said Remus in pain. Why didn't you tell me? Harry was going to be attending his 7th year at Hogwarts after the holidays already. Look, Dumbledore knows, he just told me I was exaggerating and I had to go back. Apparently the blood protection is more important than me. If Dumbledore didn't do anything, what made you think I would think anyone else would help? Snapped Harry, getting really angry. He didn't like talking about it. I see, said Remus, his face closing off completely. Harry sighed. Merlin, he was exhausted, and he'd only just woken up. A yawn tore out of his dry throat, as he reached for a goblet of water. As it always was, nice, cold and fresh, and Harry gratefully drank the entire goblet. Sleep, Harry, I'll be here when you wake up, said Remus, suddenly feeling awful for questioning him. He'd just been tortured after all. He shook his head. Harry was already sleeping, conked out while still sitting up. He smiled sadly as he levitated Harry down under the covers and tucked him in. He was going to be fine. Nothing had spoiled his recent need for making sarcastic comments. He hadn't failed to notice Harry becoming more like Snape over the past year. Nowadays though, it didn't seem like an entirely bad thing, now that he and Severus got on a little better. Albus was extremely pleased to be informed Harry was awake. Now they could get on with things. He immediately used his coin and called for an order meeting, holding it in Hogwarts this time. He didn't want to remove Harry from Hogwarts, or upset him by making him go to Grimmauld Place so soon after being tortured. Being tortured had probably left him feeling vulnerable, and seeing where his godfather had spent the last few years of his life would just distract him from everything else. Once Harry was in the order, he would give him some lessons. The boy needed to know some really good defensive light magic. He trusted no one else to train Harry in what he needed. No doubt they'd train him in grey magic, or at least what Dumbledore considered grey magic. Severus quarters, yelled Dumbledore, sticking his head in the fire. He could have used a house elf, but right now he couldn't be bothered with their constant babbling. He looked around, but didn't see Severus anywhere. That wasn't unusual. Normally if he was at Hogwarts during summer, he was in his potions lab. Severus, called Dumbledore impatiently. His knees didn't do as well on the floor as they used to. He hated the signs of getting old. He'd never felt it before, and refused to show it now. Yes, Albus? Asked Severus coming through a doorway facing the fire, looking irritated. I received the meeting time, he added. It wasn't the first time Dumbledore had come for that particular reason. It made him roll his eyes. If the old wizard insisted on making sure everyone got the message, there was just no point to using the coin. Bring Harry along with you, said Albus. Then he removed his head from the flow, not giving Severus enough time to scowl and snipe at him. Which he knew the potions master would. He couldn't seem to do anything without a fight first. In the end though, Snape always bowed to his wishes. Severus scowled at the empty fireplace, biting his tongue to stop himself saying what he truly felt. Going back to Spinner's End was definitely out of the question. He wasn't about to leave a curious 16-year-old in his rooms alone. In a month's time though, Severus would consider it one of the best decisions he'd ever made. Slinking off back to his lab, he made sure to be keeping an eye on the time as he prepared for his next potion. He went to his cupboard, bringing out jars filled with all manner of ingredients. Some of them were extremely disgusting, slippery and slimy. He took out only what he needed, cutting, slicing and dicing them all the way they were meant to be done. He did it with practiced finesse. Once the first lot were done, he took the jars back and came out with more. He had the precise amounts required within 10 minutes, everything prepared for his potion. He would unfortunately have to wait until he returned from the meeting to brew it. He didn't know how long the dratted meeting was going to last, and he hated ruining potions more than anything else. It was one of his pet peeves. He was a potions master, and the idea of spoiling one was intolerable to him. He was careful when cleaning the stirrer with water from the tap at the side of his lab, and dried it magically so nothing was transferred. Nodding in satisfaction, he sat the stirrer and the empty potion vial and left his potions lab, closing the door behind him. This was one place he wasn't about to let Potter roam around. He'd made that abundantly clear to the little sneak. His robes as always billowed out around him as he walked, or rather stalked with purpose towards the hospital wing. It had been the full moon last night. No doubt Potter was alone. He'd be surprised if Lupin actually showed up for this order meeting. He always looked like crap the first day after the full moon. Severus shook his thoughts away, not wanting to dwell on Lupin. "Potter," said Severus as he walked into the hospital wing. The boy appeared to be sleeping. His lips quirked when the boy jumped, his sleepy green eyes looking around, no doubt for the source of the disturbance. Harry stared at Snape, wondering what he could possibly be wanting. He still hadn't worked up the courage to thank him. His mind always came up with the most absurd scenarios of how the professor would react. They'd never gotten on, so his ideas didn't seem all that ridiculous to him. "Yes," he finally asked while sitting up, his eyes never leaving Snape's. Thankfully the damage caused by Snape's spell had healed nicely, although the area was still a little tender. Thank Merlin he'd not needed to go to the toilet yesterday. He didn't think he'd have coped. "Professor Dumbledore would like to see you," said Severus bluntly. Harry blinked. The man was acting weird, his sneer was missing and it changed his entire face. That's not to say he was being nice, but it did change him slightly. Was he always like this during the summer? Did he, like Harry, put on a front for people? He hadn't really thought of it before. "All right," Harry said, swinging his feet out of bed, wincing at the coldness of the concrete floor. He had on a pair of sky blue and white striped pajamas. "Do you not have a pair of slippers?" asked Severus, his lip curling at the boy's stupidity. As he conjured a pair for the boy, and flung them over, Harry caught them with his keen seeker reflexes, even without the aid of his glasses. "No, I've never had a pair," Harry answered, shrugging indifferently. He normally just put his school shoes on. The pajamas he had on were far too big for him. He truly was skin and bone. Severus knew he'd need to brew more potions. Harry had a long way to go before he was anywhere near the right weight for his age. It irritated him beyond belief that he hadn't noticed it. The boy wasn't healthy, and he shouldn't even be allowed to play Quidditch the way he was. He certainly wouldn't let any of his Slytherins play in this condition, that was for certain. Unfortunately he had no say on Potter. Dumbledore and McGonagall had made that abundantly clear. "Let's go," said Severus, waiting for Harry to catch up with him. Then he began the long walk towards Dumbledore's office. He could have used the flow, but he didn't want to arrive early. He hated nearly everyone in the order, and liked to avoid any of the small talk they foisted upon him. Especially Molly. Severus' lip curled just thinking about it. She continued to try and bombard him with food and drink each time he was there. "Why does he want me there?" asked Harry, trying to keep up with his professor's long strides. This was harder than normal, even with all the food Poppy had stuffed him with 2 hours ago. "Because Professor Dumbledore demands it," said Severus. "Now come along, the order meeting will be starting in 5 minutes. "To join?" he asked curiously. It was the only thing that made sense. He'd never been allowed to participate in any meeting before. He wasn't as excited about the prospect as he had been at the age of 15. In fact, he wasn't excited at all. He wasn't sure if it was what he wanted anymore. If Sirius hadn't been an Order member, he wouldn't have been told about him being missing. Then he would never have gone to the Ministry to try and save him. Regardless of what Harry had believed at the time, he no longer blamed Severus Snape. It hadn't been Snape that told Sirius, he knew that now. Snape would never willingly have spoken to his godfather. He'd been an idiot to blame him, really. Perhaps, said Severus, surprised by the lack of eagerness in the boy's voice. Perhaps the boy would use the brain he knew was in his head somewhere. Said Harry. He was not joining the Order, was the man trying to get him killed. He knew nothing, well, he didn't know any decent spells. He needed to be taught how to fight, especially against Death Eaters. Which nobody seemed any too eager to do, despite knowing he was their last hope. They knew what the prophecy entailed, but not what it said specifically. Nobody other than Harry and Dumbledore did. Staring at Snape's back curiously, he wondered if he could get the potions master to teach him. Snape was fast, strong, and probably knew a lot about spells. He'd need to be rather convincing through. Snape hated him, so he'd have to spin a good yarn to make him agree. Professor? Asked Harry as they made their way up. His breathing was rather ragged, and he felt exhausted already. After being under the Cruciatus curse so many times, it was to be expected, really. Yes, Potter, what is it? Asked Severus, stopping as he waited on the boy catching up. This made him feel slightly guilty. The boy was hurting, and he was probably aggravating his injuries. Can I speak to you later? Privately, I mean, asked Harry, holding his breath. Severus turned around, eyeing Harry suspiciously. What on earth could Harry have to say to him? His curiosity got the better of him, and he agreed. Very well. Thank you, said Harry, knowing it didn't hurt to be polite, especially if he got his way. Severus just grunted as he intoned the password to get into Dumbledore's office. Chocolate Frog, barely able to stop himself rolling his eyes. Sometimes he suspected the old fool had a screw loose somewhere. He acted like a child sometimes, using sweets as a mean to guard his quarters and office. Once in the office, Severus slipped into the corner immediately, leaving Harry to bear the brunt of the Order members' curious, relieved, happy looks. Oh, Harry dear, cooed Molly, looking ecstatic to see him as she enveloped him in a rib-cracking hug. Hello, Mrs. Weasley, said Harry, smiling at her. She'd always made him feel like a seventh son, even when Ron fell out with him. How are you feeling, sweetie? You look a little peaky, said Molly, inspecting him. Being cursed with the Cruciatus curse will do that, said Harry honestly, causing Molly to flinch and burst into tears, hugging him once more. Harry's wide-eyed look begged for help, which made Arthur smile as he came to Harry's aid. He led his overwhelming wife away, sitting her back down in her seat. Harry sighed in relief. He loved her hugs, but sometimes she was just a bit much. Considering he'd never had anyone in his life to give him hugs, it was always a bit much. He barely tolerated Hermione's hugs at the beginning of each year. Then again, that was because he was always in pain at that time. It took a few months for him to recover, stealing what potions he could or just letting his magic heal him. Come in, my boy, have a seat, said Albus, beaming at his greatest creation proudly. The boy had turned out even better than he'd hoped, so much more powerful and obedient than he had ever imagined. Next year he would be in Auror training, hopefully destroying Voldemort before then. He would be the example everyone would want to follow, and the world would go back to the way he wanted it. Just like it had been after Harry had destroyed Voldemort the first time. Harry looked around, finding the only empty seat was right beside Dumbledore. He was shivering slightly. It was rather cold at the moment. Maybe he should have used a dressing gown. Although Poppy hadn't brought one out for him, he had not needed one, after all. Harry nevertheless took a seat in his allotted chair, ignoring all the looks he was receiving. Even after all these years, it seemed as if the boy who lived was still a mystery to them. They'd seen him lots of times. He hadn't changed either. He hated being stared at like this. Did you get everything you needed done, Severus? Asked Albus, looking at his potions master. He knew the man hated having attention shifted onto him, but Dumbledore liked annoying Severus. "Yes," said Severus, narrowing his eyes at the headmaster, almost twitching in his seat. "That's good," said Dumbledore, nodding happily. "Now, Harry, no doubt you are wondering just why you have been called here, isn't that right?" Dumbledore's attention was now on Harry, just as the door opened again. "Sorry I'm late, headmaster," said Remus, who looked the worse for wear. "Ah, Remus, I was not expecting you today, come on in," said Albus, as always pleased to see everyone. "Thank you, headmaster," said Remus, entering the room properly and conjuring a seat close to Harry. He ignored the amused grin on Harry's face. It had spread across him when Dumbledore had said come on in, since it was obvious Remus was already inside the office. "So, Harry, yes, today I called you up here for one purpose," said Albus, stopping to add drama to the conversation. "That's to finally induct you as an Order member. You have proven you can handle such a momentous task." Harry blinked. It sounded as though Dumbledore was making the decision for him, not asking him, which actually irritated him beyond belief. He was so damn sick of people deciding what he should do. For 6 years he'd put up with it, smiling all the while. No more, he would control his own fate. It had been a long time coming. Harry had been feeling like this since 5th year. "No, thank you, headmaster," said Harry, as the room suddenly gaped at him. Harry was almost tempted to check his shoulder to see if he'd grown an additional head in the past 5 seconds. "What do you mean, my boy?" asked Albus, looking quite shocked. He could barely believe his ears. Nobody had declined his offer to join the Order. Harry was an important figure, and for him not to join wasn't good for morale. It might cause dissension within the group. "I mean, I am not joining the Order," said Harry softly. "Harry, if this is because we did not come and get you earlier, we couldn't. We are sorry," said Tonks, thinking that Harry blamed them for the torture he had just been put through. The others were all nodding their agreement, other than Moody and a few battle-hardened wizards. They didn't care whether Harry joined or not. It was his decision, and he'd spoken. That was enough for them. "It has nothing to do with that, I'm just not joining," said Harry tiredly. He didn't want to argue with them. This was his decision and they would have to learn to live by it. "Why, my boy, I thought you would have liked to join," asked Dumbledore, caught completely unprepared and stunned by this unexpected turn. Harry was supposed to join. The fact he hadn't made Dumbledore inwardly furious. Harry Potter was supposed to do as he said. Well, he would have to convince the boy then. "If you had asked me 2 years ago, I would have gladly joined, Professor Dumbledore. I am no longer 15 years old, I'm almost legally an adult in the wizarding world, and I'll be damned if I let you continue manipulating me," said Harry adamantly. Albus blanched at the words, his twinkle leaving his eyes completely as he stared in a dumbfounded silence at Harry Potter. His mouth was slightly open, a definite unattractive look on such a smart and powerful wizard. Then again, nearly the entire Order had the same exact look about them. Moody was smirking. He'd always thought the boy should have toughened up. Severus was impassive. The only give-away was his overly bright black eyes, and they were actually twinkling. "Harry," said Dumbledore, staring at the teenager like he'd never truly seen him before. Then again, he hadn't. All he'd seen was one of his proudest accomplishments. Well, he wasn't so proud now. "You knew I hated it there, knew that the Dursleys beat the hell out of me, yet you continued to send me back. You kept insisting it was for the greater good, and the wards were more important than a disagreement with my family," said Harry sarcastically. Everyone was frowning, staring between Harry and Albus, waiting for someone to talk. To deny the accusations just leveled Dumbledore's way. Their hearts were sinking though, when Dumbledore didn't quickly deny or refute the accusation. "Harry, this is not the time or the place for this," said Dumbledore soothingly. "You told me you didn't want to go home, but if every student that came here who said this stayed over, Hogwarts would be open all year around." Harry scoffed at Dumbledore's blatant lie, his green eyes showing his disbelief. "Keep telling yourself that," he told the old man. Fury was beginning to bleed from his very pores. "That is enough, Mr. Potter. You were in my school, I won't be spoken to in such a manner," said Albus, warning seeping into his voice. 20 points will be removed from Gryffindor at the beginning of the school year for the lack of respect. Please excuse me, headmaster, said Harry sarcastically, I would like to go back to bed. I haven't fully recovered from being tortured and nearly killed, in a place that's supposed to have protected to me. Harry? Asked Remus, standing up, looking extremely conflicted. He'd been in the order so long, and he felt surprised by Harry's unwillingness to join. He had wrongfully assumed Harry would immediately say yes, they needed to talk. Will I see you later? Asked Harry, stopping over at Remus' chair. Yes, I'll be down to the hospital wing right after, said Remus, glad that Harry wasn't going to make him choose. He knew who he would choose, Harry, each and every time. It still wasn't a choice he wanted to be forced to make though. Okay, said Harry, before he walked out of the room without saying anything further. The Order just stared at Dumbledore. They'd never seen him lose his cool like that before. Not even fighting you-know-who could elicit an angry response from him. To see Harry and Albus at odds didn't bode well for their side at all. They had to settle their differences soon, otherwise the darkness would get an upper hand. Harry must have fallen asleep again, because the next thing he was aware of was Remus sitting down and wakening him up. It couldn't have been long, the meetings never lasted more than an hour or so. Sitting up, he smiled almost sadly at Remus' exhausted state. Looks like you need this bed more than me, said Harry wryly. Remus chuckled. I'll live, said the wolf, smiling at his cub. Have you had a potion? Asked Harry, his concern for Remus obvious. Yes, otherwise I wouldn't have made it here, said Remus honestly. I must say I am rather glad I came, quite a shock you've given us all. If you've come at Dumbledore's insistence to get me to join, Remus, I'll throw that water at you, said Harry seriously. Remus laughed. Water thrown at him? He'd been threatened with worse over the years. No, Harry, I respect your decision, although I am curious, why did you say no? Shuffling his chair forward, he stared at Harry with intense amber eyes. Remus, sighed Harry in exasperation, I am 16 years old. I have only a Hogwarts education, with defense teachers who either wanted to kill me or torture me. I had to teach the other students myself, a few years back. Me, who didn't know magic existed until I was 11 years old. Good point, said Remus quietly. He hadn't really considered it from that point of view before. Harry did seem a lot more powerful and capable than his classmates. Powerful he was, capable, perhaps, but not overly so. As he'd said, he only knew the spells that his defense teachers had taught. In my defense, I didn't know what I was doing. I hadn't taken my Wolfsbane potion. I actually didn't mean you, but when you put it like that, fair point, teased Harry. I still did attack you. If it wasn't for Sirius, Severus, and the time travel, I could have grievously harmed you. When Severus told everyone, he had every right. I could have killed all of you, or worse, infected you, said Remus in understanding. Harry giggled. You remind me of Hermione. How so? Asked Remus. Well, back in first year, right? We got lost and ended up in the Forbidden Corridor. We met Fluffy, and we ran for it. Once we got away, Hermione said we could have got killed, or worse, expelled, said Harry, his fondness for his best friend obvious. What did you and Ron have to say about that? Asked Remus, his lips twitching. Hermione reminded him of himself. He too had thought like that, especially with the stunts Sirius and James had pulled. Of course, he hadn't told Harry any of the juvenile things he'd done. Harry had a strong sense of right and wrong, so much so he'd flute Sirius immediately, demanding answers as to why his father had done such an awful thing to Snape. A teacher whom Harry had hated, yet he'd defended him. Sirius hadn't helped matters any by stating they were just kids and trying to brush it off. Harry had received a nightly vision of his father, and he'd believed he was someone like himself. It had been a rather harsh wake-up call, and Remus didn't think Harry had recovered from it yet. Harry was such a hero, he'd save anyone, even someone he loathed. Ron told me she had to sort out her priorities once she was gone, said Harry. Do they know? I mean about what happened to me. Arthur and Molly didn't want to tell them. They know how close the three of you were. They would have probably tried to rescue you themselves, which would have hindered our efforts, rather than helped it, said Remus. I doubt it, Hermione's brilliant you know, said Harry. I know she was the one that invented the coins in the first place, Remus agreed. I know, said Harry. I'll know when they are told. 2 rabid owls will chase after me. You aren't upset I stayed, are you? Asked Remus, getting to another of his worries. No, I'm not angry at anyone, said Harry, shrugging his shoulders. He just wanted to survive. Was that too much to ask? He knew he couldn't rely on anyone, he'd have to do it himself. So that's exactly what he was going to do. He was going to offer Severus Snape something he couldn't refuse. Was it true? Asked Remus, getting to the real question after skirting around it for half an hour. I've been waiting for that to crop up, said Harry warily, and whether you choose to believe me or not, it's very true. Dumbledore knew. I told him what they did, and he just laughed it off as a misunderstanding and told me the wards were much more important. How can you say that, Harry? I know you aren't a liar, said Remus, aghast that Harry was even suggesting that he'd take Dumbledore's side over his. Not what everyone else thought by the end of the meeting, though, said Harry grimly. Remus just stared. It was enough to confirm Harry's suspicions. Thought as much, said Harry, some of them just couldn't think for themselves. They believed everything they heard from Dumbledore and took it as fact. Not everyone, the Weasleys were all on your side, said Remus quietly, wincing as pain shot down his back, momentarily stealing the breath from his lungs. The pain reliever, it seemed, was already weakening. You should sleep for a while, Remus, you look exhausted and you're in pain, said Harry. Are you sure you will be okay? Asked Remus. He didn't like leaving, but the pain was only going to continue. It took a few days to fade away, and he couldn't afford a lot of pain relief. The one he'd taken was actually one Severus had provided him with when he'd handed him his wolfsbane potion. Course I will, said Harry. All right, I'll come by tomorrow, Remus said, standing up and suppressing a moan as agony tore through him. He would have to flow. He was in no condition to apparate. He clutched Harry's shoulder in silent support before he made his way through to Poppy's office. Harry wasn't surprised to see Poppy come bustling out, grab a few potions, then disappear into her office again. Once the hospital wing went silent, Harry slipped out of bed and put on the slippers Severus had conjured. Nobody had done anything like that for him ever before. It was rather nice. He also took one of the bathrobes. He knew where everything was kept in the hospital wing. He'd been there often enough and had seen Poppy either cleaning up after or getting ready for another patient. They were all dark blue. Grabbing one he took off, making his way through to the dungeons, his mind working over what he wanted to say to his professor. He wondered if it would work, or if Snape would just report everything back to Dumbledore. It was a risk, yes, but unfortunately it was a risk he had to take. He made his way to Snape's office. Hopefully he'd be there. As it stood, he had no idea where his trunk was. Without it, he couldn't get access to the Marauders' map, which indeed would have been the easiest way to track his professor down. Holding his breath, he knocked loudly on the door and waited. Come in, barked Severus Snape. Harry opened the door, and found Snape writing up what looked like classroom schedules for next year. He wasn't wearing the heavy robes he usually wore while teaching, which made him appear even skinnier, if that was possible. Snape was rail thin and they had the nerve to say he was malnourished. Potter, you wanted to talk, so talk, said Severus, continuing on with what he was doing. I'd rather talk when I have your full attention, sir, said Harry, crossing his arms. He didn't like being made to feel insignificant. He wasn't sure if Snape was doing it on purpose, but he'd find out soon enough. Severus dropped the quill, and began rubbing his temples in irritation. Either that or he had a headache. Go on, said Severus, staring impassively at the 16-year-old. He would have to learn to get on. They were going to be sharing the same quarters for the duration of the summer, much to his consternation. Thank you for saving me, Harry started out, feeling slightly bad at not saying it before this. At the look of shocked disbelief currently displayed on his teacher's face, it was obvious that Snape had long ago given up hope that anyone would recognize the part he played in the war. All right, Potter, what do you want? Severus demanded, staring at the teenager in suspicion. I mean it, snapped Harry. I am not saying it just because I want something. he scowled at the potions professor, upset by his suspicion. Even worse, he was going to think just that with his next request, and it wasn't how it looked. "You are welcome," said Severus, staring at the teen and waiting for the other shoe to drop. Harry shuffled in, sitting on the seat in front of Snape's desk, his feet, legs, and back beginning to ache something fierce. He wasn't so sure Snape would accept his proposal now, he'd probably be kicked out of his office. "I have a proposition for you, if you will hear me out long enough." "Out with it, Potter," Severus said in resignation. He'd known something was coming his way. As always, he was rarely disappointed. He knew how people worked. Although he was, admittedly, impressed with Harry's underhand Slytherin tactics. Who knew the Gryffindor golden boy would be able to do such a thing? Then he sighed at his own thoughts. No, not quite golden, was he? Harry had been abused by his family. There was probably a great deal of Slytherin lying under Harry's surface. "I want you to teach me how to fight, especially the way the Death Eaters do, minus the unforgivables of course," Harry said, continuing on despite the look of utter disbelief that had stolen over Severus' features. He knew he didn't have long before the wizard burst into a furious diatribe. "You will be well compensated for your time, and I'll give you something probably every Slytherin in the castle has dreamed of." "Money. You think I can be bought with money?" scoffed Severus. He was of course being disingenuous. Everyone can be bought with money. He just didn't like Potter flaunting his wealth. "Actually no, that wasn't what I was going to offer," said Harry, half surprised he hadn't been kicked out yet. The boy was infuriating. He wanted to strangle the bloody life out of him. Of all times in his life to start being cryptic, he chose now. Severus kept his face impassive despite his thoughts, waiting for Potter to break first. He was not going to ask the boy what he meant. He absolutely refused to be drawn into Harry Potter's game. He doubted the boy could offer him anything that would truly tempt him anyway. He was admittedly curious about the "every Slytherin in the castle has dreamed of" statement. The boy seemed so sure of himself, and Potter was smart when it mattered. It did turn his stomach to admit this, not that he ever would out loud. "I'd show you the Chamber of Secrets," said Harry, a smirk appearing on his face. Severus inhaled sharply. All right, the boy did know how to negotiate. "That is hardly considered compensation," said Severus smoothly, leaning back against his chair. "Two could play at Potter's game." "I believe I did say compensated and shown the chamber," said Harry. Severus remained silent, arching a sculptured eyebrow in Harry's direction. All right," said Harry, realizing his teacher was getting annoyed. "There's a 60-foot basilisk down there. Everything can be used, except its eyes. They were eaten by fox. You can have half of it." "Very well, Potter," said Severus. Damn it, he'd been wrong. The boy had negotiated with something he couldn't refuse. There hadn't been basilisk parts in over a century, and this boy was offering him fangs, scales, bones, everything that could be stripped from the Caracas. Plus it would give him time to get to know Potter better. He had to know how bad the abuse was, why he'd hidden it, and if anyone else had known. "Thank you, sir," said Harry. "I did mean it, though, the apology, I mean. I wouldn't have asked you, sir, to train me, but I know you will be the best at it. Nobody knows the Death Eaters as well as you, and you were inventing spells before even leaving Hogwarts." He was in awe of that little fact. "Just how did you find out about that, Potter?" asked Severus. "I found your old 6th-year potions book," stated Harry calmly. Dumbledore had forced Severus to lower the grade needed to get into the NEWT's potions class. His little creation needed potions to be an Auror, after all. Potter had to follow his family's footsteps. There were no other career choices for him. It was why he'd always made sure others spoke of what James did for a living. Harry hadn't bought a potions text, under the impression he couldn't get in. Ron hadn't gotten high enough marks to get in. You needed outstanding, and Ron had barely passed potions at all. So he and Hermione were the only Gryffindors who had attended last year, and would be this year too. "Knight, sir. Where do you think you are going, Potter?" asked Severus. Harry stiffened and turned around, eyeing Severus Snape warily. He sounded positively gleeful. Which by the way had never been a good thing for him, in his entire time at Hogwarts. "Sir?" questioned Harry. Has Professor Dumbledore alerted you to where you'd be staying this summer? Asked Severus, a smirk on his face. No, said Harry unsurely. He was feeling very much like an 11-year-old again with his teacher sporting that look. Said Severus thoughtfully, did he let the headmaster tell him? Judging by the way they'd spoken earlier, leaving them alone in the same room wasn't a good idea. It was hard to swallow that Potter was more powerful than Dumbledore. Then again, Harry was just coming into his prime, Albus was a senior wizard, and both were still admittedly impressive the way their magic clashed. Here he was, being asked to train Potter into a warrior. You were to stay with me, Potter. Somehow that doesn't surprise me, sighed Harry shaking his head. Before or after I told him where to stick his membership? Before, said Severus bluntly. Tomorrow we go to the chamber, that's if you feel up for it. Once Poppy has given you the all-clear we shall commence training. Yes, sir, said Harry. On the condition you eat 4 full meals a day. I won't train you, Potter, until you gain a stone, said Severus, ignoring the horrified look on the teenager's face. It would be all too easy to break Potter's bones the way he was right now, and with training, accidents would be inevitable, hence why he had to gain that much-needed weight. Fine, said Harry closing the door as he left. He knew he'd never get Snape to let up on that. Once Snape made up his mind, it was made up. Only Dumbledore had ever succeeded in changing it, and even at that it was only sometimes. 4 meals, he didn't know how he was going to cope. He could barely eat 1, sometimes 2, never mind 4 in one goddamn day. He couldn't just pretend he was eating them either. Snape was such a Slytherin. A whole stone. He grumbled all the way to the hospital wing to find Poppy placing a meal in front of him. Harry closed his eyes and groaned in despair. Are you in pain, Harry? Asked Poppy, staring at her patient with worried blue eyes. I just ache everywhere. I feel sick looking at that food. I'd probably just be sick too, admitted Harry. Poppy wouldn't leave him alone unless he was honest with her, something he'd figured out quite quickly. 2 potions will take care of that, said Poppy, plucking 2 from the table and placing them open in Harry's hand. Severus Snape woke earlier than usual that day. Poppy had given Harry Potter the all-clear. Which meant he was well enough to take him to the chamber. He'd never admit it, of course, but it had more to do with the basilisk than the actual chamber. Salazar Slytherin, he'd always been an inspiration to Severus, who like the founder of Hogwarts had loved defense and potions. After having a very quick shower, and an even quicker breakfast, he stalked in his usual fashion towards the hospital wing. Upon entering he noticed Harry was in a rather agitated state. There seemed to be only one person capable of that these days, Albus Dumbledore. You are not dressed, said Severus, his voice deeply unimpressed. Harry looked up looking startled, but Severus was used to it. He walked extremely quiet for a man who nearly ran everywhere. It served him well during his spying days, and still did, now that he was officially spying once again. He was rather lucky the Dark Lord didn't suspect him, but he wasn't overly confident it would remain that way. The Dark Lord hadn't become who he was, without being deeply suspicious. Very astute observation, sir. Nobody has bothered to bring me my trunk, said Harry, his arms crossed and his eyes dark despite his attempted humor. He was really angry, and he felt as though his magic was about to explode. He couldn't believe the sheer nerve of Dumbledore. To come down here and demand what he had. He had been too shocked to even reply. That's how unprepared Harry had been for such a demand. Severus' lips twitched. The boy was beginning to sound just like him. He wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. Well, if he hadn't been able to successfully teach him potions, he'd at least expanded Harry's vocabulary. He felt amused at the thought of him looking up the words to see what they'd meant. Dobby. Unknowingly he called upon Harry's favorite house elf. Yes, sir, asked Dobby, staring at Severus awaiting his orders. Go to Privet Drive and retrieve all of Mr. Potter's belongings. Be quick about it, said Severus. Be careful, Dobby, there might be people watching the place, said Harry quietly, not wanting anything to happen to Dobby. The Dursleys had been brutally murdered. The police would probably be staking the place out. It was well known that most murderers returned to the scene of the crime. His heart sank. What if the police have been through it? My wand. Is in the cabinet, Mr. Potter. Remus brought it along with him, said Severus, soothing the worried teenager. He didn't blame him for getting so upset over his wand. Without it you were extremely vulnerable. With Harry being the most wanted wizard in the magical world, well, he'd panic as well. Points to him for keeping it well reined in, especially when normally Potter was usually overdramatic. As for the police, they would suspect that the Dursleys had ties to the occult, nothing more. If it had ended up in their hands, it wouldn't have taken long for it to go mysteriously missing from both inventory and the computer. Magic had to be protected at all costs. They had an entire department dedicated to it. The trunk and Dobby quickly returned. Does Professor Snape require anything else? Yes, pack a lunch for myself and Mr. Potter, said Severus. He didn't plan on going up and down all day. Once he was there, he planned on getting everything done. He already had supplies on hand. By tonight hopefully the basilisk would be completely dissected. Yes, sir, said Dobby, leaving again. Harry opened his trunk and found everything inside, even the pictures he'd drawn as a child before Hogwarts. When he'd been told to collect everything, Dobby really had collected it all. Harry shook his head wryly, as he picked up the small green soldiers, most of them missing parts. That is everything you own? Asked Severus, staring at the teenager with a look that Harry couldn't decipher. His black eyes were roaming over the contents in the trunk. It told the story of Harry's life in greater detail than even the results of Poppy's scan. Even he had had more than what Harry did in that trunk by his age. Harry looked up towards the teacher looming over him. He'd always known since 5th year he and Snape had endured similar childhoods. It still hurt that Snape had automatically assumed he was spoiled all the time. No, not just hurt, it infuriated him beyond even what he'd felt when Marge had said those awful things about his mum. It was why he'd made sure the man couldn't see any of his worst memories during occlumency lessons. Yes, replied Harry bluntly. I see, said Severus, revealing none of his feelings or thoughts. Harry grabbed his clothes, his cheeks heating up at the thought of Snape seeing him with them on. Unfortunately, his school uniforms no longer fitted him. He'd used them for 2 years, and there was no point to buying clothes he didn't need. This was something he regretted big time at the moment. Nobody had ever seen him in his clothes. He always hid them under his robes, even during the weekend. At most he'd wear his school trousers with Mrs. Weasley's jumpers. Harry closed the curtains around his bed, and with great reluctance began putting his cousin's cast-offs on. He used the rope he'd taken from the hut a few years back, to tie them tight enough not to fall down. Severus couldn't quite hide his shock when Potter finally came out from behind the hospital wing curtains. He looked like a street urchin. He was 16 years old, and he should have taken up the mantle as the last Potter heir and the perks that came with it. Or at least when he turned 17, surely he still had some money in his trust vault until the main ones opened for him. There had been a reason he'd always called Harry a spoiled brat, other than thinking he actually was, because of the money. The Potters were one of the wealthiest pureblood families around. By rights, the prince inheritance should have come to him, but instead he'd had to work extremely hard for every canute he ever made. Why, Potter, do you dress like that? Asked Severus, his voice slightly raspy. Harry just stared at him, not even trying to answer that question. Potter, your father, said Severus, his lip curling unconsciously, left you a lot of money. Why haven't you at least purchased a decent wardrobe? There isn't that much left, shrugged Harry, not after buying my books and things I needed for Hogwarts, and spending a little on sweets on the train. Severus stared in disbelief. Potter, haven't you received a statement from Gringotts? Asked Severus, cursing inwardly. The bag with their lunch in it appeared beside him. Obviously Dobby was too busy to return. Which surprised him. House elves were always hounding them for something to do during summer holidays, when the students were away. No, said Harry uncomfortably, not wanting to continue with the conversation. Remove the string and hold onto your trousers, said Severus, removing his wand, half surprised when the boy did what he'd asked without so much as a grumble or glare. With that Severus shrank the trousers, until Harry could only manage to get his thumbs under the waistband. He repeated the process with the boy's jumper. He looked slightly better, but the clothes really did look as though they'd been through the ringer too often. Now let's go, he said, retrieving the bag filled with their lunch, and he began once again stalking down the halls, making a mental note to take Potter to Gringotts during the summer. Harry made no attempt to keep up. It wasn't common knowledge where the chamber was. Did Snape know? Had Dumbledore informed the teachers? It wasn't like him. Then he remembered first year and Dumbledore's loud proclamation and realized, keeping it secret was exactly what the old fool would do. Severus stopped once he was in the main entrance hall, waiting impatiently for Harry to catch up. "Lead the way," said Severus. For once there was no sarcasm in his voice as he said that particular sentence. "Yes, sir," said Harry, ambling down the corridor, a corridor which, if the school could remain still, he'd be able to get to blindfolded. Unfortunately, with moving staircases, ghosts, and sinking steps, he didn't stand a chance. The school was a maze, even with a map, and he was surprised more students didn't get lost. 10 minutes later, Severus was very unimpressed when Harry led him into a girl's bathroom. He'd never entered one. As a teacher, it was inappropriate. Only in a dire emergency would he have ever considered entering one. No, he would have just retrieved a female teacher to go in if it was important. Severus nearly jumped a foot in the air, when a loud shriek startled the wits out of him. He could see Potter was just standing there staring, not even the slightest bit put out. He would never admit his lapse of judgment, not even when he saw what caused it. Moaning Myrtle, he'd heard rumors over the years about a female ghost haunting somewhere. He hadn't listened to the students for long. A ghost haunting somewhere was hardly news to him. "Hello, Myrtle," said Harry, smiling at the suddenly quiet ghost. "Hello, Harry, have you come to share my toilet with me?" asked the ghost. Severus gaped. Before recovering himself, had a ghost just flirted with Harry Bloody Potter? Why didn't it surprise him that even the ghosts were fascinated with him? And just why the hell did he feel something sink in the pit of his stomach? That wasn't an appropriate response. He brushed it off, refusing to think on it further. Something he was very good at doing, for most part anyway. Then he heard it. Harry was speaking Parseltongue, causing a greater inappropriate feeling to course through him. Lust, plain and simple, despite the fact there wasn't anything simple or plain about that emotion. Now the Dark Lord speaking the snake language had never made him feel like that before, so he knew it was Potter, not the language. Severus savagely bit his tongue, ridding himself of the effect the teenager was having on him. "Not just yet," said Harry, wryly, watching the sink split open. One section in particular, in front of him, was sinking down into the ground. A grate of metal slid into place, and then the toilet went ominously quiet. Severus edged forward, staring down the endless black hole in front of him. Some might have compared it to his own eyes. "Lumos," he whispered. His wand lit up, but it showed nothing since the drop wasn't straight down the pipes were what you could compare to a Muggle water slide. "Angled, so you didn't end up breaking bones sliding down a tube." "See you down there," said Harry. Before Severus could even think of responding to or stopping him, Harry disappeared down the giant hole. Severus grimaced as he stared down the pit. Of all things, he hadn't imagined he'd have to do this. He heard a faint crushing sound before all was quiet. Severus wanted the basilisk parts too badly to stay behind, so he did as Harry had and launched himself into the pipe. Harry waited for Professor Snape. His lips twitched in amusement and irritation. Even falling down a pipe, the man still managed to look graceful. Just as he reached the bottom, he landed on both his feet, saving himself getting drenched in the fishbone-infested water. Severus grimaced in disgust at the million fish bones under his feet. The place was utterly disgusting. This was where Salazar Slytherin wanted to put his legendary chamber. He stared around, noticing the fallen stones. There must have been a cave in at some point. There was no space for them to climb through, just a small hole that not even a dog could get through. "This is where Lockhart tried to obliviate me and Ron. The spell backfired, causing the cave-in," explained Harry, as he walked closer, wondering what to do. He wasn't sure if it was even safe to remove the big boulders. "How did you manage to both get through that?" asked Severus, quite frankly astonished. "I was actually separated from Ron and Lockhart," I continued on while Ron tried to dig his way through. "He managed to get some removed so me and Ginny could get back here," Harry explained. It's not safe to remove it, I'd imagine more would cave in. Severus smirked, leave it to me. Before Harry could comment, he began to repair the damage done to the chamber. It took him 10 minutes, but it was impressive to watch as cement just repositioned itself and melted seamlessly, as if it had never been broken. Even after 6 years of performing and knowing about magic, it hadn't lost its amazement for Harry. Not even knowing all the horrible things magic could do stained Harry's love for magic. Cool, said Harry, mentally remembering the spell. You never knew when it might come in handy. Indeed, said Severus, staring around the room in interest. He said in a breath when Potter once again spoke in that language. The last time Potter had spoken it at the age of 12, he'd sounded like the Dark Lord, threatening and demanding. Yet when he spoke it like this time, it sounded caressing, soothing, arousing as hell, and he did not like it. He was rather hoping it would be the last time. Thank Merlin he'd put on his stiff teaching robes. They stepped through the door, after it clanged open loudly, and Severus felt the breath leave him. Now this was different, this was obviously the actual entrance to Salazar's private chamber. Potter? Asked Severus as they stepped through. Yes, asked Harry, looking slightly bored. He'd been here, seen it, done it, and wore the t-shirt as the saying goes. It was nothing new and it didn't hold any awe for him. What had you agitated when I walked into the hospital wing? Asked Severus, wondering if the boy would tell him. Was his gut instinct right and it was Dumbledore? Or was he so far off the beaten path and completely wrong? He would be surprised if the boy did answer, apology or not, they'd never been close, that was just a nice way of saying it. Dumbledore, Harry bit out, his earlier anger returning. What's he done now? Asked Severus wryly. Dumbledore could irritate a saint, he should know, he'd had to put up with him for 16 years. Harry snorted. You don't want to know, he muttered bitterly. I wouldn't have asked, said Severus impassively. He told me Tonks would be by tonight, said Harry, said it was for the greater good that I have my magic unlocked, so I'd have more power to defeat Voldemort. Severus' eyebrows disappeared into his hairline, unable to believe what he'd just heard. That was taking his manipulations way too far. Part of him was shocked the boy was still a virgin. He was glad he'd been able to avoid hurting Potter that way, the spell he'd invented had truly come in handy. And do you have any intentions of following Dumbledore's orders? Asked Severus cautiously. The boy he'd seen in the order meeting the day before would say no, but the Potter he'd known for the past 6 years would do whatever Dumbledore asked. No, I'm through being anyone's puppet, Snape, said Harry seriously, before walking away. Indeed, said Severus, feeling rather impressed with Potter. Nobody on the light side said no to Dumbledore often. Even he found it hard to stick to his word. Dumbledore was, for most part, very convincing, and he made it sound as though there was no other way. Normally Dumbledore knew the trigger words to push him, all of them centered on Harry, Val, and more importantly, Lily. He was the ultimate Slytherin, but Dumbledore was the sneakiest Gryffindor in the world. Severus was half convinced the Sorting Hat originally wanted the old fool in Slytherin. Severus caught sight of the basilisk and stared at it in wonder. It was bigger than he'd imagined and much more impressive. The eyes, true to Harry's word, had been plucked out. They were empty sockets, enough to give someone nightmares for years if they hadn't had the life both he and Harry had led. Blood surrounded the head, it lay half in the water and half out. It looked as though it had just been killed, with no sign of deterioration. Strange, given the fact it had happened 4 years ago. What happened to it? He asked Harry, still enthralled with the beauty of it. I killed it, said Harry simply. Stabbed it through its mouth, the only vulnerable spot it has other than its eyes. Pity, isn't it? Too bad it listened to Voldemort. Would you stop calling him that? Growled Severus in irritation, not showing his awe that a 12-year-old boy had successfully managed to kill such a big beast. Harry ignored him as he began to walk around. He noticed that he couldn't get further, halfway around. The Slytherin skull seemed much bigger than he'd first anticipated. It obviously didn't go down underground, otherwise it would be underwater. Curiosity getting the better of him, he tried going around the other way, only to be met with the same problem. He was probably going to be down here for hours, so he might as well find something to occupy his time. He was intrigued, so it wasn't a hardship to look around. Who would have a secret chamber with just this? It was cold, not a proper hideout. Potter, what are you up to? Asked Severus in exasperation as the teenager walked by him yet again, distracting him from his work. Even carving up a basilisk you're complaining. An impossible to come by ingredient, and you would rather nark at me? Harry asked wryly, as he walked away not waiting on an answer. No doubt Severus was sneering at him or cursing him under his breath. He knew if school was on Snape, would have removed at least 50 points for that comment. Thankfully school wasn't in session, and Harry wasn't as intimidated by Severus as he used to be as a young boy. Standing in front of the rather unflattering image of Salazar Slytherin, he frowned, trying to remember the words a young Tom Riddle had spoken. What was it? Something about Slytherin. Open to me, Slytherin, greatest of Hogwarts, 4. No, that wasn't it. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of Hogwarts, 4. Just how the hell had Riddle learned all the passwords? It must mean there were clues lying somewhere for Slytherin descendants to get their hands on. Well, say what he wants about Voldemort, but Tom Riddle at 17 had been smart enough to find out. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts 4. Hissed Harry, smirking in triumph as the mouth of the giant stone face of said man opened as if to speak. Was it a Slytherin trait to think yourself better than everyone? It wasn't necessarily the best password to think up. Harry walked up the large stone tongue, and gasped at the glory in front of him. Had Voldemort seen this? If so, why hadn't he taken anything? The room was huge, so much bigger than the skull looked. The books were everywhere, packed and stacked together. He could see doors. Curiosity got the better of him and he peeked in. One was a large, fit-for-a-king bedroom, impeccably kept. Harry laughed wryly. The second door was a potions lab, a very large, beautiful potions lab. The main room seemed like a library or sitting room. Did Salazar Slytherin really leave Hogwarts? Or had he remained down here for the rest of his days? "Who are you?" shouted a voice, causing Harry to jump in fright, turning to face the sound of the voice. His eyes boggled, staring at the portrait utterly gobsmacked. He wouldn't have known who it was if it wasn't for the scary resemblance to the face he'd just walked through. It was Salazar Slytherin, with one difference: he still had hair. Black hair, green eyes, a gold pendant with an S carved and filled with green paint, or enamel. Long flowing robes of green with silver trimming. The Slytherin coat of arms, sewn in. He should have known they'd never been changed. It was exactly like the ones the Slytherins wore today. The robe looked expensive. Upon his hand was a large gold ring with an emerald embedded in it. He was all about house loyalty anyway, and by the look of it rich. They had to be, he supposed. After all, how else would they have been able to build a school? It hadn't been done completely with magic. Which of course would be impossible. No, they'd built it the normal way, adding magic afterwards. Severus came running in, wand drawn after hearing an unfamiliar voice. He relaxed when he caught no sight of any intruder. Only then did he see the room and his lips parted as he looked around, his face otherwise still impassive. "Harry Potter, this is Severus Snape. Why haven't you revealed yourself within Hogwarts before?" asked Harry. "Are you my heir?" questioned Salazar suspiciously. Harry grinned sheepishly. "Heir? No. Then how did you get down here?" demanded Salazar, looking outraged. "I can speak Parseltongue," said Harry. "Then you are my heir, boy," snapped Salazar impatiently. "No, the gift was passed on to me by your heir. Accidentally, he tried to kill me," stated Harry wryly. Severus watched both of them talk, his head acting like a ball during a tennis game. Back and forth, unable to form a coherent sentence. Salazar Slytherin had a portrait, and it was right in front of him. He, a spy, couldn't speak, yet a boy half his age was able to hold a conversation as if it happened every day. "The gift cannot be given," said Salazar, "not through blood, not through bonding, and not through magic." He should know. He had tried it himself. Harry wrenched his eyes from Salazar and stared at Severus. Both of them were unsure of what to think. Harry, if what Salazar was saying was right, was a descendant of Slytherin. He'd had it from the second he was born. He didn't know what to say or do. It meant he didn't have Voldemort's powers inside him, like Dumbledore had suggested. He shuddered. He and Voldemort had to be related, and the thought turned his stomach. "Are you sure?" asked Harry, his voice slightly vulnerable. Something Severus Snape had never heard Harry Potter be. "Trust me, Mr. Potter, I tried everything. I wanted my wife to be able to understand it, speak it, but I never succeeded. I tried blood bonding, magical bonding when we married, and I even gave her some of my magic. None of it worked," said Salazar. Severus inhaled sharply at the news. To share magic you had to trust someone completely. Something Severus had never done and never would. You lost the magic when you gave it away. There was no going back. Unless you bonded with them on the highest noblest level, soul bonding. Which could allow your bonded to take your magic in time of need. Salazar spoke of the 3 instances as if they were separate occurrences, so he wasn't sure which way he'd tried. Not the kind of thing he'd ever envisioned Salazar Slytherin of doing. "I wouldn't look too much into being related to the Dark Lord, Harry. All purebloods are interrelated. You'll be lucky if you are cousins many times removed," stated Severus calmly, knowing that it would be horrifying to the teenager. "I hope so," said Harry warily. Not that he was disgusted at being a descendant of Slytherin, but rather of being even slightly related to Voldemort. He knew how fickle the world was. He'd been bullied all second year because he could talk to snakes. He could imagine the outcry if they found out they'd actually been right. "Sit down, it's time for an early lunch I think," said Severus. Harry would need time to come to terms with this knowledge. Salazar Slytherin watched everything from his portrait, wondering what the hell was going on. If he didn't know any better, he'd say the boy was ashamed of him. Of his Slytherin heritage, what had become of his line, that they would deny part of themselves. Rowena had suggested it might happen, that a great evil would destroy his name, reducing it to cow dung. Not her words, but it was close enough to get the picture. He felt despair crash down upon him. His name had meant a great deal to him, just like to the rest of the founders. Blearily he watched this Snape force a full plate upon his skinny heir. One look had the boy doing what he was told. He was curious about them both. Severus rubbed his temples. He hated when the unexpected happened, and he felt less in control when it did. Yet on the other hand, he rather liked the unexpected in this case. A chance to meet Salazar Slytherin, portrait or not, he didn't care. All his memories were in it. "Care to explain what is going on?" asked Salazar dangerously. "Do you know what's been going on?" asked Severus, sitting back, getting himself comfortable, eating his own lunch, while making sure Harry ate enough. He had been serious. The boy needed to put on weight. "No, we are stuck in the lower dungeons, where no student wanders," said Salazar. "Why?" asked Severus smoothly. "The lower dungeons were the most used part of the school when we first built it. The portraits were never moved. I am stuck to this single one, unable to communicate with the other founders." "Someone froze their frames nearly 60 years ago," said Salazar, scowling petulantly. "Dumbledore," said Severus and Harry in unison, "when he'd become headmaster." "It seemed. Red hair, beard, gaudy robes?" asked Salazar. "Yes," said Severus gravely. "It's him." "What has been happening?" demanded Salazar. He'd get them to unfreeze the others. Not being able to communicate with anyone had been driving him mad. When his basilisk disappeared 4 years ago, it had been even worse. Severus arched an eyebrow. Where to start? It was such a simple question on its own, but here and now, it was more complicated than ever. So much had come to pass, and it wasn't a good tale to tell. He pensively sat thinking for around 10 minutes, not seeing Salazar becoming more and more defeated and angry at the situation. He had to stop himself exploding. Getting furious at them wouldn't get his answer. As it was, his heir was falling asleep in the couch, and the black-haired one, Severus Snape, was looking as if he was contemplating what to tell him. Severus conceded he would most likely have to tell the wizard everything. If he knew anything about Slytherins, it was that they didn't accept half answers or excuses. They dug until they found everything or was satisfied someone wasn't keeping something back. He turned to Harry to find him asleep, the empty plate precariously tipping on the sofa. Without thought he banished it to the kitchens, and then faced Salazar Slytherin again. He refused to dwell on how peaceful and angelic Harry looked asleep. Awake he had such a burden on him, one he shouldn't have to carry alone, but was. Your heir unleashed the basilisk upon a defenseless Slytherin half-blood student. A girl, who to this very day still haunts the bathroom above us where she died. Still not understanding how her demise came about, Hogwarts was to be closed. When your heir learned this, he immediately sought to rectify his rash actions, instead blaming a half-giant wizard, Hagrid, or rather his pet. Hagrid was subsequently expelled from Hogwarts and it remained open, everyone sliding it under the carpet and continuing on as if nothing had happened, said Harry, his eyes still closed, evidently not asleep. The Transfiguration teacher at the time, Albus Dumbledore, convinced Professor Dippet, the headmaster at the time, to allow him to remain. Which he did, as the caretaker, watching as student after student learned to harness their power and unable to do so himself for something he wasn't at fault for. Severus felt mesmerized by the way Harry spoke, he'd never heard him speak this way. It was that of a mature adult, not a 16-year-old boy. He was telling Slytherin things even he hadn't known. So the girl in the bathroom, Myrtle, had been Voldemort's first victim. After that, your heir then began to make himself as immortal as he could, ensuring he couldn't meet his demise. Along the way he was killing anyone and everything that got in his way, ensuring a trail of innocent people and creatures were blamed in his wake, said Harry, opening his eyes. All in the name of finishing the noble work of Salazar Slytherin, purging the world of mudbloods, not only of Muggle-borns but from long-standing pureblood lines. Hundreds of witches and wizards have met grisly ends, and our world hangs in the balance. Only a small group of magical people are trying to rein him in, but they're not quite managing to do so. The British magical world is in crisis. If we do not put an end to him soon, the world as we know it will perish. Everyone will be end to Voldemort, or killed, and inevitably there will be nothing left but fire, ruin and destruction of what was built brick by brick and with pure intentions. Salazar was staring at him horrifically, mesmerized by his words. He was blown away. He couldn't even get angry, he was just too baffled. His work, what the hell was that all about? Severus shivered. Harry was laying his soul bare, and his with it. He too thought of what would happen if they didn't successfully beat the Dark Lord back. It wasn't a pretty picture, and it quite frankly left him terrified. It was why he continued to spy. He didn't want to see the magical world brought to an end by an evil wizard. Who, by the way, had come much closer than anyone ever had before. The fact that this young man knew what could happen made his heart sink. No 16-year-old should have that kind of knowledge on his mind. He felt deep in his soul pity stirring the likes of which he'd never experienced before. Harry had been told he had to stop the Dark Lord, which meant he probably thought, each unprevented death stacked up on his shoulders. To know what the Dark Lord intended to do, and fight against him, knowing what would come about should he fail, had to be terrifying. Yet he'd done nothing to help. Instead he'd mocked, scorned, and ridiculed a boy with too much pressure on him already. Disgust he'd only ever felt for his grandfather, his father, and James Potter crawled all over him. He had to make amends, somehow, someway he had to help Harry. He doubted he'd ever get an apology out of his lips. Those words didn't come easy to him. Admitting he was wrong would kill him, knowing it was difficult enough. He vowed he'd do whatever he had to help Harry defeat the monster once and for all. Not only that, but help bear the burden so Harry didn't have to carry it alone. My work. I wanted no such thing, snarled Salazar, furious at the implications heaped upon his person. You didn't leave Hogwarts, vowing your heir would one day purge the school of those you deemed unfit to grace her halls? Asked Harry, his voice impassive and non-judgmental. Salazar gritted his teeth. No, he snapped. Well, not exactly. He hadn't expected words he'd said as a young man to come back and haunt him who knows how many years later. I didn't want those without magical families allowed in Hogwarts, that I will admit to. Can you blame me? Blame you? Asked Severus cautiously. Was there a reason for Salazar's beliefs? I had 2 students, one 10, the other 12 years old, both of them were extremely good at potions. So much so that I began tutoring them during their first term. They never came back, said Salazar, his voice filled with melancholy and pain, making Severus and Harry tense, wondering just what was going to be said. They'd been murdered by their own families. I vowed then I would never let it happen again. Muggles just shouldn't know about magic, they fear what they do not understand. I agree, said Severus and Harry in unison before staring at each other. They both had suffered by the hands of Muggles for being different. For them not to agree then, they would have been stupid. From personal experience we both understand where you are coming from. Unfortunately we also know some Muggles actually love the fact their children have magic, said Harry. He knew his mum had been loved for it by her parents at least, and Hermione's parents love her too. We cannot just use one person as the basis for an opinion on a whole group, it would be like judging wizards as a whole for what Voldemort does. If you did not feel that way, why did you leave a basilisk in here? I did not leave her, I joined her here for many years after we all fell out, hoping somehow that they'd realize they were wrong. More fool me, inevitably I did leave Hogwarts for good. I couldn't take her with me, I missed her greatly until my death. When Godric activated my portrait, the idiot only apologized then, said Salazar grumpily. Harry blinked, it almost sounded like himself speaking about Ron and something he'd done. Did that mean once upon a time? They'd seen each other as brothers and continued to do so even after their falling out. He could admit he hadn't seen that coming, not in his wildest dreams, and he'd had some weird ones. He couldn't contain his reaction, he gaped at the man as if he was the oddest thing on the planet. 6 years of hearing how Slytherin and Gryffindor didn't get on, he'd been ed into it, and never once wondered if it was true. Tell me more about this so-called heir of mine, asked Salazar thoughtfully. If only Rowena was unfrozen, he'd already have all the pertinent information. No one had ever surpassed Rowena, she had been the best seer the world had ever seen. He could not understand why they were sitting gaping at him. Where to start, said Severus wryly. He knew a lot about the Dark Lord, and none of it was good. His name is Tom Marvolo Riddle, he was born to Merope Gaunt and Tom Riddle Sr. His father had been put under a love potion. When he realized what had happened he left and denied his son's existence. Tom Jr. was placed in an orphanage and grew up terrorizing the other children within. He found the chamber during his years at Hogwarts, and you know he killed a girl. He left Hogwarts to find his father. When he realized his father was a Muggle, and had not wanted him, he went nuts. Eventually he killed his grandparents and father, before placing the blame upon the shoulders of his uncle, a wizarding uncle. I can't remember his name, but he was a Gaunt, said Harry. How do you know all this? Asked Severus, rubbing his temples. This was more than even he knew, and he didn't like it. The private training Dumbledore gave me, it wasn't so much training as knowing the enemy, I guess, Harry said, shrugging his shoulders. Severus inwardly cursed, he was furious. Death Eaters were out to get him, and instead of training Harry as he said, Dumbledore was revealing the Dark Lord's past to the boy. It made no sense, no wonder the teenager had come to him. He had a lot of Dumbledore's mistakes to correct, it seemed. Why tell him things like that? Things he evidently didn't want others to know. It seemed as though Dumbledore wanted Potter to face the Dark Lord untrained. Just wait, he would make a warrior out of Harry Potter by the time he was done. Tom Riddle proceeded to gather followers. The name for them is Death Eaters, and they do his bidding. They kill, pillage, and, needless to say, they make pirates look good. Harry here is said to be the only one that can bring an end to his reign of terror. The boy defeated him once when he was a year old. Riddle came back a few years ago and began the Second War. Salazar looked pained, his last 2 heirs battling it out. This wasn't going to be good. Would you do me a favor? Asked Salazar. In return I shall advise you in everything you could possibly need. No doubt a lot of spells and potions have faded into obscurity since my time. Ever the Slytherin, having something to make sure they did what he wanted them by offering something nobody sane would turn down, a chance to learn from the Slytherin. Depends on the favor, said Severus, eyeing the man shrewdly. Inwardly of course he was yelling, yes. The thought of all the potions the man might know left him salivating. He knew better than to agree to something without first knowing the what, how, where and when. Unfreeze the others, said Salazar. They weren't connected to the rest of the frames at Hogwarts, so he couldn't go into them either. Where are they? Asked Harry curiously. The arena is what it used to be called. It's got steps down into it and pillars all around it. We used to use it as a training arena. Most of the older students liked using it because the younger ones didn't like having the long trek to get there, said Salazar, hoping it was still as he described. If it came to it, he'd just have them shrink him and he'd guide them. Harry frowned. It sounded a great deal like somewhere he'd been. Right down in the bowels of Hogwarts. You know where it is? Asked Severus sharply. You do too, if you were the one that put the potion logic puzzle on that table. It's in the very next room. It's where Dumbledore moved the mirror. I don't remember seeing any portraits, but I was kind of busy fighting of the first of the defense teachers that wanted to kill me, said Harry wryly. Indeed, said Severus dryly, not sharing Harry's humor on the defense teachers trying to kill him. Harry had been almost impossible to protect the past 6 years, not solely his own doing as he liked to make out. Come on then, we can get Dobby to bring the basilisk to your potions lab, cut it up there where it's more comfortable. We can come down here later and see everything when we have the time, said Harry. Salazar snorted at them but didn't comment further. Dobby, called Harry, but after a few seconds he still hadn't appeared. Nobody can find this room, I ensured that. You will also find when you go back up, the time will be the same. In here time flows differently. You could be in here for a day, but in the outside world it will only be a few seconds, said Salazar. Cool, said Harry staring at his watch only to find the time frozen as though his watch was broken. Curiously he walked out of the room and his watch immediately began ticking again. He stared back very impressed. It could mean he would be able to train everything he needed to know without having to worry he didn't have enough time. Why do you think he didn't take everything with him? Asked Harry once Severus joined him. Perhaps he did not think to look further. Suggested Severus. He was itching to take the books and they didn't belong to him. Can't see it. He's meticulous, I'll give him that. Normally he doesn't just rush into things. Maybe they can't be taken out. I don't know, it just doesn't sound like him, said Harry. He saw the basilisk, it suited his purposes, he probably assumed there was nothing of further value down here. I certainly wouldn't have expected such a room. This place should have and probably has been flooded numerous times, said Severus staring around still awed. Dobby, called Harry again, hoping he'd hear him this time. Yes, sir, asked the elf appearing before them again. Take the basilisk to my personal potions lab. Nobody is to know about this, is that understood? Said Severus sternly. Harry didn't say anything, very aware of Dobby's blabbermouth tendencies. If he was told not to tell, then he would obey them, if not, he wouldn't think twice about talking. He owed Dobby a great deal, and he loved him in a friend way, but he wasn't blind to his faults or Ron's, for that matter, or even Hermione's. Yes, sir, said Dobby before he touched the snake and disappeared within seconds. Should have used Dobby to get the Founder's portrait, grinned Harry, as they made their way up from the chamber. They were smelly, slimy, dusty, and dirty, but extremely satisfied. We still can, said Severus grabbing hold of Harry at the tunnel entrance. He used his wand to shoot some wire from its tip and had them flying up through the tunnel. Harry refrained from giggling like a 10-year-old. He hadn't been allowed to watch TV, but they couldn't stop him glancing at it now and again as he did his chores. It reminded him of an episode of Batman, or was it Spider-Man? Either one. Woohh, said Harry as he rolled across the bathroom floor, once again back in the toilets. Myrtle wasn't there. Shaking his head to get rid of the cobwebs he stood up. The wire was already gone and Severus was replacing his wand in its holster hidden on his arm. What was that spell? Harry asked in curiosity. A spell I invented, said Severus smugly. The princes weren't just known for their potions, their spell crafting was another, less known ability. Normally they received one or the other, mostly potions, but he, like his great-great-great-grandmother, had the ability to spellcraft also. Wicked, said Harry in awe. The spells he'd created were so handy, so nifty he was envious. He wished he had the ability to do that. To create spells and potions the way this man did. He had every right to sound smug. Let's get to our quarters. Dobby can retrieve it. If he cannot we shall just have to look for it ourselves, said Severus. Okay, said Harry stifling a yawn. He was so tired all the time, and easily exhausted. His body hadn't recovered from the bout of torture. Potions only temporarily helped it, the body had to get over it itself. It had been the same after the Tri-Wizard tournament. That summer had been one of the worst, he'd not been able to do half as many chores as he was used to. I think it's time you took a rest. I do not want Poppy blaming me if you end up back in the hospital wing, said Severus, using Poppy as an excuse to write off his concern for the teenager. No, heaven forbid, couldn't have that, right? Dumbledore might have a heart attack, said Harry sarcastically. Severus snorted, but they continued on walking. Once they were in his room, Severus checked his lab, and the basilisk was indeed there, as was Dobby. There is a portrait in the bowels of the school, near an old training arena. Do you know of it? Asked Severus. Yes, sir, Dobby is knowing the training arena, said Dobby, nodding eagerly. Bring me the portrait, said Severus, not telling the house elf what it was. Dobby will be doing that, said Dobby, bowing low before he was gone once more. Severus couldn't have been more surprised if he tried. A simple, finite incantatum had unlocked the Founder's portrait. Dumbledore had lost his touch, seriously, hiding them away with a spell a first year could undo. He had prepared himself for a long sleepless night to get it done. His first attempt, and bam, the portrait had awoken. As soon as it had done so, Salazar Slytherin came wandering in, smug as you please. He embraced all the others as if they were long estranged family members or friends. Seeing both men hug like brothers made Severus feel lost. For so long everyone had believed them to hate each other's guts. Why had Dumbledore allowed it to happen? The only thing he could see coming out of it were Slytherins joining the Dark Lord's side, having no other choice. He must have started it all, the feud between Slytherin and Gryffindor. It boggled his mind completely. What was Dumbledore up to? 2 wars the old man could have stopped, and refused to. He felt undeniably betrayed. Because of Dumbledore, his and Lily's friendship had been strained due to the conflict between both houses. They'd tried their hardest, but feeling alienated and him making the choices he had, well, it broke their friendship to smithereens. Was it noise? Murmured Harry, jerking awake wide-eyed as he stared around. His head peeked over the couch, surprise entering his green eyes as he stared at the newly awakened portrait. Harry absently scratched his head as he yawned. He could barely believe he tired so easily. His muscles ached fiercely as well. Given the number of times he'd been under the Cruciatus curse, it was no surprise really. Hello, Harry Potter, said the portrait of Rowena Ravenclaw, Severus Snape. That's kind of freaky, said Harry, staring at the portrait of her. She had a tiara on her head, and a beautiful sapphire necklace that matched it. Godric Gryffindor had his sword with him, sitting in its sheath at his waist. Salazar of course had his necklace on, and a pair of daggers strapped to his waist as well. It didn't surprise him, those were the weapons of choice back in the day. Rowena just smiled at him in secret amusement, as if she already knew how this conversation was going to play out. Indeed, said Severus wryly, an understatement if he'd ever heard one. What can you expect from a seer? Wait, a proper seer. Like one who sees things happening and not just reading tea leaves, tarot cards, and giving prophecies. Asked Harry. You have not read Hogwarts, a history I assume, said Severus, rolling his eyes. You sound just like Hermione, muttered Harry, his eyes filled with exasperation and irritation. You really don't care about the world you are in, do you? If you did, you would be reading all the information you could get your hands on. It's little wonder you are a clueless, idiotic brat, said Severus. If the boy would only just read something instead of going around half-cocked all the time, he wouldn't end up in sticky situations. Yes, I'll read it between defeating Voldemort and trying to stop Dumbledore's manipulations, shall I? Replied Harry dryly. If you didn't spend so much time nosing into everyone else's business, you would have managed just fine, said Severus. If I had done that, then Voldemort would have been back during first year, cried Harry in exasperation. Stop saying that name, growled Severus. They're like an old married couple, aren't they? Said Salazar, grinning from ear to ear, so happy to have his companions back again. Remind you of anyone? Asked Helga sagely, speaking mostly to Rowena. Oh yes, every day they were at each other's throats, said Rowena in amusement, a giggle escaping her at the twin looks of indignation both sets of men wore. We do not, chorused 4 male voices in unison. If you say so, dears, said Helga in a horribly placating tone of voice. It made everyone want to gouge out her eyes. Just then a knock startled both Harry and Severus, although the potions master didn't show it. He was a spy, he'd had to hone all his reactions or die. Getting up, he levitated the portrait through to his bedroom and the door closed with a snap. Once it was safely hidden from view, he opened the door and his eyebrows disappeared from view. Nymphadora Tonks stood there, looking extremely awkward and, if he wasn't mistaken, a little reluctant. Dumbledore truly had expected Potter to sleep with her, and she was going along with it. Merlin, he felt sick, not just sick but oddly enough very reluctant to let her near Harry. It stunned him to the core when he realized he wanted the boy for himself. He was an adult now, but still Severus had taught him for 6 years. How could he possibly want him? He knew what was drawing him in though, those green eyes and the power the boy held within his underweight frame. He'd always been attracted to power, it drew him in, although he had enough taste not to want Dumbledore or Voldemort, thank Merlin, or he really would have offed himself there and then. Yes, drawled Severus, arching an eyebrow. His lips twitched as she stood there, extremely uncomfortable. He wasn't about to help her, or even let her into his quarters. Tonks licked her dry lips, her stomach clenching at the sight of Snape. She'd been taught by him and she hadn't gotten rid of the fear he inspired yet. He was good for one thing though, he'd made Moody seem less scary when she'd joined the Auror Corps. Is Harry here? Indeed, what do you want? Asked Severus, enjoying making her squirm immensely. He noticed absently that Harry hadn't shown his face, he was hiding behind the couch, never letting on that he was there. Severus couldn't blame him really, what Dumbledore was asking of both of them sickened him completely. She was an adult, she should know better. Can I speak to him please? She asked quietly, looking as though she wished to be anywhere but there. Harry closed his eyes, begging for Snape to have mercy and not let her into his quarters. He didn't want to have to say anything to her. He would have to get nasty, he knew that she wasn't going to just walk away. Dumbledore had ordered her to do something, so she'd try her best to see it done. All the order was like that, striving to get Dumbledore's approval, being led around like puppies. That was something he had been himself, up until he'd been kidnapped from his own home. Well, it started before that, really. When Dumbledore had forced him to return to the Dursleys again after he'd confessed everything. Still, when he'd been taken and the Dursleys killed, it definitely had been the last straw that broke the camel's back for him. Get in, snapped Severus. Harry felt himself deflate, he couldn't believe it, and he'd thought they'd at least reached an understanding. More fool him, he bitterly pushed his disappointment down, he was used to it, he shouldn't be surprised. Nobody seemed to want to stand up for him, he had to do it all alone. As he always was in the end, alone. Whether it was going back to the Dursleys, or when the ridicule started, or worse still, facing Voldemort. Alone, alone, alone. Was it so wrong for once that Harry wanted someone to take care of him? To put him first before everything else? And why had he thought Snape would do it? He was an utter fool. You were here on Dumbledore's orders, I assume? Asked Severus, his voice filled with so much disgust that Harry felt his hope returning. You know about it? Asked Tonks, baffled by Snape's disgust. If he knew how important it was for their world, why was he against it? She was genuinely surprised by this. Snape seemed to be the most vocal about ending the war. If she'd known what he went through at each meeting, maybe then she would have understood better. I can hazard a guess, said Severus bitterly. You can just turn around and go back out now with your pride intact. Look, Snape, it's nothing to do with you. Snapped Tonks defensively. You know how powerful he is, don't you? Are you hoping to gain some magic when you sleep with the boy? A boy that's not yet even 17 years old. Sneered Severus, standing straight in her face, his eyes twinkling menacingly. Your own boyfriend's nephew godson. Are you so desperate for approval you would risk your career when it gets out? And believe me, I would ensure it does. Tonks flinched at the diatribe leaving Snape's mouth, flushing red in embarrassment. He knew, she could barely believe it. Remus didn't know about it yet, and she dreaded telling him. "Ah," said Severus knowingly. "Leave. It's Harry's choice," snapped Tonks. "Indeed," said Severus smirking viciously, "perhaps he will get through to you quicker." "Potter." Tonks jumped, eyeing Snape warily. He seemed far too smug for her liking. Harry strengthened his resolve, shoring himself up for the oncoming confrontation. The Weasleys had been the only one to believe him when he'd told them about Dumbledore knowing about his abuse. Which meant she had believed Dumbledore, and she had believed him again when he'd ordered this. Sitting up causing Tonks to gasp and turn pasty white, he could imagine the thoughts going through her head. He'd heard everything. Was most probably the most prominent one. "You can take yourself back to Dumbledore and tell him to shove his offer," said Harry seriously. He could barely believe what they were up to. "Harry, this is important. Don't listen to what Snape says, it will help you defeat you-know-who," said Tonks seriously. "Get off," said Harry scoffing incredulity. "Just get lost, Tonks, I'm not going to let you me. Not just in some pathetic attempt for more magic to fight against Voldemort, not that I'd get it if you tried. I've told Dumbledore where to stick it, and I'm telling you. Leave me the hell alone or you can fight this war yourselves." His shudder spoke for itself. Tonks flushed bright red at his choice of words. "It wasn't. Now," said Severus curtly. He was proud of Harry, and wondered inwardly if perhaps he had told Dumbledore to really stick it, and that he'd leave them to fight the war alone. If so, he was pushing his luck as far as Harry was concerned. "Fine," said Tonks bitingly before she left, slamming the door violently in her wake. "Did you actually say any of that to Dumbledore?" asked Severus in curiosity. "Yes," said Harry simply, before muffling yet another yawn. "The bathroom is through there, your bedroom is right next to it on the left. Go get yourself washed and into bed, you're exhausted," said Severus. "I will," said Harry stifling yet another yawn. Merlin, he was exhausted. He felt warmed by Severus' statement. It was usually followed by, "Poppy this," or, "Dumbledore that," as if he needed an excuse. Someone cared, and it meant a lot to him. Remus had so far been the only one who had. Severus stared blankly after the teenager, even after he'd disappeared into the bathroom. The boy had done as he asked, without protesting or moaning, not even the teeniest bit. Either he was very disturbed by what had happened, or he was tired. Maybe it was a bit of both. Either way, he rather hoped the boy would be back to normal soon. "Oh, you should commence training at once," said Salazar Slytherin as soon as Severus Snape made his presence known in the living room of his own quarters. The founders had spent last night catching up, since both men had immediately gone to sleep. One of them was physically and mentally exhausted, after being tortured. Not only that, but his body was recovering from his uncle's harsh beatings and the fact his body had been starved. The other was just deeply disturbed by his reactions to a 16-year-old boy. His dreams weren't giving him any reprieve from his thoughts either, since they were filled with fantasies he didn't want to remember upon wakening up. "Not going to happen," said Severus immediately. "It would be the height of carelessness to begin training him right now. He's extremely underweight. To do this would only result in Harry ending up with broken bones." "You underestimate Harry," said Rowena softly, soothing the potion's master's jagged nerves. "He knows how to stop it happening. If there is one thing good that comes out of his upbringing, it's that. He knows his own body, and how best to land that will not cause undue damage. You are forgetting one fundamental spell you can use, the cushioning charm. It will prevent any unnecessary damage," said Godric piping in. "My training room has all those things," said Salazar haughtily. "Plus Harry is in no way ready to train one-on-one with you. He will need extensive training and knowledge before that comes to pass." "True," Severus admitted. "I have already spoken though, only once Mr. Potter has gained a stone in weight. Will I start training him?" "Men of their word, so boring," grumbled Godric. "Oi," said Salazar insulted. "Boys," snapped Rowena in warning, rolling her eyes. It was only morning and they were already set to get at each other's throats. "Do you have quarters of your own inside the castle?" inquired Severus as he took his seat, staring at the portrait. "We did, but they were accessed by our families. Nothing remains," said Rowena sadly. Her daughter, she had seen and felt what was done as it happened to her. Dear sweet Helena, if only she had realized her mistake, but unfortunately she never could see the future of those who shared her blood until it was happening. A preventative measure the magic took to ensure that their abilities couldn't be used for their own advantage. Her granddaughter had been left without a mother. When the news reached Hogwarts about her demise, she'd been inconsolable. Then she'd lost her grandmother not long after. She'd taken everything belonging to her family and left Hogwarts completely distraught. The same basically happened to the others, only Salazar's sanctuary remained undisturbed. I see, said Severus thoughtfully. Where were they? Hogwarts had changed so much over the years. The training room was an example of that. Mine were where the headmaster's office and rooms are now, said Godric. It had changed a lot. The color scheme normally would have made him smug. It didn't, it infuriated him. He'd never favored a student, or later a house, when they'd been created. Who was he kidding? They had all had favorites whom they trained, but it was more to do with the students' interests or strengths being geared to the founder's talents. But never a house on a whole. Helga's and Rowena's students had gained the same attention as his own students, even Salazar's. Mine was the library, or more specifically, the rooms behind the library, Rowena said in amusement, knowing what the wizard thought of that. Helga was our resident healer, and her office and quarters were behind the hospital ward. This was my office back in the day, said Salazar looking around in amusement. The classroom was my private lab, the ones further back were for the students. Accidents happened, and we didn't want the dormitories affected if anything caved in. Although from what I've observed, there are a lot more dormitories than when I last laid eyes on them. I can hardly imagine why, said Severus dryly. Between the wars, the number of children who've never been able to graduate, it is disheartening to say the least. His tone had gone grim and haunted. Merlin, he may hate teaching, and give the impression he hated children. He could remember each face of those who'd met a grisly demise or died due to an accident. It is, agreed Rowena grimly. Back in her day, children had not participated in war, or even duels, come to that. If anyone challenged their students, which one had done, they found themselves on the receiving end of one of the founders' swords or wands. The students were under their care, thus it was their duty to protect them, not the other way around. Hogwarts had been given a foundation of pride and honor, which Albus Dumbledore had entirely discarded. Not only had he stopped various courses, but he'd invented lies about them all. If anyone had a hope of restoring Hogwarts to its glory, it would be these two wizards who'd woken them up. Dobby, called Severus. Yes, sir, inquired the house elf materializing into existence. 2 breakfasts please, said Severus. It never hurt to be kind to house elves, after all their hands may just slip one day. It wouldn't be the first time a house elf had killed their mistresses or masters. After the way they were treated by many, it didn't surprise Severus in the least, especially Dobby, whom he had seen terribly mistreated by Lucius Malfoy. Just think about it. In my room you will have infinitely more time to get his weight up and train him without anyone the wiser, said Salazar honestly. If you wish, we can concentrate on potions until you are fully satisfied he's well enough to commence other training. Severus chuckled wryly. It seemed Salazar Slytherin knew how to tempt him. Was he truly that readable? First Harry manages to convince him, now Salazar seems to be under the same impression. He cursed himself silently. Not Harry, it was Potter. Potter, Merlin, he had to stop thinking about him, full stop. Which wasn't going to be easy to accomplish, considering he was going to educate Harry on how to fight dirty like a Death Eater, as he'd asked. He was tempted. Perhaps he should ask the boy his own thoughts on the matter at hand. Perhaps Harry should have a say in this, said Helga. I don't think he likes people making his decisions for him. Very independent, isn't he? Yet badly dependent at the same time. I've never met another quite like him before. From what Rowena had said about him anyway, that was the impression she got. It's how abused children turn out. They have to be independent to survive, but with Dumbledore around he wasn't given the chance to flourish. Instead he was made dependent on him. Fortunately for all concerned, I think, he has broken from the mold Dumbledore cast for him. His manipulations have indeed turned on him, said Severus, grimacing at the most recent one. He wondered when Dumbledore would be down after that fiasco, if Tonks had told him everything. Which she no doubt had. Stupid woman, the Order members were sheep and all Gryffindors to boot. They have, Rowena said, her voice filled with hatred and disgust. All of them were aghast at what they'd heard yesterday. Coming of age and first times were sacred events, not something old men should be trying to manipulate. She had seen Harry in her visions when she was alive, not just a portrait like she was now. She'd never seen so far into the future before. She'd been utterly stunned. It was how she found out about the conflict, and known the trouble the Slytherin name would encounter. She had informed Salazar of this, but he hadn't been able to believe her. Rowena had also seen a lot more regarding Severus and Harry, but she knew how easy it would be to change the future. So she kept quiet, watching events unfold around her, hoping for the best possible outcome. Even the founders had found her evasiveness irritating, but no matter how much they badgered or pleaded, she never told them anything. Her ability was as much a gift as it was a curse, something she'd learned very harshly later in her life. "Breakfast for Master Snape and Harry Potter, sir," said Dobby, tray in hand, which he promptly levitated to the table. "Thank you, Dobby, you may leave," said Severus, letting him know he no longer needed his services. Dobby gave the portrait a curious look before he disappeared. Fortunately the blabbermouth elf didn't know the significance of them. They had their own world, their own magic and tricks. They had no need to know about magical portraits other than how to clean them. They only learned what they heard. It was why they all loved and adored Harry so much. "Morning," murmured Harry coming out of Severus' spare bedroom, looking a lot better than he had last night, that was for sure. "Good morning," replied the founders graciously. They had manners after all, and never let it be said otherwise. "Smell the breakfast, did you?" asked Severus, smirking at Harry. "Yes," said Harry, "weird though, I'm used to making it during the summer." "Indeed," said Severus, "I'm surprised they weren't already dead." "I thought about it a time or two," said Harry straight-faced. Severus' eyebrows rose in shock at that statement, wondering silently if it was true or not, or just part of the banter they now shared. Even though a part of him didn't want to talk to him at all, mostly out of self-preservation, keeping distance between them. The new feelings he had disgusted him. He'd taught Harry for 6 years, going on 7 years after the holidays. It wasn't right. "I'm kidding, it's me. I thought about ending before I came to Hogwarts," said Harry, seeing the shock openly displayed on his teacher's face. If anything, that following statement just made Snape gape even more. How bad had Harry's home situation been that he'd contemplated ending his own life? And at such a young age. Not only did he need to train Harry, but he had to get him to open up. Given their past relationship, it seemed like an impossible task. Yet if they were to train, and he was to teach Harry occlumency again, they needed trust, a bond established between them. The idea of using Salazar's domain seemed more urgent now when he really thought about everything he needed to do. "Eat," said Severus, handing over the food, not able to form the words he so badly wanted to. He, who was never lost for words, couldn't say anything. It seemed as though there was a first for everything. Him getting on with a Potter was the start of it all, seemingly. Harry stared down at all the food and grimaced, but if he wanted to learn everything he could to defeat Voldemort, needs must. "Do you need a stomach soother?" inquired Severus, wondering why nobody had noticed Harry's reluctance when it came to food. Was he used to being starved so much it hurt to eat? Or was there another reason? Had they soiled his food? Forced him to eat it? Or was it a different fear altogether? Have you always had problems eating? If that was the case, smaller meals may be more practical in this case. "Yes, please," said Harry quietly, "and yes, I used to go weeks without food. It takes a while to get used to eating what I want at Hogwarts again." "Weeks?" asked Severus, barely able to contain his disgust and rising anger. He barely noticed the founders had been silent during the entire fraught conversation. Summoning the required potion, he handed it to Harry and watched him drink it. Harry merely nodded, putting the empty vial on the table in front of him. "Would you prefer smaller regular meals for a week? Get your stomach more used to being full?" demanded Severus. Harry immediately nodded his head. It's what he normally did, took as much food as he could and put it in his bag. mostly fruit or pieces of toast that he could eat between classes. Thankfully nobody had really paid attention to it. Hermione sometimes noticed he didn't put a lot on his plate. At Hogwarts though, Harry always had an excuse handy, which was mostly always Voldemort or the latest puzzle he had to solve to save the school. For the most part she was always getting on at Ron for the way he ate. Harry had been used to it though. Dudley was just the same. "Why didn't you sneak food?" asked Godric horrified. Rowena slapped him across the head for his silly question. "What? It's a valid question," whined Godric while rubbing at his head in agitation. Salazar just shook his head at his friend's antics. "It's hard to do that from locked inside a cupboard under the stairs," said Harry bluntly, eating what Severus had left on his plate after having banished half of the food. "They locked you in a cupboard," growled Severus. He'd vowed to protect him. And he'd failed, that much was obvious. Damn the Dursleys to hell. Good job they were already dead, or Severus would have found a way to kill them without detection. No, they hadn't just died, they'd been tortured and killed. They deserved no less in his opinion. Hopefully the brat wasn't blaming himself for their demise. "Technically it was my bedroom, it's where my first Hogwarts letter was addressed," chuckled Harry wryly, not knowing the turmoil he was causing by his admissions. "After that, my aunt and uncle were terrified. The freaks were watching the house, and gave me Dudley's second bedroom." The rest of breakfast was eaten in silence, despite Severus having more. He finished first as Harry struggled to finish what he had. "Finished. Good," said Severus clearing the plates away, "we have much to discuss." "What?" asked Harry stiffening notably and defensively. "The Founders have a suggestion that we should temporarily move down to the chamber. As he said, time moves differently down there. We may be able to successfully have you learn everything down there in a short space of time, at least in the outside world," said Severus bluntly. "Oh," said Harry blinking owlishly, evidently having not expected that. "There's only one bedroom," Salazar pointed out, his green eyes gleaming in mischief. He knew those two would end up together. They acted like an old married couple all the time. He could see the attraction Severus Snape had for his heir, and he was all for it, especially with what Rowena told him. It would combine both their families together, the Ravenclaw and Slytherin house. It would create one powerful heir. Quite possibly more powerful than those two, which was saying something since their magic just leaked off them in waves. "What about me having to put a stone on?" asked Harry. He somehow doubted Severus would let him away with that stipulation. It certainly wouldn't be like him anyway. "You still will," said Severus immediately. "We will start with occlumency and potions first." Harry closed his eyes and groaned, his two least favorite subjects. "Yay," said Harry, sarcasm dripping everywhere. Severus narrowed his eyes and glared. "If you wish we can just forget it altogether," snapped Severus. "No," said Harry sounding sheepish. He knew he'd insulted Severus. He lived and breathed for potions. He was a master of the subject after all. "I'm sorry, it's just they've never gone well in the past. I don't really want a repeat performance." "Then you will do it properly. Listen and exercise control," said Severus immediately. "I did do it properly. It's not my fault. You just kept telling me to do it when I had no idea how to," replied Harry snarky. "Would you have learnt even if I did?" demanded Severus in return. "Yes," lied Harry. Severus snorted, evidently not believing it in the slightest. "Well, nobody else would tell me anything. I wanted to know what was going on," grumbled Harry. "That's your problem. You have to know everything and it will get you killed, you stupid brat," hissed Severus. It had been so hard to keep the boy alive for that very reason. "Back to this," said Harry wryly. "Contrary to popular belief, the world doesn't revolve around you," said Severus. "Actually it does," said Harry bitterly. "If I don't defeat Voldemort, nobody else will. If I fail, you know what will happen. The prophecy said it's either him or me." A sigh escaped Harry's lips. He didn't want to fight with Snape, considering he was the only one willing to help him, but he'd soon learn nothing was taken to heart. Severus' lip curled. He didn't like being beaten, and he hated the fact it was a 16-year-old that had outwitted him. "Look, I don't want to argue. I know you don't like me, you've made that abundantly clear, but I'm hoping we can get past it, please." said Harry. I don't hate you, Harry, sighed Severus, you irritate the hell out of me, mostly because of your complete disregard for the school rules. Do you have any idea how hard it was to protect a boy who seemed to find trouble around every corner he turned? I don't care what you were doing or trying to do, you still broke the rules. And you never did as a kid? Asked Harry, snorting in amusement. Yes, our adventures turned out more dangerous, but never let it be said I didn't try and get help, Snape, I did. As usual, I learned here adults just didn't listen to you, they never bloody listen. Hell, I even told Remus I saw Pettigrew on the map, an adult who kept quiet instead of going to Dumbledore and hunting the rat down that night. His agitation was showing as his voice rose. Excuse me, asked Severus. I told McGonagall that the stone was going to be stolen. Instead of enquiring how we knew, she brushed it aside and told us it was safe. Safe within traps that we were able to get through, with first-year spells. I mean, come on. That's when you sent us outside. I wasn't about to let Voldemort come back. I would have been the first person killed, and I finally had a reason for living, snapped Harry. Stop saying his name, snarled Severus. If the boy didn't stop using it, he'd curse the bloody boy's tongue to the roof of his mouth until he learned. And that's just first year, what about the other times? Look, Snape, what was the point? I'd already learned that the teachers don't give a. You gave me all the detentions under the sun for shit I didn't do, and they didn't give a crap. When Umbridge was using a blood quill on me, McGonagall just told me to keep my head down, said Harry. She knew, demanded Severus, his eyes narrowed dangerously. Actually, I don't know, she wouldn't let me get a word in edgewise, said Harry. Harry and Severus realized they had company of sorts and looked at the portrait. The founders were smirking. As soon as they noticed themselves being watched, Godric, Rowena, and Helga suddenly found certain spots inside the portrait really interesting. All that was missing was the whistling coming from their mouths. Finished. Great, as fascinating as that was, can we get back to the original topic please? Said Salazar. The training room, yes or no? A simple question. Harry flushed red. Yes. Great, now take a house elf with you, or food, either way, you'll need to eat, said Salazar, having done it before he knew what was needed. Lots of clothes, you'll probably need to change at least 3 or 4 times a day. All the books you have, I want to know what you know. I will need to take Mr. Potter to Diagon Alley first before we go down, said Severus, remembering the sorry state of all the clothes Harry owned. Gringotts, Madame Malkin's for all his gear, perhaps even Honeydukes, and then it would be time. Harry glanced at Severus gratefully. Very well, said Salazar, nodding in understanding. I suggest you go now, that way you can avoid most of the oncoming confrontation with Dumbledore, said Rowena, imparting some wisdom that wouldn't hurt. Indeed, Severus agreed readily. Go get dressed, he added to Harry. All right, said Harry, their argument already forgotten. I'd suggest getting clothes charmed to go up a size at least, said Severus as he apparated Harry to Diagon Alley. Dumbledore didn't know they were out, so if the order was here, they would be reprimanded like teenagers. Something he was all too familiar with when it came to the headmaster, and quite frankly he was sick of it. So he didn't dally around, or allow Harry to do so. They swiftly made their way towards Madame Malkin's shop. They were cheaper than Gladrags. Gladrags had classier clothes. Training under Hogwarts wasn't ideal for such wear, so Madame Malkin's it was. Opening the door, Severus was relieved to see it was empty of customers, but given how early it was he wasn't surprised. Most people would just be digging into their breakfast now. Harry tried to keep up with Severus as they walked along the alley, inwardly impressed with the swagger Snape had on. It excluded confidence, but confidence in what? The ability to take anyone that tried anything with him on, in his own power. He wished he could walk like that. When he walked he felt as though spiders were crawling all over his body, with everyone watching him all the time. He'd always wanted a place to be where he wouldn't be the boy who lived. It seemed he may just have found one. The founders were more powerful than him, so was Snape. They didn't see him as special. No, he was perfectly normal with them and he loved it. Even if he and Snape argued more often than not. Can I help you? Asked Malkin, coming from the side room, her white hair wrapped in a bun. The plump witch looked nice in her new robes. She had them in a pale blue color that went well with her eyes, her own design if he wasn't mistaken. He wasn't, of course. There was an entire rack filled with them, but Severus noticed none in the color she was wearing. Mr. Potter requires a new wardrobe. Go on, we do not have all day, said Severus immediately. Of course not, said Harry blankly before hopping onto the stool. It seems your old records don't need to be updated much, said Malkin, looking a tad bit worried. Boys his age usually grew so quickly it was hard to keep track. Harry was different. During his first and second year his robes had been the same size, all bar a few inches on the stomach. Admittedly he'd had a short spurt during his fourth and fifth year. Regardless, it was still disconcerting, to say the least. He shouldn't still be so short and thin, come to that. He will sprout out this year, so put a charm on them that enables them to grow out, said Severus impassively. Of course, she said, feeling a little better that someone was taking care of the young man in front of her. Harry grimaced at the word sprout. Seriously, he shuddered at the thought of ending up like Vernon or Dudley had been. He would never let himself get like that. Special maid, or would you like to look around? Asked Malkin politely. I'll look around, said Harry immediately, causing Severus to nod in approval. Hopping off the stool he immediately began looking around the shop. Everything was pinned together, it was so small, but this no longer surprised Harry. Every shop in Diagon Alley was tiny, well, with the exception of Gringotts, but that wasn't a shop. Picking stuff up he wanted, he found an assistant taking it from him and proceeding to following him around. Madame Malkin stayed quiet and far enough away that Harry didn't feel uncomfortable. He will need 2 pairs of closed black robes with my usual spells on them, said Severus, telling her now so she could get to it while Harry picked out everything he wanted. She nodded and made her way into the side room they had seen. A blue cover of fabric decorated the door, stopping anyone from seeing inside. Severus then immediately went off to the specialized robes, ones duelers usually wore, looking for one that would look good on Harry. The green one caught his attention, and along with that his rather lewd fantasies. Cursing angrily, he closed his eyes trying to think of anything other than Harry. Potion ingredient after potion ingredient was uttered under his breath, each more disgusting than the last until his lust had abated. Perhaps it wasn't the best idea to get these robes, but the others were in really gaudy colors, which just made a target of the person wearing them. The darker the better, in his opinion, and it had nothing to do with his own personal taste. Half an hour later they had everything they could possibly need. Severus used his own account, which was saved with Madame Malkin's, to pay for the 2 black robes and the green dueler's robe. Harry paid for everything else himself, using his own money. Severus was beginning to see what Rowena meant about Harry being independent. And fiercely dependent. He'd agreed before, but today he felt like he really believed it. Could we go to Hogsmeade? I'd like to get some sweets from Honeydukes, asked Harry. We could, said Severus sarcastically. May we? Asked Harry, refraining from rolling his eyes. Honestly, sometimes he felt 5 years old around Snape. He always had something to correct. A niggling through of, it's better than always getting let off with everything, entered his mind. Very well, said Severus. But first we must go to the apothecary. 35 minutes later Severus apparated Harry to Hogsmeade to get his sweets. For that Harry was grateful. The atmosphere in the apothecary smelt disgusting, it always had. Spending over half an hour in there, well, it wasn't his idea of a good time, let's put it that way. He didn't linger in the sweet shop too long, just grabbing all his favorite sweets, a lot more than he usually took during the train ride. He wanted enough to do him while training. Sugar always gave him energy. Probably because he'd never been allowed it as a child, he felt the effects more. He could sense Severus behind him rolling his eyes at the amount of sweets he had in his basket. Would you like something? Asked Harry, biting his lip awkwardly. His professor had bought him new robes. Severus' eyebrows rose. It wasn't a question often directed at him. I like the occasional bar of Honeydukes' finest milk chocolate and the one with fruit and nuts, replied Severus, presenting the teenager with personal information nobody, other than Minerva, had figured out. Other than Lily, but she was no longer here. He, like Harry, had loved eating chocolate, because he was unable to have any as a child, unless Lily's parents handed him something. Harry grinned and nodded. His potions master seemed more human every second he spent with him, even if his scowl was on his face looking permanently set. He placed 2 blocks of chocolate into his basket and then made his way over to the queue. The shop was almost empty, just a few kids in with their brothers or sisters. He was surprised any parent would let their child run around, especially with the war starting up. Unless they believed the ministry's claims that their homes were safe with the spells they'd suggested. He had one word for them: idiots. Ready to leave? Asked Severus wryly. Well, I actually wanted to go to Dervish and Banges. I want to buy a wand holster, said Harry in explanation. That, Harry, is the best idea you've had yet, said Severus impressed. Nodding his consent, they exited the sweet shop and walked down the road, bearing to the right and entering the shop. They all look different, mused Harry as they found the holster area. They're meant to, said Severus bluntly. Harry snorted. I meant by design, not color or dragon hide. That's because they are for different areas of the body. The most popular kinds are calf and wrist, said Severus. This one is for the back, for someone who prefers their wand at their shoulder. It has its drawbacks, it's awkward to reach for, but people don't expect the wands to be produced from there. That makes sense, said Harry. He had been wondered how anyone could have a calf or wrist the size they had. Although now he thought about it, Vernon and Dudley could have given it a fair go. Pick something and let's go, said Severus using the tone of voice he always used in the classroom. They had been here much longer than he was comfortable with. Perhaps the next time he would be confident Harry could hold his own against the Death Eaters and not be so paranoid. Okay, said Harry in surrender. Now, said Severus, leaving no room for argument. I'm going, cried Harry in exasperation, grabbing 2 dragon-hide wand holsters and hastily made his way to pay for them. Merlin, you'd think we are being attacked, grumbled Harry as he was guided out the shop quickly once he'd paid for them. Enough back chatter, snapped Severus. You were the one talking to my back, said Harry, biting his tongue afterwards. He just couldn't help himself, he was used to winding Severus Snape up. Severus pursed his lips, feeling slightly amused as he apparated them to the gates of Hogwarts. Dobby, called Severus. Yes, sir, asked Dobby appearing before them. Take us down to the chamber, said Severus. Dobby would be accompanying them. There was no way they could take food down with them, they just did not know how long they would be there for. Dobby grabbed a hold of both their hands and took them down to the Chamber of Secrets with eagerness. He loved looking after his Harry Potter. And this was his chance. Maybe Harry Potter would find him loyal enough to hire him. As much as he loved being a free elf, he wanted a master, he wanted to serve Master Harry Potter. Looking around, Snape nodded in satisfaction. It seemed as though Dobby had done as he asked already. Everything he'd wanted down here was already down, which included his cauldron sets, even his chess board. Thank you, Dobby. Do you have anything you wish to bring with you? Asked Severus. No, sir, said Dobby immediately, beaming at the potions master, awed at his kindness. Very well, said Severus. How's Winky? Asked Harry kindly. She be a little better, Harry Potter, sir. She not drinking so much nows, said Dobby proudly. He had helped her all by himself. Oh hell, no, snarled Severus, gaping at the only bedroom in the chamber. There was no way he was sharing a bed or a room with a boy he was dreaming about at night. It would only succeed in complicating matters more. His self-disgust rose further. Merlin, this wasn't right. The boy was 17. His student. A boy he'd sworn to protect. What's wrong? Asked Harry curiously, stepping in. His green eyes widened in surprise. Oh, was all Harry squeaked, going slightly red in the face. Severus viciously bit the inside of his lip, as his mind immediately envisioned ways to make that blush encompass Harry's entire face. Severus could barely believe his bad fortune, as he stared at the room in dread. It was bad enough he was living in a confined space with Harry for the upcoming duration. To share a room, well, it was inconceivable. It was going to be difficult enough hiding his mourning predicament without Harry knowing about it. No doubt the teenager would find the entire thing disgusting, and make their training next to impossible. He would never force his presence on the teenager, of course, but it would put him in jeopardy. He needed to train how to fight and beat the Dark Lord, otherwise he would die, and that wasn't something that sat well with Severus. Even before he began having these inappropriate feelings for Harry Potter, he still protected him. He flicked his wand out, realizing immediately, to his relief, that there was another solution. He need not fear spending Merlin knows how long in the same room as the teen. "Sec," uttered Severus, but before he could finish it he received the fright of his life. "Don't use that spell," shrieked Salazar Slytherin from his portrait. He had his arms outstretched uselessly as his green eyes were full of fear, his stance screamed terror. "What the bloody hell?" muttered Severus, putting his wand arm down, staring at Salazar bewildered by his emotional shout. Slowly he regained control of his beating heart, which was shooting through the roof. He had retained control of his outward composure, and for that he was eternally grateful. Harry, however, had jumped as if he'd just been whipped. His green eyes were overly large as well. "Dear Merlin," said Salazar, slumping down on his portrait seat, looking as if he'd just lost all energy. "Care to explain what that was about?" asked Severus, arching a curious eyebrow at the founder. None of his usual bite was present. Then again, this was one of the most powerful wizards Hogwarts had ever seen, legendary as well. His name would never be forgotten. Knowledge had been, but with a bit of luck, Salazar would pass that on to both of them. It was his main reason for allowing himself to be lured down here. He had a thirst for knowledge and a penchant for spell casting creating that put the biggest bookworm to shame. "If you had successfully cast that spell, the chamber would have crumbled down around you," said Salazar. "How is that possible?" asked Severus doubtfully. Harry frowned, his mind flashing back to his second year, in the chamber but further away, and the cave-in that happened there too. Although that had been a dangerous spell backfiring, one that would have wiped his mind of all his memories, for Merlin's sake. Had he cast any other spells? It was ironic that he hadn't. He'd used the fang to kill the diary. Spells had backfired before, but he'd never seen anywhere cave in. End up with scorch marks, yes. Shatter if it was something like a statue, yes, but he'd never seen magical buildings go kaboom like that. "Are you kidding? With the amount of magic I put into this place, it's been expanded to its capacity. With all the other spells on it, it's dangerous, especially in here," said Salazar. "Particularly the spell to slow down time in here. Technically it's against the laws of time to be able to accomplish it. Fortunately I've never been one to do what I'm told." "Laws of time?" asked Harry interestedly. The only knowledge he had of laws of time was never to let yourself be seen. If it was so bad, why were there time turners, and more importantly still, why were 13-year-olds allowed to use them? Not that he could regret it, it had saved his godfather's soul, who was regretfully gone now. He would miss him, who he was supposed to be, and the relationship they could have had. Indeed, it's against nature to be able to exist in this bubble while real life out there sort of halts. The spell was expunged from all records. The wizard who had invented it was arrested, but before he could be executed he ran. He was never found again. They tried to get rid of all the books containing it, of course, but not all of them were recovered. Now of course it is forgotten, along with a great deal more knowledge, which is saddening, said Salazar. "Knowledge is power. Interesting. The laws must have changed over time," said Severus thoughtfully, as he took a seat. "We have time turners, the ability to go back hours at a time. No one is quite sure how long it could turn, nobody has had the guts to try, but anyone who wants to leave their own timeline is insane anyway." "My best friend had one," said Harry. "It leaves trails in its wake. We had to do things we didn't even know to do." "Excuse me," said Severus, his voice going dangerously low. "Are you telling me Hermione Granger received a time turner and actually used it? For such a frivolous act such as attending classes? When? He wasn't stupid, he knew it wasn't Ronald Weasley, the idiot was stupid and as lazy as they came. Completely different from the ambition his elder brothers and younger sister had." Our third year," said Harry, looking awkward. He'd never heard Severus sound so furious before. Considering he'd heard him mad before, that was saying something. He made a note not to tell Severus about using the time turner to save Sirius Black. He had a feeling it would drive the wizard over the brink. Stupid idiotic fools, I have every right to curse them for their foolhardy behavior. What on earth were they thinking? Snapped Severus, unable to believe Dumbledore and Minerva had gone along with the madness. A 13-year-old girl given such an instrument just for extra classes. Do we age in here? Asked Harry curiously, speaking to Salazar as Severus continued to mutter nastily under his breath. Nothing can prevent aging, said Salazar wryly. That's why it's not recommended to spend too much time down here, but since you have to, you will need to cast a specialized glamour over yourself. Slowly lessen it over time, until it's safe to be removed without arousing suspicion. Back to the sleeping arrangements, said Severus. Why did you not inform us? I did, said Salazar, inwardly smug. They already acted like an old married couple. He couldn't wait to see what they would be like once they knew each other better. Fighting together, it would be a sight to see, even if it was regretfully against another of his heirs. Unfortunately, that heir did not deserve the gift of magic. Despite rumors to the contrary, he'd never harmed an innocent. Yes, he'd killed, but in duels or fights to defend his school from marauders trying to cause havoc, never someone unarmed. When? Asked Harry frowning. He couldn't remember him saying anything. You must have been too busy arguing to listen, said Salazar, his green eyes gleaming wickedly. I'll sleep out here, said Harry. He was used to not having a bedroom, so it wouldn't be difficult. At least the couch looked comfortable enough. Such modesty in this time, it is odd, said Salazar honestly. Harry flushed bright red, staring at the floor unable to meet anyone's eyes. It made him feel like a child, reacting this way when any mention of or variations on the theme were brought up. He was woefully ignorant on that subject. He'd barely even ed a girl. He'd been too busy saving the world constantly to ever let himself fall for anyone. In fact, Harry didn't know how it felt to have real feelings for another person. Sure, he loved Hermione and was fond of Ron, but that was purely platonic. Harry had begun to think he would never love anyone. After all, his classmates had all been in relationships for years. Hell, even Neville had. He didn't know how many times he'd been forced to leave the dorm room because of it. Since they couldn't get up the girls' staircase, the girls always went to the boys' rooms. Ginny had continued to try it on with him. Though she was a beautiful woman, he felt nothing but sisterly feelings for her. Needless to say, it had infuriated her, and he hadn't even said anything. If she tried anything this year though, he'd have something to say about it. He was through playing Mr. Nice Guy. Nice guys didn't win against evil. I'm sure it's not the only thing that's changed, chuckled Severus dryly. The look on Harry's face amused him to no end. He was 16 years old. He was acting more like 13, when most first learned to masturbate and tried to keep it a secret. Merlin, had he ever been that innocent? Shifting uncomfortably, he was suddenly glad he was sitting down and wearing black so nobody would notice his sudden interest. I suppose not, said Harry, sitting up straighter. Down to business, have a lunch, then we'll get started. Potions first, Salazar said. Severus would have protested if it wasn't something he was extremely passionate about. He had 2 wizards already bossing him around. He couldn't deal with a third, but at least this one was only a portrait and did want to pass on his knowledge. I'm not hungry, groaned Harry. His stomach was full to the brim. It took months to get back to normal after being with the Dursleys. Just a small amount, as promised, said Severus seriously. Some fruit perhaps. He urgently needed to put some weight on. Just remembering the scan results made him feel like a failure. If anything, he was proud of how strong Harry was despite the obvious abuse he'd suffered. How he'd remained so strong, so determined, and blessedly innocent and good was anyone's guess. He hadn't remained that way. He'd turned bitter, jaded, angry, and vengeful. In fact, he admired Harry, not that he would ever admit to it. If Harry wasn't going to take care of himself, then he would see to it for him. He said take care, because Harry had raised himself very well. There was a difference though. All right, conceded Harry. He wanted to learn and this was the only way it would happen. Plus it was only some fruit. How hard could it be? He just hoped Salazar Slytherin wasn't anything like Severus Snape when it came to teaching potions. No, Severus had said it wouldn't be like last time, and he had to trust in that. Lunch for Master Severus, Master Harry, said Dobby, appearing just as they'd made their plans. Scarily enough, it was a large fruit bowl, sandwiches and soup. How often will we need to leave the room and show our face? Asked Harry, sitting cross-legged on the couch, the bowl in his lap as he picked up pieces of fruit and placed them in his mouth, unaware of the effect it was having on the man sitting at the other end of the couch. Once a month, at the very least, but the portraits will let us know if it's important for you to emerge from the room, said Salazar. Aren't they loyal to Dumbledore? Asked Harry. They always go to him if there's something going on at Hogwarts. It was how he always got to any incident so fast, without any student going to get him. They are obliged to tell him. He is the headmaster and has some control over the portraits and wards, said Salazar, sitting there watching them eat with envy. How he wished he was alive and able to enjoy food again, cast spells. The only consolation was that he had someone to share his knowledge with, talk to after being down here alone so long. If he'd been human, he would have been driven mad by now. He was so grateful to have Rick, Helga and Aro back. They had a lot of catching up to do. Some? Inquired Severus, after swallowing his ham, cheese and pickle sandwich. Doesn't he have full control? No, the headmaster only has some control, since the school legally and magically belongs to our descendants. Only they can take control of the wards and strengthen them. The wards you see before you are just weak shadows of what they once were, Salazar explained. All of them? You mean all descendants in Hogwarts could take control of them? Asked Harry, interested. All of them are, said Godric, joining them, followed by all the others. Or were, since it's now the holidays. Do you know who they are? Asked Severus shrewdly. So that's why Hogwarts wards were so weak and fragmented. Perhaps he shouldn't have been sneering when the others had brought up their concern for the wards after all. Well, Harry was the heir of Slytherin, as was Voldemort, but the rest, he was clueless. Harry is one of the Slytherin heirs, but the others? Do you know, Rowena? And does Dumbledore have a clue the wards could be stripped from him? He couldn't see Dumbledore allowing that. He wasn't evil, just extremely manipulative, and did what he did because he felt it was for the greater good. Complete crap, of course. He did it because he wanted to. He's the heir to two of us, corrected Salazar idly. What do you mean by that? Asked Harry, his head snapping up, the G he'd been about to eat wedged between his teeth. Gobbling it down, he stared at the four founders, wondering why he could never be normal. You were my heir, said Godric. I made sure my heirs were protected and that help would be available to them if they needed it. Harry froze, his heart sinking, and he realized with grave certainty that he was right. The sword of Godric Gryffindor, so it hadn't been a coincidence that it came to him. So Dumbledore knew about him, about the fact he was the heir of Gryffindor. He'd made him think he had sent the hat with the sword. Why? So he didn't go digging for answers. By rights the sword belonged to him then. The bloody sword, muttered Harry mulishly. You have my sword? Asked Godric proudly. I did. It's in Dumbledore's office now. It did help me. I, killed the basilisk with it, admitted Harry, his gaze shifting to Salazar nervously. The wizard portrait hadn't known that yet. Salazar's face scrunched up in pain. She had been very dear to him, and the fact she was gone hurt him a great deal. It didn't help that Harry had been the one to do it. Knowing the boy as he did, he knew it had been purely in self-defense. His poor familiar, she must have been driven mad with loneliness. He should have made another entrance into the forest, let her get out from time to time. Would being the heir to two be enough to control the wards? Asked Severus, placing his empty plate on the table. He couldn't wait to get started, there were so many possibilities. Then he'd give Harry a book to read on meditating, occlumency and legilimency. It could if the other lines had died out. As it stands, 3 of our lines still continue, said Rowena. 3. What happened to mine? Asked Helga, looking stunned. Lord Voldemort killed your last living descendant, said Rowena sympathetically. How did you know it was yours? Asked Harry interestedly. My line continued on through the prince line. My penchant for creating spells was well known. I wrote 5 books, created hundreds of new spells in my lifetime, said Rowena. Wasn't that because of the, said Harry, pointing towards the tiara on her head. That was a legend. The diadem holds no power, said Rowena, deeply amused. The legend holds more power than the actual artifact. It's been lost since your time. What happened to it? Asked Severus. He was Ravenclaw's heir. He was an heir of the Founders. He was like her in creating spells. He didn't know what to think, so he shoved it behind his shields, vowing to think on it later. Well, probably a great deal later, once they had the sleeping arrangements fixed. He couldn't let the boy sleep on the couch for the duration of their training, and he certainly couldn't either. Although another bed could be obtained, he still didn't like having to share a room, but needs must. He couldn't create separate bedrooms unless he wanted them buried alive where nobody could find them in Salazar Slytherin's secret chamber. My daughter ran away with it. She was jealous and envious. I fear the expectations of others for her to be greater than me hurt her a great deal. No doubt she was troubled when she realized it couldn't give her any miraculous cleverness. I sent the Baron out to find her, to bring her back home. I was dying, and I wanted to see my daughter, and my granddaughter needed her mother back, said Rowena sadly. Baron? Asked Severus, his suspicion roused. Yes, he calls himself the Bloody Baron now. He accidentally killed Helena while trying to convince her to come back. When he realized what he'd done, he killed himself. They both came back to Hogwarts, and before Dumbledore froze us I was able to talk to her, said Rowena. She is the ghost of Ravenclaw. You know her better as the Grey Lady, she added before they could open their mouths. You know, that's creepy, said Harry, shaking his head. At least he wasn't the only one with Founders blood. Severus was the heir of Ravenclaw. It put him more at ease. To them he was normal, in fact compared to them he was a dunce. Yet they'd felt he was worthy of teaching, and he couldn't let them down. He would work his off, prove to them that he could learn, and prove to Severus that he could. All right, now to the potions lab, said Salazar, seeing that they were finished, and the little tete-a-tete was done. Harry and Severus both got up, and moved off to the potions lab, which was bigger than the classroom and Severus' office combined. It was extremely old-fashioned, but Harry noticed there were now smaller cauldrons lined up instead of just one big one beside the fireplace. He was extremely nervous. He'd never been very good at potions, mostly because the Slytherins flicked ingredients into his cauldron when Snape's back was turned. Yes, Severus' back was always turned. It seems they weren't crazy enough, or daring enough to try it in front of him. All right, we'll start with you. What potions have you learned? Asked Salazar, gesturing towards Harry, knowing the list would be much shorter. You actually want me to tell you every potion I've learned in the past 6 years? Asked Harry. This was going to be a long day. I need to know, said Salazar pointedly. All right, give me a minute, said Harry, moving out of the lab and into the bedroom. 3 minutes later, he came back dragging his trunk with him. Severus just rolled his eyes before he began to fire off a list to Salazar Slytherin. He knew them all by heart since his classes had been the same since he'd begun teaching. Although admittedly there were a few new ones now and again, added to the curriculum. Harry listened to him gaping. Oh yes, now he remembered why he felt completely inadequate next to this man. The list was surprisingly short. Harry couldn't help but wonder why it seemed so little after 6 years of taking the class. Arg! Harry cried out as he fell into the floor, his ankle throbbing in agony. Thankfully the cushioning charms prevented any more damage to his body. Breathing deeply through his nose, he rode out the pain as though he was used to it. In a way he was. There had never been a year where he hadn't sustained some sort of injury, and that wasn't including the damage the Dursleys had liked to inflict on him. As hard as he tried, he couldn't feel anything for their deaths. After the way they'd treated him, it was to be expected. Are you all right? Asked Severus, making his way over. Their duel forgotten. It was just basic shielding they were doing, or avoidance maneuvers, depending on the curses cast. Severus was testing his knowledge on curses by saying them non-verbally. To his surprise, Harry had known which to shield and which to move out of the way from. Go back, said Harry, trying to stand up and failing. He couldn't move it. He surmised he'd either sprained it badly or he had broken something somewhere. He couldn't believe he'd injured himself like that, falling on his ankle. How stupid was he? It had been years since he'd done that. Before Hogwarts anyway, but that was because he didn't have to constantly run away from Dudley anymore. I need to see the damage, Severus said as he knelt down beside Harry. His wand hovered over the injury as he used a diagnostic spell to find out how bad it was. It must be bad since Harry hadn't just walked it off. He was hoping it wasn't a break. In any case, they couldn't do anything else today. It would need time to heal, otherwise the damage could become permanent. Even magic couldn't fix everything. He won't stop an attack just because I need a timeout. I need to fight through the pain, and that's why I asked you to help me. I knew you wouldn't coddle me or treat me like glass. You'd get me pissed off enough to learn everything, said Harry, irritated at himself, staring at Severus. Severus ceased moving, staring straight at Harry with surprise written across his face. Whatever he'd been expecting, that wasn't it. Harry thought he hated him enough to goad him into learning quicker. Although his past actions might imply that was the case, it wasn't who he truly was. Truth be told, down here, playing student along with Harry, he'd forgotten his true role. Or rather, he had relaxed enough to show, at least partially, his true self. It astonished him that he felt hurt that Harry preferred his teacher persona. "Is that what you truly think?" asked Severus impassively, his features closing completely. If it was Professor Snape he wanted, then that's what he would give him. Harry blinked, surprised when the wizard became closed off. He hadn't been like that for weeks. He'd somehow insulted him. Thinking back on his words, he couldn't find anything that was remotely bad. Still, he must have said something wrong. At least his mind had been temporarily taken off the pain, which by the way was severe. He must have torn a ligament. Not wanting Severus to revert back to the way he was before they came down here, he decided to be honest. "I used to, but only because I thought I only had the summer to do this in. Dumbledore doesn't seem to care that I know nothing, but being kidnapped from the place Dumbledore said I was most protected and insisted every year that I return to, was the last straw that broke the hippogriff's back. Nobody else that would be willing to help me can fight like you. I just need to learn. I want to survive, and he has 30 years on me," confessed Harry. "Ah, I see," said Severus, nodding in acknowledgement. He hadn't realized how worried he was about going up against Voldemort. Harry had dealt with the Dark Lord very maturely, or badly, depending on how one chose to look at it. He loved sarcasm, but to use it on the Dark Lord was just asking for a death sentence. Which was what Harry had done. Merlin, it had taken everything in him to stop himself snorting in amusement. It was a very good job. He had amazing control over all himself, especially in the Dark Lord's presence. He'd seen grown men wet themselves, turn into stuttering messes, beg for their lives and run, all before a single spell was cast. Harry hadn't. He'd had no idea how scared Harry was, and he should have realized it sooner. It was once again being thrown in his face that Harry was only 16 years old. Well, technically that wouldn't be true tomorrow, as he mentally calculated the dates in his mind. Hell, it should have dawned on him earlier. Even he was worried when face to face with the monster. "Wingardium Leviosa," he said, levitating Harry out of the training room, which were 2 corridors away from the actual chamber, where it was safe to actually duel. Not that they were yet, it was just still basic training. Perhaps that's what was irritating Harry. "Sitting or lying?" queried Severus as the door magically opened into the main chamber for them. "Sitting," said Harry, finding it disconcerting that he was floating in mid-air with nothing to grasp onto. When he was injured, he was usually unconscious when he was being moved. Normally he just woke up in the hospital wing. Strangely enough, if he trusted anyone not to drop him, it was this man, talking about dropping bombshells. Severus eased the spell off Harry when he was in a sitting position on the green couch. You'd think Harry would be uncomfortable surrounded by all the green down here, but he wasn't. He hadn't even twitched or moaned about it. Making a hasty trip to the lab, he knelt down on the floor beside Harry, slowly raising his foot onto a stool. Severus winced slightly as Harry groaned in agony as he removed his shoe and sock. "This may hurt for a few seconds," said Severus, scooping up the salve from the large jar, glad he'd had the forethought to bring down everything he had in his private lab, and to brew the potions they'd need most down here. This particular blend of salve he had in his hands was different from the published one, and much more successful. Unfortunately, as a spy, he couldn't publish his potions, he was too proud to do it under a different name. He had journals full of potions he'd created, none exactly groundbreaking so to speak, just tweaked and perfected forms of standard potions. Harry inhaled sharply, almost choking on his own breath, his fingers gripped into the couch he was sitting on. He forced himself to be still, refraining from jerking his leg away, knowing it would just make the pain even worse if he did. Once the initial pain left, he began to relax as the rest of the pain faded while Severus massaged at his aching foot. He bit his lip as a very inappropriate reaction coursed through him. Nobody had ever touched his foot before, he had no idea just how good someone's hand could feel massaging it, or how sensitive it was. Harry laughed, jerking his leg back a little as Severus accidentally tickled the base of his foot. Severus just smirked in amusement, filing the information away for later. Who would have thought Harry Potter was ticklish? He'd never heard him laugh like that before, even with his friends, with such childish abandon. Who could blame him really? He constantly had to watch over his back. Then there were the students themselves, who either loved Harry or hated him when things went wrong. He didn't know how the boy could stand it, it would have irritated the hell out of him. Well, that was putting it mildly, really, if someone had tried that when he was a teenager, well, he would have quickly run out of places to hide the bodies. Well, it looks like the rest of training today is off, try and stay off it as long as possible and we might be able to restart tomorrow, said Severus, as he wrapped gauze around Harry's ankle manually instead of using a spell. In his opinion the spell tied the bandages too tightly. Once he was done he put the lid back on the jar and placed it on the table. If it's any consolation, we would have only continued for an additional half-hour. It is, said Harry, placing a pillow on his lap self-consciously. He did not want anyone to see his arousal, especially Severus. Then again, he was the only one there right now, the founders were off elsewhere and Dobby was currently making dinner. When they went down to the chamber, they'd taken a lot of food from Hogwarts. Yesterday Dobby had to go to a shop to get more. After all, they couldn't have too much food going missing from Hogwarts over such a short period of time, at least to the outside world. Salazar had told Dobby the location of his estate, so he could get supplies from there the next time. There would be a lot there, since nothing had been used in a very long time. It was probably the only one of the founders' properties still standing or untouched since Slytherin's time. Harry felt sorry for Salazar's descendants. Actually, the estate was unplottable, even by Gringotts, so the Gaunt family hadn't had any idea of its existence. Instead they'd lived in a run-down shack with what few precious family heirlooms they did have. Merope Gaunt had sold the locket and ring to get some money for her unborn child. She'd died for him, the future Dark Lord. It was funny, the way the Dark Lord spoke, you would think he felt something for his mother. He defended her, and there was probably nothing else in the world he would defend, except perhaps his snake. Read, because believe me we will be starting back up with this on Monday, stated Severus firmly, pressing a book into his hands. Harry looked down curiously. The title read, The Art of Closing One's Mind and Defending It. The book was very old, it looked ready to fall apart if he was honest. Which didn't surprise him. Occlumency and legilimency was a very ancient art but a useful one. He remembered Severus saying that during his first attempt, well, just before it. Opening to the first page, he realized not once in the entire page was occlumency or legilimency used. He voiced his observation to Severus, as he read. That is because this was the first of the books ever written on the subject. There were no names for it, said Severus sitting opposite him to reading one of Salazar's journals. With his expressed permission of course, many of them he had recognized, but others he did not, and this was just one such book. Who knows what treasures he would uncover here in this lab. Here, where Salazar Slytherin had spent the majority of his life, before moving to his unplottable estate. He could barely believe that a place where the Hogwarts founder had stayed remained untouched. When do you think Professor Slytherin will return? Asked Harry, grinning up from his book. He'd said it first as a joke, but the founder hadn't been the slightest bit bothered. Of course he wouldn't. He'd been a bloody teacher at this very school until he came down to the chamber, then left permanently. He was curious how the family had managed to get his locket, but not enough to ask. "Whenever he is ready," smirked Severus wryly, before immersing himself in the book. He was in awe of the founder. He was so determined, cunning, and just downright amazing. That was what the history books said about him, of course, along with his desire to purge the school of Muggle-borns, which wasn't quite accurate. And the legend about the big argument he and Godric Gryffindor had was also correct, except that upon his death they had let bygones be bygones. As Severus thought on Salazar Slytherin, Harry was also thinking about the founders, mostly about how Godric Gryffindor acted like Ron a lot, speaking without thinking, but the other founders kept him in line. It was amusing watching them all, and he was honored to be taught by them. Between the four of them and Severus, he now had a very reasonable chance to defeat Voldemort. Even if it meant becoming a murderer, but he'd do it to save everyone. Merlin knows how he'd live with himself afterwards, but he'd do it. "What does superannuated mean?" asked Harry, half an hour later. Some of the words in this book made no sense to him, although he was figuring it out, but this time he was baffled. "Judging from the book you were reading, it will probably mean senile, old-fashioned, or outdated," said Severus without pause. "Oh," said Harry before going back to his book. It was short, only 7 chapters, and he was already on the second one. He needed to learn occlumency, to succeed as an occlumens, if he hoped to beat Voldemort. He couldn't risk the evil wizard possessing him again. Merlin, it had been so painful the last time, and Voldy had only been back a year and hadn't completely recovered yet. It was much longer now, and he feared if he didn't learn this, he would be lost. No, he couldn't let it happen, nor could he let the evil wizard mess with his mind or emotions. After that fiasco at the Ministry and losing his godfather, he'd finally realized why Snape and Dumbledore had been so determined he learn it. Hindsight is and he wished he could go back and do it right, learn properly, but his stupid need to know everything had lost him his godfather. "Are you all right?" inquired Severus, eyeing Harry and making him jump. "What?" asked Harry, looking over at his only companion. "You've been looking at the same spot for over 10 minutes, does something else in the book have you stymied?" asked Severus. "No, just thinking," Harry replied, his green eyes filled with veiled worried. "About?" queried Severus, putting his book down and giving Harry his undivided attention, despite the fact he actually just wanted to read more of it. This was the first of Salazar's journals he'd been able to read. For the first few weeks he'd been too interested in the other more obscure potion and defense books on the library Salazar had accumulated. Then again, that was mostly what he had, books on potions, defense, and occlumency and legilimency, which was understandable, since those were the subjects he liked. "The fact I failed at occlumency the first time," said Harry, his voice haunted. "Harry, it wasn't just your fault," said Severus with great difficulty. He could never admit failure easily. "Dumbledore should never have forced that task upon me, nor should I have taken my anger out on you. It wouldn't have mattered even if you had tried to teach me without being angry, or if you had told me there were books on the subject," said Harry, swallowing thickly like Severus. He found it difficult to confess. "I wanted to know what was going on, what the prophecy was. It's my fault." "Have you ever told anyone this?" asked Severus calculatingly. "Dumbledore perhaps. I may have mentioned it when I was yelling at him," admitted Harry, scratching his head as he thought on it. "Then he should have told you this. It wasn't your desire to see what was going on, what the prophecy was, it was the Dark Lord's own desire bleeding through into the dream. He was desperate to get his hands on it. He devoted an entire year to trying to obtain that prophecy, instead of building up his army. He was furious that his one chance was thwarted, that he had once again been foiled by a 15-year-old boy," Severus said confidently, and it was true, although he would admit some of Harry's own curiosity had probably bled right back through to the Dark Lord. He would bet his potion ability on the fact that it was mostly the Dark Lord's influence though. "What exactly does this prophecy say?" asked Salazar, making an appearance in his portrait. He was curious to know more. He'd never thought to ask Rowena, so this was a piece of information that wasn't known to him. "Perhaps that's best kept to yourself," cautioned Severus, and it's not because I don't trust you, but the more people that the greater the chance of it being revealed. It doesn't really matter, the prophecy is already happening whether it's revealed or not, said Harry quietly, his voice grim. He, choosing me, sealed both our fates. Care to elaborate? Croaked Severus, paling more if that was possible. Well, it was like it was meant to happen, he only heard part of it, as if he was only supposed to. Him coming after me caused the next part to come to fruition, explained Harry, slightly alarmed by the look on Severus' face. His mind drifted to his conversation with Dumbledore, and his saying that someone had overheard the first part during the interview with Trelawney. It was you heard the first part, you told Voldemort. His mind went blank, he truly didn't know what to do with this information. Salazar Slytherin remained quiet, watching the scene with trepidation, wondering if this was all going to blow up. Yes, it was I, admitted Severus, his tone filled with despair. Myself and Lucius, it was a year before you were born, I had no idea he would take it to heart. In my opinion, divination is a lot of hokum. Complete poppycock spewed out by people wanting recognition and to scare other people. When he began to plan on killing newborn babies, I began to waver, but his choice to go after you clinched it for me. Why would it? Asked Harry, before he exclaimed loudly, you hate me, you hated my father. But your mother was his best friend, the only person who accepted him, sarcasm and all. The same feelings you share for Hermione Granger, said Rowena, rejoining the conversation. She had to, otherwise Harry would get the wrong idea, and he would think Severus had loved his mother as a lover, not a friend. She had to nip his doubt in the bud so both of them could have the future she envisioned for them. Oh, what a future it would be. This would also give them both cause to fight the war with a solidity that they don't have right now. You were Mum's best friend? Asked Harry softly, his mind drifting to that day in the cave talking to Sirius. His nose twitching in anger, Sirius had told him Severus had only been friends with Death Eaters. He had lied to him, and that hurt him deeply. He thought Sirius had been truthful to him, even if he did parrot most of what he said back to Dumbledore. The worst thing was, he'd never be able to yell at Sirius for it. Harry only wished he'd known sooner. I was, said Severus cautiously, feeling Harry's anger. He wouldn't try to stop the child if he chose to curse him. So what exactly does this prophecy say? Asked Salazar. Ouch, watch it, I'm just curious. Harry smothered his amusement, they were so funny to watch, especially the women scolding the men. He couldn't really blame Severus, especially if he already felt awful about it. It wasn't as if he'd directly gone out and killed his mum and dad, or tried to have him killed. His actions just had more severe consequences than most did, like him not taking occlumency seriously had caused him to lose his godfather. Even if he wanted to blame Severus, he couldn't, he had to learn how to defeat Voldemort, or he would die for real this time, without his mother's protection. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Said Harry grimly. I assume only the 3 first verses were heard? Asked Salazar, understanding Harry's previous statements. Mark him his equal, going to kill him had in fact put the rest of the prophecy into motion. The Dark Lord deciding to go there in effect chose you as his equal. It's nothing about magical power, but rather the representation of the word. Status, rights and power. Because I was like him. A half-blood? Asked Harry, he hadn't thought about it that way before. He'd just thought it meant power literally. Indeed, now as for the power the Dark Lord knows not, power doesn't necessarily mean magical abilities, it could mean many things, such as emotions, feelings, suggested Salazar. Dumbledore, said Harry sarcastically, thinks it's love, that I will destroy Voldemort with love. Stop using that name, hissed Severus, wincing as a particular gab of agony coursed through him. Why does nobody ever bloody listen to me? Sorry, said Harry quietly. He might have not phrased it accurately, but he does have a point, inputted Rowena. Those that love fight much fiercer than anyone in the world. They fight to keep those feelings, to keep their families safe. Can you imagine holding your newborn child in your hands, vowing to keep her safe, then going off to war so she can grow up in a world with peace, prosperity and love? All these things that wouldn't exist if he survived. Can you imagine how much conviction would lie within you just so you could raise her? Remain the family you hope to be. These things are foreign to the Dark Lord, all he knows is anger and disgust. He cannot fathom the feelings that drive others to fight rather than kneel down in defeat. Right now Harry lacked that in his life, but he could have it, if she could get the difficult, stubborn men to lower their guards and fall for each other, they'd have all that and more. Well, when you put it that way, it does make sense, said Harry, impressed. Dumbledore made it sound so pathetic, but Rowena made it sound like the most natural thing in the world. Was she right though? Was it something as simple as love? Although he didn't really understand the meaning of the word. He'd never once been loved before in his life, all he knew was hatred, disgust and contempt. Although he was sure his friends were fond of him, it was a far cry from loving someone so completely. Nothing would have changed if he had learned it all. The fact that you could kill him would have motivated him more than anything else in that prophecy, said Severus tiredly. Either must die at the hand of the other. He would have wanted to be rid of you before you could become a true threat to him. The prophecy would have still been fulfilled. It explained Harry's desire to learn everything. He had suspected as much as what had truly been discovered here tonight. There really were only so many conclusions one could reach with what he had heard. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, the one with the power to vanquish him. Vanquish means kill, it was why he'd sworn to protect Harry without complaint. Anything to avenge Lily, to make sure Harry survived, to live on in the world. I agree, if it were me, it's probably something I would have done, said Salazar. Severus knew the Dark Lord well. It was a good thing, since he was spying on him. Although if Rowena got her way, it wouldn't be for much longer. There was one thing about Rowena, she nearly always got her way. There were only a handful of times that he could remember when she hadn't. He'd also learned of another instant when she hadn't, when her daughter died. It was a shame, she had adored her daughter, and her granddaughter more. You know, it's really strange being up here again, said Harry, musing out loud as he gazed around the room, looking at everything as if he couldn't remember exactly what it looked like. They were back in Severus' quarters. It was morning, and they would be heading out to breakfast. 1 month had already gone by. It was unbelievable really, he had learned so much. Severus Snape knew so much, it was hard to believe he'd once felt anything but kinship with him. They had an understanding with one another that nobody could possibly compare to. When he spoke to Severus, he listened, he no longer judged, and sometimes he would see those obsidian eyes gleaming with understanding. Although he didn't like Severus trying to get information about the Dursleys out of him. Helga said talking about it would make him feel better, that it would no longer cause him nightmares or make him dwell on them. He no longer fought him rigorously about the Dursleys, but he did find it easier not talking about it. He was just so used to people not believing him. Even 1 month on and having 5 people to talk to still didn't help him realize they weren't judging him. Sal, R.O., Helga and Godric were great. Their words inspired him more than anyone else's ever had. They made him feel like he could do anything if he put his mind to it. Without people tearing into him, he began to feel everyone's conviction that he could defeat Voldemort. I know, said Severus dryly, moving away towards his bedroom. Slipping inside, he closed the door and quickly changed. To them it was night time. They had been training all day, but today they would be spending it here at Hogwarts, not in the chamber. Harry needed to get some proper light, sunshine. They were both rather pale since they spent so much time underground. They were getting enough vitamins that nothing would happen of course, but still, they had to take a break at some point. Meandering over to his cupboard, he put his usual potions garb on, instead of keeping on the loose-fitted clothes they trained in. The teachers would probably faint if they'd seen the clothes he'd taken to wearing down in the chamber. While it would amuse him to no end, they couldn't let anyone see that anything had changed. It might have been a month to them, but to the other teachers not even a day had passed. We should invite Remus down, said Harry as Severus reemerged from his bedroom. Harry was standing in front of the fireplace, warming up. Despite the fact they were underground, they'd never felt the cold. The chamber was always warm, but when the fire was lit it was toasty warm. They never got inundated with smoke despite the fact it had no chimney. He assumed it was some sort of spell. He'd never asked, not wanting to embarrass himself. He was learning though. "Excuse me," asked Severus, sounding highly insulted. What the hell did the wolf know that he couldn't possibly teach Harry? Or that's what he told himself was bothering him. He didn't even touch upon the fact he felt jealous. He was very good at ignoring things he didn't want to dwell on. "Well, without the effects of the moon, he won't turn into his wolf form. A few months without turning might actually make him feel better," said Harry. "He's the closest thing I have to a parent, and I hate seeing him in pain. He's practically incapacitated for days after the transformation. It might help him put on some much-needed weight as well. He looks so much older than he really is. Hell, even Severus looked younger than Remus. All the transformations were killing him." "Did you bring the chain?" asked Severus, not bothering to reply. It was true, down there the mangy mutt wouldn't transform. How could he? There was no moon. Still he liked the both of them being on their own, even if he would never admit it out loud. It gave him some much-needed freedom from spying, Dumbledore's meddling and expectations, the persona he'd created to teach students. For the first time in a long time he was able to be the man he was. It was still a novel experience 1 month on. "Yeah," said Harry, hooking the chain with his fingers to show Severus. "Good, hold still, I'm going to do the charm now," said Severus, before magic washed over Harry in droves. "Sev, won't Dumbledore be able to sense this?" asked Harry quietly. Severus snorted, and not for the first time. "Did he notice you constantly wore glamours?" he pointed out instead of directly replying. "I don't know, he never asked about them, but if he did, he wouldn't draw attention to it. He wouldn't want everyone to know," Harry said, shrugging his shoulders, as if he was unbothered by it. Severus could see right through him. Dumbledore's manipulations hurt Harry, even now. It wasn't hard to guess why. Harry had come to Hogwarts starved for affection, only for Dumbledore to give him constant special attention. Making him feel special, wanted, and needed like he hadn't experienced before. Only as he got older did he begin to understand about ulterior motives, and realized he was being used. Knowing this didn't help or automatically wipe the old feelings Harry had for the old fool. It just made him feel betrayal and anger as well as the old fondness he'd had for Dumbledore. Over time he would find others to gift his feelings to. It would help him get over Dumbledore's callousness. "There, I think that will do," said Severus, eyeing Harry critically and making sure the complex glamour was foolproof. Staring at it here and now, he realized probably for the first time how far Harry had come along. The school was in for quite a shock when the full glamour was dropped in their presence. He was simply stunning, and didn't his green eyes just add to the affect? A sigh left Harry's lips. The urge just to turn tail and go back down to the chamber was strong. It was his safe heaven, pretty much how his cupboard had felt to him as a child. Where his aunt and uncle left him alone, and he could play with the few toy soldiers he'd nabbed from the bin when Petunia threw them away and bought Dudley a big new box full of them. He could see how Salazar had spent so long down there. It was comfortable. He'd never really cared for the company of others much. Why should he anyway? They never really cared about him, but about the stupid scar on his forehead, their stupid boy who lived. "Potter, are you all right?" asked Severus, noticing the vacant look in his eyes. Sometimes late at night he would get that look, but he'd never disturbed him. "Back to Potter are we?" asked Harry, his green eyes filling with hurt. "For the moment, yes, nothing can look as if it's changed," Severus pointed out. "Now let's get down to breakfast. I will be going to Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley later if you wish to come." "Oh," said Harry sheepishly, "of course, but he didn't need to do it down here." He didn't say anything of course, since the words, Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade, had caught his attention. "I'd like to. I finished my chocolate 2 weeks ago. I'll need to bring more to last me a month at a time." He grinned at Severus widely, acting like a child aptly described in a candy shop. "Very well," said Severus, moving off before rolling his eyes. He understood now, of course. As a young child Harry hadn't eaten a single sweet. The only sugary thing he remembered ever having was at the age of 11, before his Hogwarts letter came. An ice cream cone of all things, when his obese cousin decided he did not like it. He understood it, since he hadn't received many sweets during his childhood either. Most of them came, ironically enough, from Lily's mother and father. He always spent as much time with Lily as he could, so he didn't have to go back home to his parents. To the abuse, to watching his father terrify his mother, a witch who could kill him with 2 words, enduring the beatings, to this day he didn't understand why. Being with Lily so often, her parents used to give him sweets as well as the girls. It was an act of kindness he never forgot. Lily had been just like them. Petunia was a vile excuse for a human being and should have been killed years ago. "Ah, Severus, Harry," beamed Dumbledore, as Severus and Harry entered the Great Hall looking uncomfortable and decidedly very put out. The two did notice how tense the headmaster was, and his twinkle was significantly reduced. He was not happy about something. "Headmaster," said Severus curtly, as his long legs swiftly stalked up to the teacher's table. With his long strides he took only a few seconds to sit down and begin helping himself. He paid no mind to any of the teachers or Harry. After all, Severus Snape would never do that. The urge to make sure Harry was all right, though, remained strong, but Harry could look after himself. He knew that. He'd been doing it before they entered the chamber. Not that it was anything new, worrying about Harry. He did it constantly since the young man had been introduced to the wizarding world. "Come, Harry, sit up here beside us, there's plenty of room," said Albus, patting to the chair right next to him, Hagrid's chair unless he was pretty much mistaken. No, Hagrid sat next to Flitwick. On the other side, it was McGonagall's seat he was taking. "Minerva will not be joining us today, no worries," he teased softly. Harry trudged up to the table, feeling deeply uncomfortable and not having to fake it. He wanted to laugh at the absurdity. For years he'd wished to remain at Hogwarts instead of going home. Now here he was, and he could barely tolerate it. He did immediately begin piling food on his plate, more than any of the teachers had probably seen him consume in a day, if they had paid the slightest bit of attention. None had, well, apart from Albus Dumbledore, but he probably had other things on his mind than actually watching what Harry ate and didn't eat. "You must be very hungry, my boy," observed Albus, surprised when Harry practically inhaled it. "I am," said Harry defiantly. "That happens when you've been starved for weeks," he snapped out through gritted teeth. "Forgive me, Harry, I meant no offense," Albus said quietly. There was something different about the young man. Just yesterday his magic would have flared in his anger, yet nothing of the sort did. Frowning in contemplation, he mechanically ate his breakfast as he thought. "I would like for us to talk in my office, after breakfast is over." It wasn't a request, it was a demand. "No thank you, Headmaster," said Harry immediately. He didn't want to be alone or talk with the old fool. "I must insist," said Albus firmly. "I must decline." Harry shot back in irritation. His food was beginning to look less appealing the more time he spent in Dumbledore's company. You could tell, as the uneaten food, half a plate's worth, began to get shoved violently around the plate. His body was hunched over it, just wanting this whole thing over with as quickly as possible. "Mr. Potter, I am your headmaster, you will show the proper respect," said Albus, his voice going slightly harsh. He was completely infuriated at the way Harry was speaking to him. Thankfully most of the teachers were out of hearing distance, with the exception of Severus. "Fine, I'm sorry I must decline, Headmaster," said Harry. His tone however was as respectful as one could get. 20 points from Gryffindor. The second Hogwarts starts back up, Potter, snapped Severus, playing his part. Also warning the boy he was going too far. He hadn't been quite this furious at Dumbledore before going down to the chamber. Unfortunately the anger had over a month to fester in the young man, and he had never been quite able to quell his anger. Still, all teenagers went through it. Some called it puberty, others called it teenager rebellion. Salazar and he were going to have to teach Harry the finer points of being a true Slytherin. Evidently Harry had been spending too much time in the lion's den with Ronald Weasley, so that some of it had rubbed off on him. Although he couldn't blame him for being angry, Dumbledore's manipulations were going too far. Harry just turned away and stared at his food, his stomach churning. He knew what Dumbledore would want to talk about, he was just terrified he would end up drugged or forced into it. His imagination was going wild, but it had every right to. When Dumbledore wanted something, he usually got his way. He was determined he would have more power to defeat Voldemort. Everything that had happened was what Dumbledore wanted to happen, with the exception of the deception he and Severus had going at the moment. If it did happen, nobody would believe him. Dumbledore was just too well admired by the entire world. "My office, Mr. Potter," said Albus, standing up having finished his meal. "Fine," muttered Harry, sounding very petulant. Swallowing thickly, he looked at Severus, his green eyes filled with some despair. As he followed Albus Dumbledore out of the Great Hall, he was looking as if he was going to his doom as opposed to the headmaster's office. Severus frowned before his face became impassive again. He'd never seen that particular look on Harry's face before. Could it actually have been a pleading look? Staring at the door which had closed behind the two figures, he contemplated where he'd seen that look before. Almost as if he had amazing recall, his mind transported him back to 6 years ago, those same green eyes filled with despairing wildness. The day he had caught them inside instead of being out, when they went down the trapdoor. When he'd realized he would have to do it himself, resignation, and a baffled need for help. Standing up abruptly, he said nothing to the others sitting there as he stalked back down the Great Hall. He almost broke out into a run to get to the headmaster's office. Harry obviously didn't want to be alone with the headmaster. "Tea, my boy?" asked Albus, taking a seat, pouring himself one as he waited patiently for Harry to answer. Harry gritted his teeth. He wasn't Dumbledore's boy and would never be. "No," he managed to get out through clenched teeth. He would never drink or eat anything Dumbledore gave him ever again. "Are you sure? It's a delightful beverage, one of my favorites," Dumbledore stated, smiling at Harry over his half-moon glasses. "I'm sure," said Harry, refusing to look at the old fool. If he attempted to get into his mind, he would realize that he had learned occlumency. Not something he could allow to happen, at least not yet. Maybe later on in the year once they stopped using the room. Part of him didn't care, but he wanted to continue using the chamber. To do that he had to make sure they weren't caught. If anyone found out, that would be it. "Well, I guess we should get down to business," Albus said with outward calm, irritated that the child refused to look at him. If it wasn't for Voldemort, Potter wouldn't have needed to know what occlumency and legilimency were. The irritating thorn in his side, he couldn't wait until both Voldemort and Potter were gone, and he rose triumphant from the ashes to lead the wizarding world once more. Harry remained silent, digging his fingernails into his palm until he could feel the blood droplets forming. He hadn't been angry in a month, so he was finding it difficult to handle it. It was as if the very sight of Dumbledore was enough to send him into a clouded rage. He didn't understand it. If he could remain calm in front of Voldemort, why couldn't he do the same with Dumbledore? Unless the so-called bond was interfering when it came to Dumbledore. "Nymphadora came to me last night. I'm sure I do not need to repeat what she said," stated Albus, still not getting Harry's full attention. He was looking at his mouth, preventing eye-to-eye meetings. "She is trying to help you, my boy. Why are you suddenly trying to do everything in your power to prevent your success at defeating Voldemort?" "I can do it on my own," said Harry. "No, you cannot. He is much too powerful. You will go through with this, my boy. As your magical guardian I can force the issue, but it will be much worse than, believe me. Not only will you do this, but I will ensure you are married, not something I suspect you want. The choice is yours, whatever road you decide to take," said Albus grimly. "I shall see about getting you a room of your own, and see if Nymphadora is willing after the way you treated her." Harry bit his tongue, trying to remain calm, but his breathing was erratic and he felt as though his ears were being ambushed by a million angry bees. The urge to glare at Dumbledore was strong, but he successfully managed to keep his gaze averted. He wincing in agony when he realized blood was all over the palm of his hand. He pressed it against his cloak, not even wanting a drop of it to fall anywhere here. Since the tournament he was always extremely self-conscious about cutting himself. Just then there was a loud knock on the door, distracting Harry momentarily. Enter, stated Albus, trying not to sound too surprised. Headmaster, said Severus, nodding curtly. Move, Potter. Where exactly are you going, Severus? Inquired Albus, his blue eyes barely hiding his suspicion. They had gone out of Hogwarts yesterday as well, according to the wards. Diagon Alley. I'm getting the brat's school things, while I get a few items I need for the summer. I am not pandering to Potter's every whim. He goes when I am ready to take him, and that time is now. Potter, I said move, snapped Severus, angry. He could see blood on Harry's hands and became worried. He hid it by being even grouchier. Yes sir, said Harry quietly, his eyes staring at the floor as he stood up. He almost wanted to grin at the annoyed twitch on Dumbledore's face. He didn't need to be a Legilimens to figure out his problem. Here he was rebelling against Dumbledore's authority, but he caved into Professor Snape's demands. Perhaps he should do it more often, although that might backfire, but he didn't know how it could. Both men left the headmaster's office, and one irate headmaster behind. Oddly enough, they didn't notice the lack of Albus Dumbledore's familiar. After all, Fawkes was always in the headmaster's office unless he was away for a few seconds delivering a letter. Let me see your hand, said Severus as soon as he could drag Harry into one of the alcoves. He didn't think much on how it would look, he had no desire to. Usually only students who wanted to have alone time with one another did this. Although he wouldn't have minded, but Harry was extremely young and would never go for a man 21 years his senior. However, his subconscious didn't care for that, and continued to taunt him as he slept with images that made him extremely uncomfortable to be in close proximity of the young man. Harry didn't need to ask him why or which one, he merely handed his right hand over. Oddly enough, he hadn't felt the pain until afterwards. He had dug into his palm twice, with enough force behind it to bring out crescent-shaped cuts behind. The blood oozed steadily as he held his hand out flat for Severus' inspection. Non-verbally, Severus cast a silencing spell around them as he caught sight of the damage. Severus winced, then demanded, Merlin, what the hell did he say in there? Quickly he retrieved his potions bag, and unrolling it out on the windowsill. How long, do you have a magical guardian for? Whispered Harry, his face pale and ashen. His eyes were filled with panic, true panic and fear. A magical guardian is for good, Harry. Pretty much like a parent or godfather, mother, explained Severus, not seeing the look on his face. But can they marry you off? Harry asked, his voice trembling, despite the fact his body was steady. Severus' eyes snapped up to Harry's face, seeing him properly for the first time. Technically you are 17 years old, but according to your birth date you are still 16 until July 31st, in a fortnight's time, Severus stated, his heart pounding away like a drum. He didn't need to ask Harry why he would want such information, it was obvious. That's what Albus had threatened him with. He couldn't believe how low the headmaster was willing to go. All just to get Harry's magical maturity to come forward. It would be tantamount to bloody. Since Harry wasn't willing, he wouldn't get his bloody magic. Dumbledore was taking a big risk, he must be desperate, but why? What had changed in the last few years? With a few flicks of his wand the blood was gone and the wound sterilized. Placing his wand back into its holster he grabbed a salve. Spreading it on the red tiers of skin, he watched as they knitted together, leaving just red crescent shapes behind. Muttering farewell, a bandage wrapped itself around Harry's hand, keeping him from scratching at the healing skin. Before you go into a complete panic, you are going to Gringotts to find out what you can, said Severus, trying to keep Harry calm and level-headed. Deep breaths, inhale, exhale, good, imagine yourself flying in the sky, at peace, don't allow anyone to disturb it. Compartmentalize your thoughts, that's it, good, easy, that's it, come back, he murmured, watching Harry do just that. He knew when Harry was back to his normal composure, the young man he was used to seeing for this past month. Better? He asked after a few seconds of silence, as he replaced everything in his potions bag and slipped it easily into his pocket with experienced practice. Yeah, said Harry quietly, feeling calm now that his occlumency walls were fully back up, and securely. Let's get to Diagon Alley and check in at Gringotts first, all else can wait, said Severus, he was rather worried himself. Slytherins had always been selfish, and he didn't want anyone else to have Harry, even though he knew he would never have him. It was just in their nature to kill the competition, so to speak. He wanted Harry for himself, which was why he didn't want Lupin in the chamber. He kept warring with himself, wanting to claim Harry and make sure he knew he belonged to him or, well, basically stopping himself from the inevitable fallout of Harry not even being attracted to him. If Dumbledore was his magical guardian, well, he might be able to take advantage of it. He cursed himself inwardly. This was Harry's life, he shouldn't be thinking like that. Swearing violently to himself, he promised he wouldn't interfere with any choice Harry made. "All right," said Harry, his voice still held a hint of a tremble to it. Severus nodded firmly, as he once again vowed not to interfere. If he could win Harry over, then he would do so. Not with underhand tactics. No, the Slytherin way wasn't how you get someone's heart and keep it. No doubt if he found out, it would destroy any hope of reconciliation. Harry seemed like a very unforgiving young man. With what life had thrown at him, Snape wasn't surprised. Or should he say it was just lately, the last year or so, since before then he'd been sickeningly loyal, forgiving everyone for walking over him repeatedly. Removing the silencing spell, both of them left the alcove, resuming their personas and making their way quickly out of Hogwarts. "I need to speak to Griphook, please," said Harry, as he entered the main hall at Gringotts with Severus by his side, both heavily disguised. The goblins no doubt knew who they were despite that. "What is it regarding?" asked the goblin, staring at him with his black beady eyes. "My account, which I would like to discuss in private," stated Harry with no hint of shyness or awe like he had experienced at Gringotts on previous visits when he was younger. "Follow me," the goblin grunted, his black eyes gleaming with respect. It jumped from its stool behind the counter and moved along, coming to a stop beside them. Jerking its head, he led them down the marble corridor and opened a door. "Griphook will be with you momentarily." "Thank you," said Harry firmly, sitting himself down. The only show of nerves he had was the fact his foot tapped very impatiently against the marble floor. The door opened within a few seconds, with a familiar goblin Harry knew to be Griphook. "What can I do for you, Mr. Potter?" asked Griphook, walking around the desk and hopping onto the seat. He paid no attention to Severus. After all, he had been requested for Harry, not him. "Do I have a magical guardian?" demanded Harry. "I think, what Mr. Potter means to ask is Albus Dumbledore his magical guardian?" stated Severus dryly. "All magical children have a magical guardian, Mr. Potter. At least those who live in the magical world, and especially all pureblood families. The reason for that is quite simple: they have no brothers or sisters. Nobody who could possibly take the heir to such an old family." "Is he?" asked Harry, putting the information Severus had revealed away for analysis at a later date. "He is, since you were put down for Hogwarts the moment you were born, and your parents died, and Sirius Black was imprisoned. There was no other magical person capable of filling that role," said Griphook, unaware that this wasn't what Harry wanted to hear. Quote! Quote! Cursed Harry bitterly, his head falling into his hands as he groaned. "I assume it wouldn't matter if technically Harry is already 17 years old?" queried Severus. Griphook looked at him with an odd twinkle in its eyes, as if he knew all of their secrets. "Unfortunately not, otherwise you would just be looking at a prison sentence for tampering with time. Whether you actually tampered with it will matter little to them." "How can I stop this?" whispered Harry, gazing at Severus in despair, praying that somehow the Slytherin would have all the answers he didn't. For the first time, unfortunately, Severus didn't have any answers for him. There was absolutely nothing of the confident, reckless young man he'd become. "We'll come up with something," said Severus. "We won't stop looking until we find a way." Hopefully Rowena would know how to stop Dumbledore. If she chose to reveal it, of course, since he knew from the others and his own experience that she was stubborn when she wanted to be. He understood where she was coming from. She saw it both as a gift and a curse. He could only imagine what it was like seeing the lives of the people you know flashing before your very eyes. Harry nodded. "Sirius was never charged with a crime. Doesn't that mean he was technically still my magical guardian?" Harry asked, hopeful. "Mr. Black is no longer alive." Even if Albus Dumbledore wasn't before, he is now, as headmaster of your school, stated Griphook. How do you know that? Asked Harry, glaring at Griphook suspiciously. Mr. Potter, Mr. Black's will was read, your magical guardian stood in your stead. Are you telling me he's violated the very nature of the guardianship by not telling you about the will reading or what you received as part of your inheritance? Demanded Griphook, incensed. Why didn't Remus tell me? Harry blurted out blankly. Lupin still has a somewhat idealized image of the headmaster, replied Severus bluntly. He probably didn't want to talk about it, or bring it up for fear of hurting your feelings. The last part was spewed sarcastically, he just couldn't help himself. Did he leave any letter? Demanded Harry, determinedly, sitting up straighter. We do not know, you would need to look into each vault yourself, Mr. Potter, said Griphook. We only know the amount of money in each vault. The rest of it is private, as it should be. Since Dumbledore didn't tell me, I don't suppose he failed in his duty, and it's a way for me to get out, grumbled Harry, already knowing the answer. I'm afraid not, said Griphook, wondering what was going on, but knowing better than to ask. Thank you, sighed Harry, standing up. These are the contents and vaults you received from Mr. Black. They've been added to the Potter accounts, said Griphook, handing over wads of parchment, after clicking his fingers and having them appear. You will also need to sign this to state you received them. Thanks, sighed Harry, lifting the self-inking quill and scribbling his name. Does Dumbledore have access to my account? No, since you do not live with him he wouldn't receive a penny for your upkeep, explained Griphook. Does that mean the bloody Dursleys got my money? Cried Harry, shaking with sudden rage. His mind was shouting out all the words over the years that the Dursleys had insisted, taken him in out of the goodness of their hearts, let them eat off their table, housed him despite the fact he was an ungrateful burden on them. They were given a generous allowance, yes, Griphook confirmed. It is all in the ledgers I gave you. Breathing harshly through his nostrils, anger rolling over him in waves. Easy, remember what I taught you. You will not defeat him when you wear your heart on your sleeve, snapped Severus, pressing his hand tightly around Harry's bicep. I am not teaching you how to clear your mind if this is how you are going to be every time something does not go your way. It is in the past, Harry, let it go, let them go, you need to if you want a future. Swallowing thickly, Harry nodded mutely, only relaxing once Severus had removed his hand from his arm. Severus made it look easy, but it wasn't. He hated the fact Severus was also right about him needing to let go of the anger. He didn't half-bloody make him feel like shit while doing it as well. Let's get this over with, you can take your anger out in the chamber later, whispered Severus so low that the goblin couldn't possibly hear. I think I need to, croaked Harry, before he placed the parchments into his pocket and quickly vanishing out of the office. Severus once again had his back, and you know what? Harry wouldn't have wanted anyone else there. He had confidence that they could find themselves an answer, no matter how difficult it might be. He would need to get a lot of chocolate and clothes actually, since his current ones had expanded to their capacity. Obviously he couldn't go to Madame Malkin's since he'd been there only yesterday, unless they just went in with measurements and pretended to be there for someone else. He didn't want to leave the chamber unless he absolutely positively must. He certainly wasn't going to if he didn't get an answer. He would remain hidden until the entire fortnight was up in the real world, which would probably be nearing a year in the chamber. He found himself unbothered by that. He wasn't about to let Dumbledore use him for any greater good. A blast of fresh air caused him to relax. Now that he had a plan, he felt better. They stepped out into the sunshine, having no need to go to a teller. He still had his gold coins from the last time. Are you going to put the basilisk skin on the market yet? I cannot until he is defeated, said Severus dryly. He would just think it's me, shrugged Harry. He knows I destroyed his diary, and probably that I killed the basilisk. Perhaps, said Severus thoughtfully, his eyes scouring every crevice of Diagon Alley, making sure it was safe. He could never stop a habit that he felt as though he had had for a lifetime. He couldn't wait until they were safely ensconced in the chamber again. They were all out. Dobby was making an appearance at the kitchen for a while before going to Slytherin's home to get more supplies for them. Harry sat bundled up on the sofa, a bar of Honeyduke's best chocolate sat beside him, as well as a large mug of coffee. He certainly needed it after the day he'd had. The outcome wasn't looking good at all. The founders had been completely enraged when Harry told them what Dumbledore had said. Harry was kind of glad that they'd reacted like that. It made him feel normal about his own reaction. Severus on the other hand wasn't one to show his anger at irritating situations, as he was coming to realize, well, most situations. He wished he had half of Severus' decorum. Harry had spent over an hour talking to Rowena, Helga, Salazar, and Godric, trying to figure out a way to get out of Dumbledore's manipulative tyranny. Regretfully, no solution seemed imminent. With only so-called weeks away from his coming of age, there would be no lucrative reason for him to become emancipated, added to the fact that it would take longer than that for it to go through. Even trying to get an apprenticeship required Dumbledore's permission. Of course Salazar had a more devil-may-care attitude towards it. He'd quite frankly told him to go out and someone, and then everything would get back to normal. He stated that at least he would be getting a choice on whom to have his first time with. That back in the day, most people were already married and had children by his age. While acknowledging that things were different, and he shouldn't push his own time's practices onto him, he was just trying to help him realize that it wasn't the end of the world. Sighing softly, Harry wanted to have the same attitude as Salazar towards it, but he'd wanted his first time to be with someone who gave a shit about him. It was such a girly outlook to have. He realized this, and never voiced it out loud. It was probably due to the fact he'd never really had anyone care about him, growing up. He'd had everything sacrificed for him, either by the wizarding world as a whole, Dumbledore, or Voldemort. Was it so wrong of him to want to give a piece of himself to someone that gave a shit about him? And not just as a bloody weapon. It doesn't do to dwell on it, Harry, said Severus, sitting himself across from the brooding teenager. Oh, and would you just let them manipulate you into marrying someone? Asked Harry bitterly. No, stated Severus, immediately and without the slightest hesitation. And why not? Asked Harry, a knowing look in his green eyes as he gazed at Severus. I have given both of them enough of my life without that as well, replied Severus, impassively. He knew Harry was trying to make his own point, and was doing so in a Slytherin fashion without revealing emotion that could be used against him later. This was the Harry he preferred, the real Harry, not the scared teenager he'd seen today. Admittedly, having something so far out of your control happening would make you vulnerable. Exactly, haven't I done the same? My chance of a family, my childhood, my teenage years, any chance of having a close relationship with someone I could potentially call parents, answered the teenager, asking the question on his mind. If Dumbledore hadn't put him with the Dursleys, he would have been young enough to have a new family. A new mother and father figure, a peaceful life, or at least as peaceful as his life could have ever been. Now he wants my future too. Harry, he probably already has your future planned out, said Severus, his tone slightly hesitant. What future, Snape? What future? He hasn't trained me one iota since I came into this damn world of death and torture. I don't have one. He doesn't plan on me surviving the fight between us. All this, the years, it's just an interlude before the real thing. If I did survive, and he wanted otherwise, I dread to think what he would or could do in retaliation, hissed Harry, his coffee sloshing causing him to wince. Wiping it away, he cleared his mind as he'd been taught. All his memories and thoughts locked themselves behind his occlumency walls. Dumbledore might be many things, that I would never deny, but he wouldn't outright murder anyone or ask someone to do it for him. He may just fail to appear at someone's time of need, or do what he's done to you and fail to train you for what's to come. If you survive, I can guarantee Dumbledore won't try anything, murmured Severus quietly. I didn't go from one Dark Lord to another. No matter how much you try and demonize Dumbledore, he isn't the real enemy. Right now, he is to me. Dumbledore's done more than Voldemort ever has to make my life a misery, confessed Harry, before finishing his mug of coffee and placing it on the table. Blindly he groped around, looking for his chocolate. Somehow it always made him feel better. Severus observed the teenager, not having anything he could say regarding that statement. It was true, in a weird way, all the Dark Lord had done was try and kill him. Dumbledore on the other hand had controlled all aspects of Harry's life since his parents died. "I'm just going to stay down here until my birthday has come and gone, that way he cannot force me into anything," stated Harry, his green eyes glimmering with what could only be described as devilish satisfaction. "You are aware that by then you'll be 19 years old, correct?" stated Severus, his lips twitching in sardonic amusement. They'd been down for an entire month, and on the outside world only a single night had passed. 1 month to 12 hours, 2 months to a single day, needless to say it was complicated. 7 days was 14 months, a fortnight would make it 28 months. That was 2 years and 4 months, for a single fortnight. It just blew his mind, really. He hadn't thought much on it, if he was honest, but now that he had, his mind was completely blown. "Really?" gasped Harry, gaping, utterly astonished. 2 months to a single day, 2 weeks would be 24 months, you do the math, Severus said sardonically, his lips twisted in amusement as he looked at the shock on Harry's face. 19, breathed Harry, just to stay down here until he was free of Dumbledore's manipulation. "I could learn so much in over 2 years, I really do have a chance, don't I? I mean, if you stay too." He couldn't forget that bit of information. Severus might not even want to stay down that long. 2 years was a long time to remain down in the Chamber of Secrets. "You are forgetting whatever contract Dumbledore might have already made up for you," added Godric, appearing in the portrait with Rowena. "Has he, R.O.?" asked Harry, his breathing hitching. "No," said Rowena, almost reluctant. She didn't like revealing things about the future. "Will he?" Harry then asked, urging her silently to answer his question. "That I cannot say, not because I don't want to. You know as well as I do everyone changes their minds each minute. I could say no right now, but next day it could be yes, and I refuse to be blamed," said Rowena, her hands on her hips as she stared at Harry in warning. "I realize that," sighed Harry, nodding his head to her in respect. "At least he hasn't created one so far. The only thing that supersedes any contract he creates is a bonding between two people. Much like the one Salazar and Razel had," said Godric. "They didn't have a portrait with their significant others, nor did their partners have portraits created either. It was one of their regrets. If they could change time, it was the one thing they'd change. They hadn't cared for having their portraits done either, but endured it, wanting part of them to exist and help with the school after their mortal bodies had passed on to the next great adventure. They were grateful for it now, but infuriated that this Dumbledore had frozen their portrait and had the gall to lie about their friendship and the history of Hogwarts." "None of you did the same?" asked Severus curiously, arching an eyebrow. "No," confessed Godric, "none of us would have risked our magic." "Not even you, Godric Gryffindor," teased Harry, finding it ironic that Salazar Slytherin was the only one with the guts to do whatever he had to for love. Perhaps that was why he had been found wanting when it came to being a Slytherin. "Not even I," confessed Godric wryly. It didn't mean he didn't love his wife any less, plus she had been very powerful in her own right. A small smile spread across his face as he thought of her, before a bittersweet one took its place. She had died giving birth to their third child. Helga had tried her best to save her, but she'd been unsuccessful. Cornelia had been a bit old to have another child. They had 2 children that were already grown up, at least by their standards back in the day. "Why is bonding that dangerous?" asked Harry, frowning in contemplation. "Dangerous, no, but if you care about your magic and your partner is magically a lot less powerful, then perhaps it's silly," said Rowena. "In other words, you share magic, and if your partner is weaker than you, they get your magic until they can become your equal," explained Severus. "Although it has its upsides. You can share magic, if you get into trouble, it can be poured through the bond. Anyone that elects to bond to another usually has quite equal magical cores. You are always attracted to someone that is near enough equal to you," said Rowena. "How does that work?" asked Harry, confused. "Have you ever seen a couple with one being more power than the other?" Godric pointed out. Harry thought about Arthur and Molly. He hadn't seen them using magic much when he was younger. Although now, he could see what they meant. Arthur and Molly were powerful, almost equal in their magical displays. Frowning deeply, he couldn't think of a single other magical couple that he knew. At least not properly. He'd never seen Narcissa Malfoy using magic, the Grangers weren't magic, the Dursleys hadn't been either. Seriously, how was it that he'd never seen another couple? Even in the order they were all either single, or really old and without partners. Hermione and Ron, were they really magically compatible? They certainly weren't mentally. Hermione was much smarter than Ron. Even Ron would agree to that, but when he wanted to be he did all right with the spells. Hermione still got them all first, which meant she was magically more powerful, or was it just because she concentrated? They could all agree he was the most powerful of the trio, yet Hermione still got stuff first. So perhaps Ron was more powerful than he'd assumed over the years. I've never really met many couples, confessed Harry quietly. There are books in the library if you are curious about bonding, said Salazar, after being caught up with what was going on courtesy of Godric. Thanks, said Harry, thoughtfully. What do we begin next? Severus asked out loud, changing the subject. He didn't want Harry thinking about bonding to anyone. It made him decidedly on edge. He wanted Harry for himself and nobody else was good enough for the powerful wizard. Harry had perfected occlumency, although outside it was debatable whether he had or not. Hopefully as he continued he would gain more control of his emotions and the outbursts. The real test would be whether he could stop the Dark Lord or not. Or if that was even possible, but he was hopeful that whatever bond they had could be controlled with occlumency. Potions, wondered Harry. No, you were quite good at the sixth-year ones, admitted Severus wryly. He didn't quite understand it himself. How he could perfect the sixth-year ones but the lower ones he still had trouble with. That's because of you, your book, confessed Harry, flushing red. Ah, you prefer precise written instructions. Severus stated calmly. I don't understand why they don't tell you the way you do, said Harry, sounding too eager for his own ears. You shouldn't need to be told, said Severus dryly. If you read the books you'd understand that. That's not true. Hermione and Malfoy are the best in potions, but during sixth year I completed all the potions much better than they did. It annoyed the hell out of them, and you too, but thanks to the glamour I had on the book, nobody saw the real thing, said Harry. The book doesn't tell us to slowly crush the bean, it tells us to cut it up to get the juices. There are 1,000 other ingredients wrongly being prepared, or rather better prepared with your instruction. All right, Harry, I'll show you how it's done, replied Severus, smirking ferally. Harry stared at him, wondering why he had a sinking feeling he was going to regret this, big time. Do you think Harry is all right? Asked Hermione, for the millionth time as she sat in the bedroom herself and Ginny was in. Ron was with them of course, as he always was when he wasn't sleeping. I hope so, said Ron, his eyes shadowed. At least he's at Hogwarts now. He wouldn't need to worry about sending him packages of food. Although he would still send him some stuff, like his mum's cookies, fudge, and things like that. He would like them regardless of whether he was at Hogwarts or not. No doubt he wouldn't be allowed to go to Hogsmeade to get sweets. They were all at Grimmauld Place, which had been placed under Fidelius so they wouldn't have to worry about the burrow being attacked. He's so lucky, grumbled Ginny. I wish I was with him. A look of adoration crossed her face. Inwardly though she wanted to scoff, the only reason she mentioned Potter so much was in case she had a chance to be Lady Potter. She'd had too much fun with the 7th years to care much about Harry during the year. It was going home that made her realize she had nothing, and she wanted money and lots of it. Her admirers were fun while they lasted, the ones that gave her things lasted longer of course. She liked it when they bought her affection. Especially clothes, and naughty underwear they wanted her to wear. Biting her lip, with a faraway look in her eyes she felt herself tighten. Merlin, she hated being cooped up. Maybe she could get away for a while, hook up with someone, anyone. She didn't have privacy to even play with herself because of Pencil Neck Granger, who would never sneak off to Ron. How boring. He's not always been lucky, muttered Ron. His friend had been tortured by Voldemort again. He hoped he was all right, but unlike a few years ago, he wasn't going to listen to Dumbledore. He was going to write to Harry, make sure he knew whose side he was on. He wasn't sure what Hermione would do if she found out, but he liked to think the dressing down Harry had given them in 5th year had gotten through. He wondered if he could ask his mum and dad if he could go to Hogwarts early as well. Spend some time with Harry before Hogwarts started back up. With so many different classes he didn't get to see either Hermione or Harry a lot. Harry's been through a lot. Ginny of course wasn't listening, too busy deep in thought on what she could be doing if she got away. Hermione gazed at her boyfriend in pride. He was growing up. She had feared for so long that he wouldn't, but he was, and it was amazing to see. Ron had always been a bit too prideful, jealous even, and insensitive. He was beginning to feel empathy for others, not just himself. He was putting himself in Harry's shoes and feeling what he had his entire life. He was up to something though, she could always tell. He got quiet when he was thinking about doing something he shouldn't. "What are you up to?" whispered Hermione, but there was no need since they were in her bedroom. Molly was downstairs cooking breakfast, and a batch of cookies if the smell was anything to go on. "Just wondering if maybe we can go to Hogwarts as well," shrugged Ron. "Harry's bound to be bored by himself, especially with Snape around making his life a misery." "Ron, he's a teacher," protested Hermione. "He wouldn't be allowed to do anything like that during the holidays. Plus we don't even know if he's there. For all we know, it's just Professor Dumbledore and McGonagall. It is the summer holidays." "Hopefully," said Ron. "Snape was a bastard to Harry, he didn't need to deal with him during the summer as well." "Do you think Mum will let us go to Hogwarts?" asked Ginny, rejoining the conversation. She would have better luck with Harry if he was alone in Hogwarts. He would be happy for company, plus there would be no distractions, and if they got together before Hogwarts began again, maybe she could convince him to buy her new Hogwarts stuff. He was a virgin though, he wouldn't be any good, but she could mold him into a lover just right for her. "I don't think so," said Hermione in contemplation, "but it can't hurt to ask." "Mum hardly ever says no to me," said Ginny smugly. If she couldn't get to Hogwarts, she was definitely going out. She would just tell her mother she was going to Luna's and have some fun. Licking her lips, she forced herself to listen to the conversation again. "Going to Hogwarts is hardly going to be her decision," Hermione pointed out bluntly. "She will need Professor Dumbledore's permission." "Ron, Ginny, Hermione, breakfast," yelled Molly, not having to worry about the portrait since its curtains had been permanently closed with a sticking charm. "Coming," yelled Ron, "for all of them." Albus Dumbledore twiddled the drop in his fingers, doing it unconsciously as he thought on how things had gone earlier. Harry was getting further and further away from him. Nothing he did brought the boy to heel. It was ever since he'd been kidnapped in Privet Drive. A part of him understood the boy's anger. After all, he had reassured Harry and the Dursleys they were safe. They hadn't been. The wards had been broken and the Dursleys had died, and Harry had been taken. Still, how long was Harry going to milk this one? He was becoming quite tiresome to deal with. If he wasn't so important he would have already dismissed the boy. Regretfully, he was important. He had a job to do by destroying Voldemort. Perhaps it was time to write a contract up. It would keep the boy in line, and if he survived somehow, then someone else could take over for him by making sure Potter made all the moves he wanted him to. Who best to be that person? Tonks was all good and well to use for his first time, but not long term. She was a grown woman, too unpredictable really to be trusted with such a mission. So it would have to be someone young, moldable and impressionable. Someone who looked up to him. Hermione Granger would have been perfect, but her parents were muggles and wouldn't understand their ways. No, she wasn't usable, plus her and Harry were best friends, they'd never sleep together. He needed someone to continue the Potter line on. After all, there was only one such other person. Ginny Weasley. She was perfect for the part he needed her for. She already adored the boy, and he knew she loved sleeping around. That would have to stop. After all, he would need to ensure that the children they had were Potters. Humming under his breath, he made his decision, and with only 2 weeks to go, he had to make sure it happened in a timely manner. To Gringotts he would go. Perhaps he would have to use her for Harry's first time as well. He was sure she could manage such a task. She was good at what she did, after all. How many times had she convinced boys to sleep with her? It was almost as if she was trying to sleep in every room offered to her at Hogwarts. Oh, it was always amusing to watch her. Remus tore into the letter from Harry. Regretfully, he couldn't stay at Hogwarts all the time with him. So he would only be visiting from time to time. He wished Harry could have stayed here, at Grimmauld Place with him, but Dumbledore wasn't having any of it. He wanted him at Hogwarts. There had to be a reason for that too. Now that the blinders had been pulled off, he was questioning a lot that Dumbledore did, especially regarding Harry. Of course this letter wasn't going to help him any, in fact it was going to piss him off. Remus, I hope you are okay and healing well after the full moon. Severus is beginning to train me. Of course I had to bribe him, ever the Slytherin, Remus. I don't want you to worry if you don't hear from me. I may have to stay away from the headmaster for a few weeks, but I'll stay safe and be back, I promise. I'm not about to let the Death Eaters get their hands on me, plus they won't even know I'm missing. Dumbledore wouldn't let it get out. You're probably wondering why I'm making the decision to stay away from the headmaster, aren't you? Well, I didn't tell you before because I know you like her. Yes, Remus, I've seen the way you look at her, but I'm not sure if there's anything going on or not, and I didn't feel comfortable asking you. Remus glared at the letter, not because of Harry's words but because of the Dumbledore part. What the hell had made Harry want to leave the safety of Hogwarts until his birthday? Yes, he knew what happened in a fortnight. Harry would come into his power and take up the mantle of Lord Potter. If anything happened to Harry because of Dumbledore's manipulations, he was going to bite the old fool during the next full moon. If he needed to, he would hide Harry here at Grimmauld Place, preventing anyone from accessing it. He could do that, since the house had been left to him. Dumbledore hadn't been happy. He knew that now. He'd asked him for permission to use it for the duration of the war and tried to get him to sign it over. That had been the first time he'd put his foot down. Sirius had given it to him. He wasn't going to sign it over to anyone and disregard Sirius' last will. He also had a vault stacked with so much gold that he didn't know what to do with it. Sirius had hated Grimmauld Place, but Remus actually liked it, and he had made a decision to do it over. All the dark artifacts were gone. It still looked awful for the moment, but it would undergo major renovations when the war was over and he survived. He had also written out a will. With the property and money he wasn't going to allow the ministry to get their hands on it. Everything he had would go to Harry. He didn't have a family, and Harry was the closest thing he had to one. He wasn't hopeful that he would have a family anytime soon. He was too old, and he would never have children. He refused to risk passing his gene on to any innocent child. He had gone through hell, transforming from the age of 4 onwards. He shuddered at the thought of an innocent baby going through the change. Like her. His mind traveled to the clumsy Auror, a small smile crossing his face. Of course Harry would notice. He always did. He didn't tell him what though. His heart sank at the thought of it. Just as he was about to read the rest of the letter, someone entered the room. Speak of the little devil. Hey, Remus, said Tonks, smiling at him almost shyly, her hair going red. Hello, Nymphadora, said Remus, grinning at her. She made him feel normal, and that was a rare thing. Well, nowadays anyway, the last people to do that were his friends, his pack, James and Sirius, even Peter, though it turned his stomach to admit that. All the memories of his friends were soured because of the rat's presence. Coffee? She asked, stumbling slightly, catching her foot in the chair as she made her way towards the kettle. It was already filled with water and on the hob. A simple tap of the wand had the water boiled and ready for use. Sure, said Remus, in agreement, watching her from where he sat on the opposite side of the table. Shaking his head, he began to read the rest of the letter, his face getting impossibly redder with each word he read. Dumbledore informed me that Tonks would be down that night, and it was in my best interest to make sure my magic was unlocked, so I had more power to defeat Voldemort. She came down. She was willing to do whatever Dumbledore asked of her. When I told her I wasn't interested, she tried to talk me into it, but I wasn't going to do that. Not only have I realized I do not like girls, I think I have feelings for someone else, feelings I need to sort out and understand on my own terms. You were going to sleep with a 16-year-old boy. whispered Remus, horrified, a young boy he loved like a son. His stomach rebelled dangerously as he stared at her as if he hadn't seen her before. 16. He was barely legal, the fact it was her, a grown adult, made it even worse. Tonks dropped the cup, which thankfully didn't have any hot water in it yet, swallowing thickly as she avoided looking at Remus but turning to face him regardless. Biting her lip, she had no idea what to say. What could she, really? She really liked Remus, he was cute, she didn't care that he was a werewolf. She had been brought up to see the people in front of her, not like the rest of the blacks, that creatures were disgusting things that need to be put down. No, not all blacks, since Sirius hadn't cared, in fact he oftentimes joined Remus in his animagus form. Look at me, snapped Remus, furious beyond belief. Tonks gulped as she met furious amber eyes, cowering back slightly. He was very angry, and for the first time she saw that he wasn't always a gentleman. Look, Dumbledore, he wanted me to help Harry come into his power. He told me that Harry wanted someone experienced, that he was willing to do it, but nervous, shuddering softly, she went quiet, not sure what else she could say. 16. He's in school, he didn't want you. You were a bloody adult. You could have been arrested. You could have lost your job. Snapped Remus. I wouldn't have forced him. Snarled Tonks. That was the third time someone had implied she would have forced Harry. It disgusted her to the core. Wasn't done in the magical world. When it was the worst of crimes, especially if the victim had been a virgin. It certainly wasn't something she came across very often in her job. You still agreed to it, said Remus, grimacing. I did, but I thought Harry had too. Look, can we please forget about it? I don't want it to affect. Tonks trailed off, unable to believe what she'd been about to say. Affect what? Asked Remus, having a funny feeling where this was going. His stomach began to knot and butterflies made themselves known. Remus, whispered Tonks quietly, not able to meet his eyes again, so sure of the rejection that would follow. You know how I feel, I really like you. She knew he wouldn't want to be with her. He'd never shown the slightest bit of interest in her. She had begun to assume he was gay and that he and Sirius had been together. Then why Harry? He croaked. She liked him. Why anyone would like him he didn't know. It was madness. He wasn't sure what the hell to think anymore. About Tonks, about Dumbledore, the Order, or even the light side. He was quite thoroughly sickened to the core. He knew instinctively that the Order wasn't to blame for Dumbledore's actions, but the niggling feeling that they saw Harry as a tool to defeat Voldemort wouldn't leave him alone. Did that mean they would agree with Dumbledore's actions? Molly would go mental, that much he knew. She had a son the same age as Harry and a daughter a year younger, so she would be completely enraged by the manipulations. He wanted to do his part for the war, but the thought of being near Dumbledore at all didn't sit well with him anymore. You know I swore to do whatever it took to destroy Voldemort, said Tonks weakly. Harry's been abused, hurt and just tortured by Voldemort. What the hell made you think he wanted to sleep with anyone? Rasped Remus. I'm sorry, Remus, I really am, said Tonks, her tone full of regret. Remus stood up abruptly. It's not me you owe an apology to. Snapped Remus, his anger coming back again with a vengeance. You're right, I'll apologize to him, said Tonks, quickly agreeing. I'll explain, tell him everything. I was stupid, I wasn't thinking properly. It wasn't until Snape had threatened her with her job that she realized the full extent of what she was risking by helping Harry gain his full magic. Just get out of my sight, Remus said, closing his eyes before slumping back onto his seat. Realizing he had squashed the letter, he put it on the table and flattened it out. There was more there. He hadn't read it all yet. He belated realized what else Harry had written. He liked someone, a boy. Obviously he was conflicted because of his feelings towards this boy. He hoped it wasn't Draco Malfoy, but he would accept anyone Harry loved, give them the benefit of the doubt. Harry deserved happiness more than anyone else he knew. He deserved to be happy for once in his life. Remus, Dumbledore is trying to force me into sleeping with someone. He told me if I didn't he would start negotiating a marriage contract between me and someone. I think he was always planning this. It's just a feeling I've got about the entire situation. As soon as I turn 17, I would safe anyway, and he won't make a contract if he's busy trying to find me. I'm worried, Remus. I don't want to be in a loveless marriage, not even for a year, because I would apply for a divorce as soon as I could. I refuse to let Dumbledore win. I'm tired of the constant manipulations. Be careful, I'll see you soon. And remember, don't worry. Harry. Remus inhaled sharply. A few weeks ago he would have said this wasn't possible, that Dumbledore wouldn't do such a thing. Unfortunately, the other Order meeting had confirmed it for him. Not only with the way Harry was acting, but Dumbledore insisting Harry was overreacting and lying. He knew Harry wasn't a liar, and so did they all. The fact they had just believed Dumbledore had set him on edge. Sirius wouldn't have stood for it. He would have gone mad at them for believing it even for a second. Where would Harry go? What did it even mean? Standing up again, he made for the stairs, running up to the bedroom he was staying in. Sirius' bedroom. He just wanted to be close to him in some way, and his wolf did too. Taking a seat, he dipped his quill into the inkwell and began to write a response to Harry. I'd like to conduct a private meeting with the goblin in charge of the Potter vaults, stated Dumbledore, staring down his long nose at the goblins, an insincere smile on his face. He was carefully keeping his voice low. Since the bank was crowded with people, it was payday for a good majority of the magical population. He hadn't managed to get out yesterday like he had wanted to. The ghosts had begun vandalizing Hogwarts. He was getting tired of Peeves. He was an irritating thing. Not even he could control him properly, only the Bloody Baron could. I shall inform him. Is there anything else I can do for you? Asked the goblin, without moving. No, said Dumbledore, frowning. Take a seat, I will inform you when he is available, stated the goblin, his black eyes boring into Dumbledore's. Sighing in irritation, very well, he stated calmly before moving to the side and taking a seat as someone else moved towards the teller. He was now talking in his own language, too low for him to hear anything. He wasn't exactly fluent, but he understood quite a few words in gobbledygook. He had learned a lot over the years, including some words in Parseltongue. Again, he was far from fluent. He watched wizards and witches coming and going, beginning to inwardly get very agitated. He didn't wait for service anywhere. He was Albus Dumbledore after all. Unfortunately, goblins weren't like the rest of the population. They had their own rules, royalty, and they cared very little for human events. It took another half an hour before his name was called, so gratefully he stood up and walked towards the creature without feeling annoyed. He had no fear of being overheard since the office had silencing spells up constantly. Gringotts prided itself on its security. Sitting down without first being asked, he was eager to get this over with so he could get to the Weasleys and have it filled out. There would be nothing either Harry or the Ministry could do once it was signed. How can I help you, Mr. Dumbledore? Asked Griphook, taking delight in the twitch Dumbledore gave. When his father had been arrested, they had been stripped of their lordship status. Percival could no longer claim to be Lord Dumbledore, and neither could Albus Dumbledore. The majority of their money had gone in compensation to the families that he had attacked. The Ministry to this day remained unaware what the boys had done but had compensated the families for their misdeeds. Needless to say, anything that had been left was long gone, between trying to keep Ariana hidden and their funerals afterwards. Dumbledore hated that, but he'd worked hard to make sure the Dumbledore name regained its former status. Despite his personal achievements, he didn't have enough money to be considered a lord, or a big enough estate. I would like a marriage contract drawn up for Harry Potter, said Dumbledore, not even giving pleasantries. He wasn't happy with Griphook right now. Very well, said Griphook grudgingly, just remembering the despondency that had transpired in his office. Harry Potter was desperate to be out from under Dumbledore's control. Regretfully, he could do nothing to help him, since Dumbledore was his magical guardian and there was nothing for it. Unless, of course, he took a while to stamp it officially, then it would buy the young man time. Perhaps he could conveniently lose it, but it went against Gringotts' code to do so. A few minutes later the contracts were made up. Griphook handed over the duplicate copy. The official document would fill in at the same time as the copy was. He placed that one on the top of his desk, vowing to keep an eye on it. Dumbledore took the rolled-up parchment, standing up. He didn't even give the customary greeting or goodbye before leaving the office. His eyes twinkled in triumph. Harry should have done as he asked, but now he would ensure someone could keep control of him. He would have to ensure Ginevra Weasley did as he wanted her to. Perhaps it would be best to make sure. Money could make people conceited. Perhaps a potion or spell. A potion was a much safer option, it couldn't be traced back to him. Oh yes, that was perhaps the best option. She was a beautiful girl, very talented and determined to better herself. She almost reminded him of himself as a teenager. His lips twitched, very experienced as well. She would have Harry Putty in her hands within weeks. Once he was out of the gleaming marble building, he went to the burrow, which was protected by the Fidelius charm it had been placed under yesterday, and they'd moved back. They hadn't wanted to intrude on Grimmauld Place, after all it was Remus, home now. He personally thought it was stupid, but he had taken on the secret keeper for the home itself, not the inhabitants. So they could come and go as they pleased, but nobody could come to the burrow without his permission. Standing in a field, knowing however, that the burrow was there, he thought about the password and the ramshackle home appeared in view. They certainly could do with the money the boy had in abundance. Greed would get the better of them, he was sure. Molly and Arthur probably wanted what was best for their daughter. Perhaps he should speak to Ginevra first, she could convince her parents afterwards. Yes, they couldn't deny their daughter anything, well, other than something that cost money. Stepping into the warm welcoming home, the fire crackling merrily in the fireplace, there was just something really relaxing about the Weasley abode. The fresh baked goodies, bread, cookies, biscuits, the smell of coffee and most importantly the smell of a burning fire. Perhaps it reminded him of what a home was supposed to smell like, that of his childhood, before everything had become a jumbled mess. "Oh, Albus, you give me a scare," scolded Molly, pointing her wooden spatula at him before beaming. "Coffee," she suggested. "I would love one, but may I have a talk with Ginevra for a moment, Molly?" asked Albus, knowing he would never be denied. Despite the fact he was merely a headmaster, and it wasn't politically correct to meet with children or teenagers without an adult present, nobody cared. After all, he was Albus Dumbledore, leader of the Light, and he could do no wrong. "Of course, why don't you sit in Arthur's office while I go and get her?" suggested Molly. "Why, thank you, Molly," beamed Dumbledore, wandering through to the office. When he was sure he was alone, he flicked his wand around the room, making sure there was nothing in there that could hear what he was saying or see what he was doing. Nothing. The room was practically bare other than the small amount of paperwork the wizard had chosen to bring home with him from work. A table and 2 wooden chairs, as well as a 2-seater couch. He shook his head bemused. You would think of course since they could transfigure things, they would make things a little better than they were. If he remembered correctly though, Arthur was abysmal at transfiguration, Molly was just adequate. Sitting down he waited patiently for the girl. This conversation would tell him whether he needed the potion or not. He hadn't particularly paid attention to whether she was smart or not. No, he had been more amused by her wanton displays all over Hogwarts. He was the headmaster of a prestigious school, and in his school he kept an eye on everyone and everything. Of course there were a few blind spots, but he was more or less happy with what he did see. The thumping of steps on the bare floorboards had him alerted to their return. Sitting up he smiled at them both. "My mum said you wanted to talk to me, Headmaster Dumbledore," said Ginny appearing in the room. The door closed behind them. Albus quickly placed a silencing spell around the room and made sure he couldn't be disturbed. Ginevra wasn't disturbed by any of it, just gazed at him curiously. "I do, indeed," said Albus, gathering his wits. She looked like Ariana a little, but he'd never felt this way towards his sister. She was utterly tempting. It was little wonder boys flocked to her in droves. He was surprised Molly was allowing her to wear such clothes under her roof. She's always been a bit of a prideful woman, believing girls should be covered from head to toe. These clothes weren't second-hand. Either Molly had saved enough to buy them for her, or Ginevra had gotten them from a secret admirer or boyfriend. "Is it about school?" asked Ginny, staring at the powerful wizard. She'd always been attracted to power, due to the influence of Tom Riddle and the diary. He'd taken her over, so it was hardly surprising she'd kept some of his desires. That wasn't all she had received. She knew every piece of magic Tom had at that point, which was a great deal. Regretfully, she hadn't kept the ability to speak Parseltongue once the diary was destroyed. "No, Miss Weasley, it isn't," said Albus, shifting slightly at the look she was giving him. He was no saint despite what the magical world believed. "How do you feel about Mr. Potter, Harry?" "Why?" Ginny asked, confused, giving Dumbledore a speculative look. "I have in my hand a contract that could see you becoming the future Lady Potter," said Albus, smiling almost mockingly at her. Oh, she wasn't a normal 16-year-old, he would need to tread carefully. He shouldn't have been surprised, since her parents believed her to be a saint, even her own brothers did as well. He knew she wasn't, she was jaded, which could make things difficult for him. "And what do you want in return?" asked Ginny, realizing something was up. What did he want from her? The concept of having money was heady. She was tempted to just say yes despite the consequences. "You would have to remain faithful, at least until an heir had been produced," said Albus, watching her closely. Ginny weighed the pros and cons. She would miss playing with whomever caught her fancy, but it wasn't as if it would be a life of celibacy. She could teach Harry how to please her, it would fun, and oh, she knew Harry was a virgin still. It was pathetic to see, especially in such a powerful wizard. She would share magic with him if he was a virgin on their wedding night, more magic as well. As the headmaster said, he only wanted her to remain faithful until she had an heir, then she could have fun again. Still, a virgin, it didn't strike her fancy at all. She preferred more experienced wizards. It was why she preferred sleeping with the seventh years, had done for years. They'd all made her feel incredibly good. Her insides clenched just thinking about it. "No fidelity clause, I'll do as you wish, but after an heir is produced that is it," stated Ginny. "Very well," said Albus, his lips twitched as he suppressed a smirk. "All that is left to do is convince your parents." "That I can do," said Ginny, smiling at Albus Dumbledore angelically, gazing off in the distance like a love-struck girl. Ron and Hermione thought she was in love with Harry already, so that was a bonus. She pulled it off amazingly well. Even her own parents were read in by the display. She had of course planned on enamoring him to her, using her experience to become the next Lady Potter. Dumbledore of course had no reason to know that. She wouldn't let him in on that fact either. No, that wouldn't happen at all. "Good, good," said Dumbledore, beaming at her happily, standing up with his grandfatherly act firmly in place. "Your coffee, Albus," said Molly when she saw her daughter and Dumbledore returning. "Oh, thank you, Molly, I have to speak to you too, if you have a minute." Albus made it sound like a suggestion when in reality it was an order. "Of course, anything," she said, flicking her wand, letting the food cook itself without her. With children at all ages, she had become very adept at those spells. She was constantly pulled away from the cooker with hyperactive children getting into mischief. She hoped one day it would be the same again in the burrow with the pitter-patter of her grandchildren. "I have noticed that Ginevra and Harry have taken a liking to each other. As Harry's magical guardian, I can arrange a marriage between the houses of Potter and Weasley. Join the two families together by holy matrimony. What would you think of that, Molly?" asked Albus, eyes twinkling blindingly. "Albus, Ginny is only 16 years old," scolded Molly, shaking her head. "There hasn't been an arranged marriage in either mine or Arthur's family for generations." "Mum," cried Ginny, her lip trembling, her eyes big with hurt as tears filled them, but did not fall down her face. "Ginny," cooed Molly in concern, hugging her daughter close. "You can get together yourselves, there's no need for a wedding so soon. You aren't even out of Hogwarts yet." She was trying to get her daughter to see it wasn't the right thing to do. "But I love him," choked Ginny, the tears falling this time. "He loves me too. He's waiting until I'm old enough. He's been so kind, but we want to be together. Please, Mummy, I really want this." Ginny sniffed loudly, hugging her mother close. Albus sat back, his eyes twinkling. She was magnificent. He was actually proud of her. If he'd had a child, he wouldn't have been as proud as them as he was of her. Not that he thought of her as a daughter, heaven no, but still he was proud of her. She would do what he needed her to. If not, then he would have the potion on hand. It would be a waste to have to use it on someone like her, but nothing would get in the way of his goals. He was truly envious of Harry, of what he would have. Then again, it would be only too easy to get a hold of Harry's hair and use Polyjuice Potion. She would know it wasn't Harry, but he didn't think she would care. She was such a devious girl, almost perfect for him in every way, exactly like him. Molly wavered. She loved her daughter, wanted what was best for her, and marrying Harry would give her a life she hadn't been able to give her daughter. Yet a contract. Was this the best way to go about it? She didn't approve of marriage contracts, yet her daughter wanted this, so surely it wasn't quite so arranged, was it? It wasn't as if Harry and Ginny didn't know each other. Arthur wouldn't agree any more than she did. "Please, Mum, please," begged Ginny, sensing her mother was close to giving in. All right, if it's what you both want, then I'll sign it," sighed Molly, giving in but still keeping her daughter close. Thank you, squealed Ginny, sounding exactly like a besotted young girl. Her smirk was full-blown but nobody could see it as she was ensconced in her mother's arms. Just then the clock chimed, indicating that someone was home. Even under the Fidelius charm the clock worked wonders. She was proud of that masterpiece. She'd got it for Arthur on their first anniversary, and each child that was born he added to it. When Harry and Ginny married, she would have to give him one just like it. Then all their children would add to it. But he would make sure Ginny understood no children until she finished school. Arthur appeared at the door, beaming at his family, not even slightest bit perturbed by the appearance of Albus Dumbledore in his home. "Ah, Molly, Ginny, Albus, good day," he asked, as he sat down at the head of the table, smiling tiredly. He was glad to be home. Now he was just looking forward to a bite to eat, a warm shower, and some relaxing time with his family. "Hello, Arthur," said Albus, respectfully. "Hey, Dad," grinned Ginny. "Hello, love," said Molly, ing her husband, ushering a coffee at him along with a few snacks. "Dinner will be ready in a few minutes." "I can have this done another time," said Albus, making a show of standing up. "What done?" asked Arthur, falling for it. "A marriage contract," said Albus, watching Arthur's face going dark, a sight he hadn't witnessed before. "There will be no marriage contracts for any of my children," said Arthur, frowning in concern. "Dad," whined Ginny, her eyes wide with hurt and betrayal. "Arthur, it's for Ginny and Harry. They're in love, they want to be together," sighed Molly, looking worn down but hopeful at her husband. "Then they can date. I will give Harry my blessing, but I won't arrange a marriage between them," said Arthur firmly. "Why are you doing this, Dad?" whispered Ginny, tears filling her eyes as she stared at him in anger, sadness, betrayal, and hurt. "Arthur, he's willing to wait until our little Jin grows up. Why not give them both what they obviously want?" said Molly, joining in and trying to convince him, not able to deny her daughter anything. Ginny flushed at the nickname, especially in front of Albus Dumbledore of all people. Now she knew how Ron felt being called Ronnie in front of people. Looking at her dad, she wondered if he would give in. This would guarantee her that she would be Lady Potter. She would do anything for that. As evident by being willing to marry him and give up her fun with others, Potter should consider himself lucky. She knew how desirable she was. "Molly," Arthur sighed, trailing off, stuck staring at the hopeful faces of his wife and daughter. "Is this truly what they both want? What Harry wants as well?" "Of course, he will be signing the contract," said Albus, deliberately misleading him. Arthur stared, wondering if he should talk to Harry about what he was getting into. Marriage wasn't something people should enter into lightly. Yet if he was willing to wait until they were older, Harry must feel really strongly for Ginny. She was his daughter, he loved her, and she could do a lot worse than Harry. He had enough money to make Ginny happy and her life comfortable and content. He would be able to provide for his family, so how could he deny Ginny that? "Very well, if this is what you both want, I will sign it," agreed Arthur, still having many reservations about this. "It is," said Ginny, smiling solemnly at her dad. Albus passed over the contract. As patriarch of his family, he was the one in charge of signing the contract. Molly, as the matriarch, would also sign it. He couldn't sign it here in front of them. After all, he had insisted that Harry would, which was a bald-faced lie, but he didn't care. By the time they found out, it would be too late and the marriage would go forth, or they would both lose their magic and Potter would lose his fortune. Magically binding contracts could not be ignored. Any attempts to ignore it would be nasty indeed. Once it was signed, Albus rolled it back up, withholding his delight. "I shall get this to Harry tonight," said Albus, smiling sincerely at them. They were the perfect pawns, they never questioned him, and he would keep an eye on Ginevra. Harry was his tool, and only his, by contact. Ginevra would be as well, they would both guide Harry in the right direction. If she got out of line, well, the potion would be ready and waiting. The best thing about the potion he'd created was it was undetectable, not like Imperius, but a subtle or not so subtle suggestion would implant in her mind. It wouldn't change her, just make her more amenable towards his needs and desires. "Thank you for coming, Albus," said Molly, standing up abruptly, remembering the food. "Absolutely no problem, Molly, I shall leave you to enjoy your dinner." "Perhaps get some myself before it's too late," beamed Dumbledore. "If I could make use of your flow." "Of course," said Arthur, "I shall see you at the next order meeting, I'm sure." "You will," said Albus, and grasping a handful of the flow powder, he stepped into the fire and shouted out his destination, Headmaster's office, Hogwarts. And only once he'd stepped through the flow into his own office alone did he smirk in triumph. Oh, he would get the boy back in hand before he ruined everything. He would become an order member, and become the golden boy he'd created once more. If he proved to be difficult, the potion would be his last resort. The last resort might not work. Potter was powerful, perhaps a bit too powerful. He could resist the Imperius. Albus didn't want to find out if he could fight off his potion and reveal his hand. It was why he was reluctant to use it. He didn't want Potter realizing how far he would go to get him under control. Trek picked up an additional piece of paper that found its way onto his desk. He hadn't been expecting anything more today. There wasn't much to be done, not with the black accounts at any rate, and that was all he was in charge of. Each letter he'd tried to send to the Potter heir was ignored, and he was quite frankly becoming irate with the human. Goblins were patient creatures, when they needed to be, but Trek had gone beyond impatience. Astonishment widened the goblin's eyes, unable to believe what he was reading. Standing up abruptly, Trek quickly made his way out of his office, and with urgency made his way to his cousin's office. He could sense that Griphook was alone, for that he was extremely thankful. "You wrote up a marriage contract for Harry Potter," said Trek, his tone slightly accusatory and worried. Griphook stared at his cousin, unable to comprehend why he was in his office, but quickly got himself into gear. "It was the wish of his magical guardian. Dumbledore demanded it. There is nothing I can do to prevent it. Does the future Lord Potter want it? Is he signing the contract himself?" asked Trek, still worried, not that a human would be able to tell. He understood Griphook's words. He hadn't said Harry wanted it, just Dumbledore. He still needed confirmation, otherwise things were about to go south and fast. He was at Gringotts just a few days ago, looking for a way to become emancipated. "He does not want to be under Dumbledore's control," replied Griphook, letting Trek know that this was all Dumbledore's idea without outright saying it. "Have you officiated it?" asked Trek, his black beady eyes gleaming in what could only ever be described as shit-eating triumph. "I was going to try and hold off. There is no use in alienating the last Potter heir," said Griphook, grudgingly. "If Harry Potter removed his money and went elsewhere to have his properties overseen, they would feel it, immensely." "It's not just the Potter accounts," growled Trek. "Are you forgetting who the last Lord Black was?" "He named the boy heir," asked Griphook, perking up. "Why aren't the accounts joined together?" His worry was becoming more prominent. If they lost both the Potter and Black accounts, well, it didn't need saying, never mind Bear. Thinking about, why hadn't he gotten the boy to sign the paperwork to become Black's heir? "He hasn't signed the paperwork. I've been trying to get in touch with him since Lord Black died and left him nearly everything. The second he does, he will have the Potter and Black accounts," stated Trek. He of course had noticed the boy had signed and accepted the Black Vault Sirius Black gave him, but not the heir status. "I do not think he is aware you wanted to speak to him, otherwise he would have had it done already," Griphook stated briefly. He is not an ignorant human, and the one he was with would have ensured it was done. Severus Snape seemed to be looking out for Harry Potter's best interest. He had of course signed the paperwork to receive the black accounts, but that didn't mean anything unless he took on the heir status. Right now Harry was just Harry Potter, with an inheritance from his godfather. He needed to sign the paperwork to officially become Harry Potter Black. If it's signed, Albus Dumbledore cannot force the marriage upon him. You know the rules of the Black family, only the male heir can put forth marriage contacts. If this is implemented as soon as possible, before that contract is signed, Albus Dumbledore himself will be in for one hell of a surprise, growled Trek, a horrific-looking grin splitting his face in two. If Harry was happy with his service, then they wouldn't be in danger of losing the accounts, and they could teach Albus Dumbledore a thing or two for playing God. Going above his station, magical guardians shouldn't be able to arrange marriages. Unfortunately it wasn't a clause for the Potter accounts. Before Charles could sign it he passed away. His son James had not gotten around to it either. Fortunately for all concerned, the Blacks had done it a long time ago. "Give me the paperwork, I shall go to him immediately," said Griphook, standing up. "He is at Hogwarts, it shouldn't be difficult to find him." "What about Dumbledore?" questioned Trek. "He might not let them near the boy." "He may be a concern," admitted Griphook. "I shall get him out of Hogwarts, but you will only have a very limited window," said Trek, coming up with a few ideas. "Good," said Griphook, a vicious smirk on his face. Well, the soon-to-be Lord Potter would get a kick out of this one, he was sure. Trek nodded, before walking quickly from the office, a plan of action in place to aid the soon-to-be Lord Potter. Rowena Ravenclaw smiled as she came out of her daze. As always, even in life her friends were waiting patiently, concerned despite the fact they needed not be. They knew better than to ask any more, what she had seen, since for most part she never revealed anything. She had learned very early in life that if she revealed what she saw, it never panned out. Not only that, but sometimes it had worse consequences, such as death. Every action or inaction had an opposite reaction and consequence. Although she didn't always see bad things, sometimes it was inconsequential things. "Harry," called Rowena, causing Salazar, Godric, and Helga to perk up. Was she actually going to reveal something she'd seen? Godric pouted, unable to believe it. Salazar shook his head at Godric's actions before rolling his eyes at his wine. Salazar laughed out loud at the look on Godric's face when Helga smacked the back of his head. "You really shouldn't interrupt their duels," said Salazar, once he had his amusement under control. "Helga, stop that. I'm not a 10-year-old, hissed Godric under his breath. "Then stop acting like it," said Helga smugly, leaning back against the couch she was on to watch the interaction. She couldn't wait until she was able to go everywhere within Hogwarts again. She wanted to see what it was like. Properly, without hiding from both the inhabitants of Hogwarts, or rather just the professors and ghosts at the moment, as well as the other portraits that might feel an inclination to tell the headmaster. She'd been visiting her hospital wing, and it was hers. Her magic had gone into creating it to her exact specifications. She was dying to speak to Poppy. She wanted to find out all the new information in regards to the healing community, see what had been lost, and what could be reclaimed. It wasn't as if she had anything else to do, or anyone to talk to about the Hufflepuff line. She would never have imagined her line would end. Unless Rowena was talking about her direct line, there could be muggles out there with her blood, that she could one day bring magic back to it. It was a desperate hope, but a viable one nonetheless. Godric grumbled under his breath, rubbing at the spot where Helga had hit him. "What's going on?" asked Harry, his breath ragged as he stared at them, his chest heaving from exertion. He had been dueling Severus for 30 minutes if the clock on the wall was correct, and he damn well knew it was. Grimacing in distaste, Harry yanked his sweat-soaked t-shirt over his head. He had thought Salazar was exaggerating about how often he would need to change. He should have realized Slytherins just didn't do such a thing. He was so intent on Rowena he didn't hear Severus' ragged sharp intake of breath or see the black eyes that roamed all over his back and chest reverently. "You might want to be in the entrance hall in 20 minutes, Rowena commented casually. "Why?" replied Harry, wondering what she was up to now. "While you are doing that, I want a private word with Severus," said Salazar, startling Severus from his staring to look across at the wizard cautiously. "I will not risk Harry going alone," stated Severus grimly. He had promised Harry he would be there for him, he wasn't about to go back on his word. Not even for the 4 founders of Hogwarts, no matter how much as he admired them. Harry was trying to be independent, but being forced to rely on others for 6 years was making it so it wasn't as easy as he wanted it to be. It would take more than 4, nearly 5 months to counter the conditioning Dumbledore had drummed in. Severus knew Harry would be completely fine walking into battle, but making his own decisions and sticking up for himself wasn't something that came naturally. He was learning though, Dumbledore's manipulations had seen to that. "He will be fine, Dumbledore has been unexpectedly called away, he's leaving as we speak," said Rowena, knowing if she didn't give more information, Harry wouldn't be leaving the chamber. "I'll be fine," said Harry, he would just have to trust that Rowena was right. He would take his cloak with him, or maybe he should let himself be seen. To the outside world it would have only been about a day since they'd been out to Gringotts, but to him and Sev it was much longer. "There will be a letter coming from Remus Lupin as well," added Rowena suddenly. "Okay," said Harry, "I'm going to grab a quick shower then, and go. I think we should get Dobby to get food again, our supplies are going down." When Dobby left to get supplies, Harry was the one that cooked for them both. It was usually for 15 days, the half a month it took Dobby to return, although in the outside world it was only a few hours. Harry was an excellent cook, due to him being forced away for his aunt and uncle. He had learned really quickly not to let anything burn or be horrible, because if they didn't eat as much as they wanted it was blamed on him of course. Now that he wasn't watching it being scarfed down greedy maws, but never being allowed any himself, he found himself enjoying the simple pleasure of cooking and eating a meal, helped along by the praise he'd received for it. It must have been good for Severus Snape to actually give any praise whatsoever. "Indeed," said Severus. Harry would know, he kept an eye on the kitchen supplies, they all had their chores down here. He kept an eye on the potions inventory, while Harry did the kitchen inventory. Dobby was responsible for everything else, mostly cooking, cleaning and making sure there was always juice available for them to drink. Which they did require a lot of, doing so much exercise, Severus knew they had to drink to keep properly hydrated. "Do we need anything else?" asked Harry, as he began walking towards the bedroom. "Not yet," stated Severus, watching him go. He was no longer the skinny runt he used to be. Runt was an appropriate word, a gorgeous runt to be fair, but now, he was even more appealing. He was finding it more and more difficult to hide his attraction from Harry, but so far he was succeeding. It was worse because he was now over the age of consent, at least down here if nowhere else, and that in his mind was enough. A devious Slytherin mind at that, one that wanted to claim what he desired, despite the consequences. He'd spent his entire life doing what 2 powerful wizards wanted, doing it alone without company, not wanting to drag anyone else into his misery. Then again, he hadn't met anyone nearly as tempting as Harry. Strong, powerful, smarter than people thought, a Slytherin at heart, with abilities that would make people weep with envy. Really, what wasn't to like? If he had known Harry would turn into this gorgeous young man he wouldn't have done half the things he had. Hindsight was always he should have guessed really, any child of Lily's would be an utterly stunning creature. "What is going on?" demanded Severus, as soon as he heard the shower running. "The goblins need his signature if there is to be any hope of stopping his marriage to Ginny Weasley. She's more devious than anyone can imagine, if it goes through, Harry would lose half his fortune in a year's time. Do you know how much that is with both the Potter and Black accounts?" She confessed, her eyes never wavering from widening black ones. "Yes," Severus managed to get out without choking, instead it came out a little more high-pitched than usual. He had always known Harry would receive quite a large inheritance. He was the last living heir of the Potter line, it would all be his to spend as he wished as soon as he turned 17, or rather on his official birthday on July 31st, which was less than 2 weeks away in the real world. It shouldn't have surprised him, Sirius Black was the only male heir left, he must have filled out a will and made sure his godson received everything. He had practically adopted the boy and given him the ability to use both the Potter and Black names. Only if he signed the paperwork; if he didn't, then he would only receive the inheritance he'd been given. Black named him heir. He did. Everyone with black blood now answers to him if they want protection and to remain in the family, stated Rowena. Severus smirked at the thought. Oh, how it was going to twist their guts that a half-blood boy like Harry was officially the heir of the Black estate. He had no doubt Bellatrix Lestrange would be swiftly disowned, losing a good portion of her magic in the process. Maybe even Narcissa, and with her Draco Malfoy as well. Andromeda would perhaps be inserted in the family tree once more, although maybe not her daughter. She had messed with the wrong boy this time. He was assuming Harry would want the name, which he might not. Did Harry even know what it would entail, taking it on? As the last Potter heir, he had nobody to worry about but himself. It wasn't so simple with the Black estate. Then he realized something and quickly narrowed his eyes in on Rowena. Why exactly is he signing it? What good will it do? If he doesn't sign up for it, then Weasley wouldn't get her hands on it all. Severus' fingers dug into his palm, reminiscent of what Harry had done. I wouldn't want to spoil the surprise, said Rowena slyly, looking and sounding very much like Salazar did at that moment, especially when something big would happen. Severus twitched. The urge to strike out at the painting was very strong. You won't have long to wait, if you leave the chamber, said Rowena innocently. However, if you stay down here you'll be waiting a long time. You've spent far too much time with Salazar, muttered Severus, exasperated beyond belief, causing the other founders to laugh in amusement. She was like this when she was alive. We were more annoyed at her than we ever got with Sal, said Godric smugly. Don't worry, it will definitely be worth the wait, said Rowena, her eyes twinkling reminiscent of Dumbledore. Thankfully she'd never do anything to hurt Harry. She was much too fond of him, for reasons he didn't quite understand, but he was drawn to Harry too, so maybe it was just who Harry was. Severus rolled his eyes, his attention snapped back to Harry, who was dressed once more but not in training gear, which were always loose-fitting clothes. It was easier to doge and run with loose clothes. It wasn't as easy to maneuver in attire such as the constricting school clothes or cloaks. He had no problem in them, but he was so used to wearing tight clothes that anything ill-fitting felt odd on him. Be careful, if you need to, run to the come-and-go room once he's gone. Only then do you make your way here, said Severus. If Dumbledore found out about what they were doing he'd cave the entire place in. The thought of losing all the books, the things that Salazar Slytherin had spent his life collecting, the journals, it would be totally devastating. They had to be careful. This chamber was just too handy to have for it to be destroyed by one manipulative old man who didn't seem to care about history, Hogwarts history at that. I know, we've discussed it before, said Harry. He had even made sure the room could create the Marauders map so he could keep an eye on whatever the threat may be. The real one was in his pocket, so he wouldn't need it if anything happened. He had made sure that Dumbledore was really gone. Severus had drummed it into his head. Don't believe what you hear, and to double-check what you're told, and never listen to information you overhear. I'll see you later, guys, said Harry, giving them a wave before he moved off, hissing in Parseltongue to open the first door before disappearing beyond. He had taught Severus the word for open in Parseltongue, unaware of the persistent, burgeoning problem Severus had during that week as they perfected it until Severus could open the doors himself. Now, Severus would have gotten it the first or second day if he'd been able to fully concentrate on his task. Potions lab, said Salazar solemnly. Severus nodded curtly, wondering what Salazar wanted that couldn't be discussed with the others as well. Sliding into the lab, he could feel his shoulders relax instinctively. He was a man who preferred his solitude, and potions labs were the epitome of that. Here he was simply just a potions master, not a spy, not a professor, nor even the greasy dungeons bat, as the students liked to call him. Salazar wandered through to the frame, which was now no longer empty. Why are you being so stubborn? Or should I say stupid? Asked Salazar, gazing at Severus speculatively. Severus stared blankly at Salazar, not rising to the bait. He knew very well he wasn't stupid, and he didn't think being stubborn was a bad thing. He took it as a compliment. Maybe coward might be more appropriate, sneered Salazar, his eyes from the portrait glinting maliciously. How dare you? Snarled Severus, his hands bunched into fists. If looks could kill, the portrait would be a smoldering wreck right now. What? Are you going to wait until Harry finds someone else before you make a move? You know what would happen then, don't you? Salazar said, still sneering at Severus. He would stay with his significant other out of loyalty, whether he was happy or not. You might think he can find someone better, but we both know that's a lie, don't we? Nobody could love Harry the way you do. You've protected him his entire life and would continue to do it until the day you both died. I'm 20 years older than him, why the hell would he want with me? Hissed Severus, something that continued to dishearten him since his attraction to Harry began. You think that Harry would want some giggly 16 or 17-year-old boy or girl? Scoffed Salazar, after everything he's been through. They would never understand him, not like you can. You are not only mentally compatible, but magically compatible as well. How many others have personally been targeted by Voldemort since they were 11 so that they could potentially understand him? He has almost died at least 10 times during the past 6 years. He doesn't need or want someone childish, Severus, he needs someone like you to ground him, make him feel normal, with a shared understanding. Understanding or no, I am still old enough to be his father. He will be judged harshly for his choice in partner. He doesn't deserve that life, said Severus, his conviction wavering by Salazar's declaration. Deep down he'd always known this to be true, but to be told so bluntly, well, it strengthened his conviction. From my understanding he is judged anyway, no matter what his choices are. Harry doesn't revel in the spotlight, Severus. He wants a family, a life away from all that, somewhere quiet where he won't be recognized. He greatly desires anonymity. He would get that with you. You owe it to yourself and Harry to try. Any partner Harry ended up with, do you seriously think they wouldn't revel in the sudden spotlight? Basking in it, despite the fact Harry wanted nothing more than to stay in the shadows. If Ginny Weasley got her claws into him, you know she would milk it for all it was worth, said Salazar. Rowena's way wasn't working. She had finally talked to him about what she'd seen and feared would never come to pass. The prospect of their lines being brought together to form one powerful child, or children, who knows? She had only seen one. With them as parents, any child they had would be powerful. The influx of Muggle blood mixed with the ancient lines had some awesome effects. He only wished he'd known when he was younger. Someone really should publish a book about it, prevent any more bloodshed after the war was over. Perhaps he could convince Harry to do as such. The evidence was all there if people really thought about it. She will never get her hands on him, hissed Severus, grimacing slightly at his damn possessiveness. Then do something about it. Roared Salazar angrily, if you are waiting on Harry, you will wait forever. He doesn't understand what it is to be loved, Severus. He would never have the guts to fight for what he wants. He believes he's unlovable, undesirable. He would never make a move, unless you make one first. He was sick and tired of them jumping around each other, too afraid to risk their tentative truce, to go after what they wanted. If he doesn't understand it, then I'm basically taking advantage of him, said Severus. He should experience the world first before tying himself down to someone like me. I am not the most approachable man in the world, Salazar. He deserves someone who can only show him they love him. Even after the war is over, I'm hardly going to be a man who openly expresses his love and happiness. I am far too jaded and used to hiding my true feelings for that. He can experience it with you, when Voldemort is gone for good and Dumbledore cannot manipulate you any longer, stated Salazar calmly. Severus, for once in your life be selfish, go after what you want. You are a Slytherin, act like it. He could see Severus' determination wavering. He mused that when Harry came back, Severus will have been worn down enough to make his move. Then they would have enough time to bond before they went back to the outside world just to make an appearance. Seeing he'd given Severus enough to think about, he left the frame and joined the others, who stared at him curiously, but he gave nothing away. Harry decided to use his invisibility cloak. He just didn't want to be near anyone or talk to them right now. Cloak or not, he didn't pass anyone during his 10-minute walk towards the entrance hall. He couldn't run even if he wanted to, his bones ached like hell. He had a rigorous training schedule. He ran, did push-ups, sit-ups, weights, everything. The training room had absolutely everything he needed. More than he needed, actually. When they first started it was only 10 minutes, now he was up to an hour each day. Then it was learning new spells, then a duel with Severus using all the spells he knew. Then they practiced his shielding, and maneuverability, ducking and dodging spells. Every second day they did potions first, aware that he would be too exhausted to stand for any period of time. Any muscle relaxant he took would make his timing slightly skewed, and just cause potions to blow up. He found an owl waiting for him when he got up through the sink using the same spell Severus had. It was from Gringotts. He didn't bother opening it, having a good idea what it was. A proposed meeting at the entrance hall of Hogwarts, no doubt. At least his muscles no longer caused him to tremble and leave him weak and unable to move, like they had in the beginning. He was getting used to the ache, but not completely used to it, and he wondered if he ever would. Griphook was already there. He wondered what this was all about. He walked up to him. He could see the goblin looking around confused, able to hear the soft footfall of steps but unable to see him. He removed the cloak at the last second and had to stop himself laughing out loud at the shock on the goblin's face. "Is there an unused classroom we could go into?" asked Griphook, looking around. They were far too out in the open for his comfort. He had no idea when Dumbledore would return, so he would rather be somewhere not so blatantly to be seen. "Sure, follow me," said Harry, folding his cloak and leading the way, sliding into one of the unused classrooms right next to the Transfiguration classroom. "What is this about?" he asked, closing the door and flinging up a silencing charm to be on the safe side. "We need you to sign this, as soon as possible," said Griphook, unrolling the parchment and handing it to the teenager. Harry quickly read the information written on the paper. "Didn't I already sign for my inheritance?" Harry asked, frowning in confusion. "You did, but this will make you the heir of the Black Estate, in charge of everyone that has claims on it, or ties to it," said Griphook with a smirk. "It will also help you get out of the marriage contract that's been set up. The Blacks set up a clause that ensures no magical guardian can set in motion a marriage contract between any family members. They wanted their line to be pure. All the intermarriages didn't do them any favors, but it will certainly do you one. You must sign." The name is Harry James Potter Black, he added grimly. "What do you mean? I'd be in charge of everyone that has a claim on it." "Why would anyone have a claim on it? Sirius didn't have any children, did he?" questioned Harry, not really understanding how the magical world worked. "I believe Bellatrix Lestrange née Black, and Narcissa Malfoy née Black both have claims to it, and when he is 17 years old, Draco Malfoy could also claim them since he has black blood. Andromeda Tonks née Black also has claim to it, but hasn't touched it since she was stricken off for marrying a Muggle-born wizard. Her dowry is still in a vault unclaimed, and then there is her daughter. If you reinstate them, you would be able to help them in any way, even financially, and even set up marriage contracts, or divorces as the case may be. Mr. Potter, you really should read a book about being the heir. May I send you a book about it?" asked Griphook. Harry signed it immediately. He wasn't about to let a spoiled, self-centered little brat like Draco Malfoy get his hands on his godfather's money. He might not like accepting it, but he would rather it was him who had it, than heaven forbid the likes of Malfoy or Bellatrix Lestrange. It would serve Tonks right if he bloody forced her into something she didn't want to do. Perhaps telling her he would do it would be enough. Let her feel what he had. "I signed this, but is it in time to stop the contract Dumbledore signed from going through?" asked Harry, staring at Griphook, his entire face full of hope. "I think you'll find I've yet to officiate the marriage contract. Very silly of me, I've just been so busy," said Griphook, sounding regretful. Harry snorted. "Thank you, I appreciate what you've done." Griphook gave a little bow, acknowledging the genuine apology, something they didn't get from humans very often. "It's my pleasure, Mr. Potter. Believe me, Mr. Dumbledore likes to think himself golden, but we know otherwise." "Well, you're the only ones," said Harry wryly, thinking, well, other than the Death Eaters, but he didn't want to mention them. It was funny, from what he'd learnt during History of Magic, Goblins stayed out of human affairs, they must really hate Dumbledore to be doing this. He was grateful for it nonetheless. Griphook grinned, sharp-edged teeth and all. I must return and have this put on record. Thank you for meeting me, Mr. Potter. No problem, said Harry, giving Griphook a formal bow before they left the classroom, removing the silencing spell as they went. Removing the map from his pocket, he scanned it for any sign of Dumbledore, and found none. Dumbledore hasn't returned yet, but watch what you are doing when you leave. Actually, wait a moment, I have a better idea. Griphook stopped, waiting patiently for this new idea to be voiced. Dobby, called Harry, knowing the house elf would answer since he was bound to both him and Severus. Yes, sir, Dobby said, appearing before him. Go with Griphook, take him to Gringotts, he has a book I require, afterwards go to the Ireland Magical District, you know what to do, said Harry firmly but respectfully. They needed food, and since he couldn't pop back into the one in Hogsmeade without arousing suspicion, they had to go further to gather food and supplies. Yes, sir, said Dobby, looking at Griphook. He must have found a signal of approval since he clasped onto his shoulder and they both disappeared. Well, thought Harry, it looks like he would be cooking for a good few days while Dobby did all that. Molly, do you think we did the right thing? Asked Arthur, from where he was sitting comfortably on the couch. Their daughter had gone out a few hours ago, to Luna Lovegood's, the only girl nearby that was her age. What do you mean? Of course we did, they are obviously in love, Arthur, said Molly, obviously not having the same reservations as her husband. Harry's been abused, Molly. Albus knew, you know Harry never lies, it's obvious he doesn't have Harry's best interests, what if this isn't what he wants? Wondered Arthur, sighing softly. He had been so determined to speak to Harry first, he wasn't sure why he had caved so quickly. Yes, he could never deny his wife and daughter anything, but it was as if he'd lost all sense of his beliefs in that moment. He wouldn't sign the contract if it wasn't, said Molly blankly. Harry is still 16, it wouldn't be him signing it, at least not for 2 weeks, or it would be invalid. Said Arthur, sitting up suddenly and wanting to curse using every foul word he knew. What the hell had he been thinking? Was he getting that worn down by war that he would cave like that? Sighing softly, he realized there was absolutely nothing they could do, the contract had been signed. Yet his mind continued to linger, why kept playing over and over again. Why had he signed it? He loathed the thought of marriage contracts, he had never wanted that for any of his children. Well, I suppose Albus will be waiting the 2 weeks until Harry can sign it himself, said Molly. Are you sure about that, Molly? What if Harry hasn't consented to this? Questioned Arthur, still hugging his wife close, the coffee cups on the table cooling. Ginny wouldn't lie, said Molly immediately. Oh, Molly, Ginny has been infatuated with Harry since she was 11 and first met him. Said Arthur, amused. She may be imagining things, you know how easy it is to misread signals. She's not 11 anymore, she's 16 years old. I'm sure she's mature enough to realize the difference between love and infatuation, said Molly. We always knew Harry would be a part of our family, Arthur, I must admit not quite like this, but this way it's official. He would be her son-in-law. I will go and speak to Harry, tomorrow morning, first thing. I want confirmation that he does love her, and to give him some advice, this is a big commitment he's taking on. He doesn't have anyone else who can give him this talk anyway, and it's a father prerogative, said Arthur. No contract had been signed as of yet, otherwise they would have been notified. Gringotts would have gotten in touch to let them know both parties had signed the contract, and since it was the bride's family that organized the wedding, it would be up to Molly to arrange it. Molly laughed softly. Yes, I'm sure Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred, George, and Ron will all be doing the same thing. True, said Arthur, but something was wrong, he knew it, and his stomach was in knots. He half just wanted to leave now and go see Harry. The way Harry and Albus had stared at each other during that order meeting, they had not seen eye to eye. Harry had basically broken all ties to Dumbledore. Unless they had come to an understanding or agreement in that short time, he wasn't sure what to believe. His mind as always continued to go back to why he'd given in, it wasn't like him at all. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.